Hello, everyone, and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady of Freedom here, coming at you with another raw narrative. And it's so good to see you guys tonight. Thank you all so much for joining the stream. And it's so good to see all of you guys. I want to give you a big shout out real quick before we get started. And I see Witchy Mama is here. Hey, Witchy Mama, thank you so much for putting in all of our disclaimers. And I'm going to be working on some new merch, guys. I'm just working on some of the graphics to get that out. So definitely look out for that. And, it's all linked on my channel. So if you just go to my channel, you'll see different t shirts and, all kinds of different swag, I guess you could call it. And, I want to do some kind of original ones. So it's my original logo and things like that. So I am working on that. While I was working on that, it was hilarious because you know, Chat GPT was like, well, you can't make a Lady Freedom logo if you're not Lady Freedom. So it did ask me if I was, in fact, myself. And it came up with something really interesting. And, it just said that I'm a true crime channel. And I thought that that was pretty cool. Um, and then I cover cases and missing people and that sort of thing. So I thought that was really neat, and I was pleasantly surprised with what Chat GPT pulled up. Hello, little Miss Sharon. Good to see you. So good to see you. And hey, Gail. Good to see you, Gail. And also we have Stacy here. Hey, Stacy Michelle. Thank you so much for being here, and I hope you're not working too hard tonight. And also my PTSD is here. Hello, my PTSD and Seth. Good to see you, Seth, and thank you so much for dropping the flyers. And thank you, Witchy, also for dropping the flyers for the kids. I believe today is the anniversary of Michael Monkey Vaughn's going missing. Although we kind of have a good idea of maybe what happened. His mom, Brandy, did a press conference, and it was really low, so I'm thinking that maybe that's why it got taken down, but I did share it and it was taken down. So you might just see like a post with a blue heart. Well, that's for Michael Monkey Vaughn. And I did end up sharing her live out in case you wanted to go over there and show support, which I would greatly appreciate that too if you did that. Um, it's just terribly sad, and I hope that he gets justice soon and his mom, gets him back. Those people are so sick, in my opinion. Seth Rogers, hello. Disturbing mental problem I deal with. Hope your day was busy. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Disturbing. I get it now. I'm just reading it like Ron Burgundy, not even understanding what it was saying. Hey Bo, good to see you. Thank you for hitting the like. Guys, we got like 100% participation last night on likes, and that really means a lot to me. So thank you for that. Also, and Bo is not stalking you, Seth. You wish. Bo. I don't even need to stick up for Bo because Bo's gonna. Bo will get you. He'll get you, or she'll get you, Seth. You better watch out. You think you got her? She's gonna get you. It's so good to see you guys. You guys crack me up. I needed a good laugh today. Um, so and also, let's see who else is here. And I hope I don't miss anybody. If I do scroll past you, just holler at me. And hey, Miss Ann, good to see you. Thank you so much for stopping in here. I hope your sleeping pills do you some good. I know that's tough. I used to take those, and they would knock my butt out. So, only thing is I just was all groggy in the morning. So, um, and thank you, Witchy, as well. And hello, Detroit Rock City. So good to see you. Thank you for being here. And Kiki is here. Hey, Kiki. Let's see who else is here. Oh, hello, Smiley. Smiley, I was in the bushes for your live stream today. And you and Jen are so good at calling me out of the bushes, And so I thought you made a great point tonight when you were talking about the Mr. Chris stuff, right? Because I was shocked to see it in the paperwork. But I mean, if that's what Sebastian calls him, like we've known about that for a while. But I mean, I guess I wasn't thinking that. it was so prevalent or relevant as it was. But I thought you made a good point. Like, I wonder what maybe Katie might be called because she's a stepmama too to his daughter. And so, yeah, that was such a great point, Smiley, and a great show. Like I said, I was listening. Um, but some people were sending me some lives too. Since I said I was researching the alibi and stuff like that. Well, there were some really great lives that were done. One by our friend Spirit Seeker Squad. So I know you guys know Mandy. She is just such a sweetheart, super sharp. Nothing gets past her. Very detail oriented. And I appreciate that because those are the ones that'll catch those things like, oh, good catch, nobody saw that, or oh, I overlooked that, or something like that. So she's done really really great job on many things in Sebastian's case, in my opinion. And then also Sweetie Pilo. So Sweetie Pilo spoke with the neighbor, but she kind of did some notes while she was talking to the neighbor. So I want to go over some of what she said that she heard and what she was reading off of her notes. Um, because, like we were talking about yesterday, like, see, that's why I was thinking about, since I live in a two-party state, to making up like drawing up a contract that says, that if we're talking, and this is really for newer cases, like if I speak to family members, because it is nice to have the recording as a reference. But since I don't live in Missouri anymore, I can't, record people without their knowledge, which is awful. But, and I know there's mixed emotions on that. And I have mixed emotions on it too. But I've seen it catch a lot of people, like in, confessing to some very bad things. So, I do have mixed feelings about it. But either way, the reason I'm bringing that up again is because she was taking notes. And so we're not really going to get to hear it exactly from the neighbor, but I find her to be a very credible source. She seems like she was really just trying to find the truth, and then kind of report the truth back, right? Of what the neighbors had seen on the cameras, as well as, their um, points of view, because they lived in the neighborhood, right? We kind of know our neighbors, maybe some better than others, just depending, but their neighborhood's very small. It's not like it's a great big subdivision. So, I think they know a lot. Um, I also listened today to, which I didn't listen, I listened like half of it and then I listened to the second half. But it was JLR's live that he did about the lawsuit that Seth has filed, and or lawsuits that Seth has filed. And UA Crimson came on the panel, and she was talking all of this weird, in my opinion, crap. Because I don't find that one credible, right? I'm putting it all out on the table. This is my opinion. I don't find her credible. I think she does bidding for others, right? She's like a flying monkey, in my opinion. And so she was up there doing her bidding and saying, like, again, that there was this crush that Sebastian had on Bobby the neighbor's son's girlfriend, and that somebody could have, quote, gotten mad about that crush. Now, I'm not saying that that's a scenario that's never happened, or that that's completely off the table, because I don't know. I just don't think so. I don't believe it. And I'm not saying that Sebastian couldn't have had a crush on her, or that she couldn't have had a crush on Sebastian. Let's be honest, he's a cute kid. But I just don't see that, right? I think that she was quite happy, in my opinion, with Bobby's son. Didn't have any reason to not like Sebastian. And look, if you're a regular person, you're going to realize that if you think your significant other is attractive and you want to be with them, well, you better guess that there's going to be at least one or two or 10 people that feel the same way as you do, right? And they might like your spouse too, right? Or think they're good looking. so on and so forth. Normal people don't get bothered by that. You might get a little jealous, or, you might be like, well, that's my husband or wife. But it's not really usually something that causes a big issue unless someone is possessive or overbearing, that sort of thing. So I just, again, I don't see that to be true. So I did kind of want to follow up with that because I know we had talked a little bit about that as well. And I don't think any of that was the truth. As a matter of fact, I think that Bobby made some enemies when she came out and she was so candid about her experience with Mr. Foot and, just the whole situation. She was the OG neighbor that came out and spoke, and she was very brave to do that and share what she knows. So there were some other neighbors that were doing that as well. And Sweetie Pilo, I suppose, maybe reached out to them and they started talking. And again, those are the notes I wanted to go over. So I have a good big show, with a couple different great creators that I've always liked. And I do find them to be credible. And, I usually will review people's content that I find to be credible. If it's not, I usually won't, like, unless it really is bugging me and I'm like, this is such a lie, right? And I might come out and do that every now and then. But for the most part, I like to um, review people that I find to be credible, right? Because I mean, with all of the information that's out there about Sebastian's case, hey Gabby, about Sebastian's case, I feel like if the more that we perpetuate nonsense and untruths and just gossip, right? Like what I think UA was putting out onto JLR, um, the more that it muddies the waters, and the waters are already very muddy. And that's why it's so hard to kind of figure everything out and get a good timeline, in my opinion. It's just one of those things. Um, but I do want to go over Spirit Seeker Squad first because she's talking about the CPS reports and how many times has Sebastian Rogers reached out for help from CPS? And I wonder the same thing, how many times he reached out, because we do know about the one time that he reached out back in September of 2022, because that's in the filing, but we don't know about the other three reports, right? Because there's five total. So we know we've taken a deep dive and look into quotes that are in the filing from two of the instances. The first two, I think, right? But there's a couple more in between, and then allegedly one that happened in February. Now, we heard from the neighbors that they were alleging that that was because they had suspected or they had witnessed activity that would make them think that Sebastian was being made to sleep in the garage. And of course, Chris said some very awful things about the fact that Sebastian was having trouble in the bathroom, um, uh, using the bathroom. Um, just awful. I mean, it's just, ugh. But either way, and that's not a reason to ever make somebody feel bad either. You should help them out. As a mom, you should have had him some extra clothes, Katie. Sorry, but that's just how I feel. And you need to lessen the ridicule, right? Kids can ridicule themselves really harshly. We're all our own worst critic if we're being honest. But then also, well, unless you're a narcissist, um, in my opinion. But, you know, with other kids, they could be quite harsh as well. And, it's our job as parents to kind of be that softer place to land or just help our kids out if they're struggling. And in my opinion, Katie and Chris both knew that Sebastian was struggling, right? And instead of making it easier on him or helping him out, it seemed that they were making things worse. And especially when Chris Proudfoot likes to, gather up all of his boxer shorts and stuff and then tell him he's got to wear a pull up. I mean, that is not a solution, in my opinion. Um, So, yeah, yeah. Well, and also Smiley too. Oh, thank you, Witchy Mama. And also, you know, it's been alleged about the door being open, and I know Mob Crew was talking about that, and then some guys, some of you guys were like, "Oh, go watch the one that Mob put out," and that's what he was talking about, was that because originally I thought maybe he was talking about the side garage door, like where you have the big garage door right where they go in, but then you also have a door directly beside that door, and it's a regular, as Katie would call it, man door, right? But it's just a regular door that you would just go in and out of, and that's where I'm assuming maybe Sebastian used that to take the trash out, or whoever took the trash out. But Sweetie Pilo does talk about that some more. But what is being alleged is that the front door was open, and so Mob is saying that Chris from Mob Crew is saying maybe Katie went out the front door during the 3 a.m. lights event, or events, right? Because we do see her someone going back, in my opinion, to the house. But that she was like hugging up against the houses and trying to avoid motion sensor lights and cameras and that sort of thing. So I kind of wanted to just see what Sweetie Pilo had to say on that. Um, on that subject, because again she spoke with the neighbors, and that's what was being alleged. Now I think it's super risky to go out the front door. Like, I think it would be super risky if Sebastian decided to walk out the door, the front door, that is. Same goes for Katie. You know, if we could see a black cat in the neighborhood, I just feel like we could probably see a whole human walking around, unless they're like in a ski mask, in all black, because the neighborhood is dark. So, just a lot to get into. A lot of thoughts rolling around. So, and thank you so much, Witchy Mama. I need to make a Facebook, just haven't had a lot of time, unfortunately. I have to be more relevant on Facebook myself, Kiki. I know I could stream from Facebook, or excuse me, from here to Facebook. So no, Kiki, I just couldn't. It's that same thing that like SF and them were pushing, that like Bobby the neighbor's sons were involved somehow. And I mean, in my opinion, those kids came out and they were searching for Sebastian. So I just don't see that. I think that they were genuinely concerned and wanted to find him. Now, other people, unfortunately, in his family, in my opinion, and according to the United Cajun Navy, even people in law enforcement, didn't want Sebastian to be found. And that's a tough one. That's a tough one. And hello, Tony. Good to see you. Yeah. Smiley says, oh, yeah, that's the one I heard the other day that was off the chain. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's just so many that are I mean, there's just so much that happened in the beginning too. I'm wanting to piece a lot of it together, but again, I do appreciate people like Bullhorn Betty and Silvers who went out in the beginning, and I'm still kind of working on maybe picking some pieces out and putting something together on that, because there's a lot that goes into getting all those together. Um, so, hello, Veronica. And Show Poodles, good to see you. I had to block her when the suit came out because she was spouting lies, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, she's blocked over here too. I could still see her. Like, she just blocked in the chat. Um, I don't think he was either, Smiley. I did pick up on that too. Yeah, I agree. He seemed to be like, okay, yeah, like letting her talk and everything, which she's come over to my chat too, and I let her talk as well. But I didn't want her to come up on the panel. I think she was thinking that I didn't understand that the lights video, which the one that Nick Bears showed, there was three different clips. I think three different clips. And correct me if I'm wrong in the chat, guys. Feel free to do that, of course. But three different ones. Well, the one was taken of the clip with somebody's cell phone. That's why I could see it kind of moving in a weird way. And she was trying to kind of explain that. And I let her explain it, you know. Um, but yeah, I've seen some pretty crazy off the wall things that have been said in chats and things like that by her. So yeah, and of course she's got my email. I told her she can email me any proof or anything. And even we were in a chat the other day and I said, "Oh, I would love to see that if you have it." And I can't even remember what she was saying. And I never got an email. So I just, one ear and out the other kind of thing. Um, Gabby says, I don't see how he would have even known the neighbor's daughter. Well, I mean, I suppose they all went to school together, and that is how I'm guessing. And Chris Proudfoot alleged to Nerdy Addict that perhaps, well, he said that Autumn is the girl's name. That's dating Bobby's son, or was at the time, may have been walking the halls with Sebastian, as in kind of, walking him from class to class kind of thing. But I've also heard that Sebastian didn't need assistance to get from class to class. Um, does that mean that they didn't walk to class one day, or they were seen walking together one day? That doesn't mean that. They could have been. I mean, I don't know. I'm a social butterfly, so I talk to a lot of people, and I used to get in trouble for showing up to class late because I'd be in the hallways talking, and I'd be in trouble. But I mean, so maybe they knew each other. I can't say that they didn't. I can't say that they did. But I know that after SF Investigates got involved, they started focusing and shifting blame toward Bobby and her kids, and then now bringing her, because obviously we know that Bobby told the story that when Proudfoot accosted them in the street, he came up and told Bobby's daughter, "I know who you are, and I know you started that Facebook page." Also, I just don't believe that Seth was having Bobby man the Facebook leads or anything to do with the Facebook page, in my opinion. And that's what was also being alleged. Veronica says, "OMG, I was in that live when she was running her mouth, and I kept posting in there about UA." Yeah, I mean, I don't watch JLR anymore, really, because I also wasn't following the Nancy Guthrie stuff, and that's what he's been on. But then also, you know, other things, other reasons came about as well. But I figured I'd go over there. If he did one on Sebastian, I'll always watch the ones about Sebastian, just to see what's being said, or you just never know. So, and hello, Trishy, good to see you. It's so good to see you, Trishy. She might have been one of the school's student helpers, which would mean she helped Sebastian at school activities. Okay, Seth, thank you for clarifying that. Yeah, so that's a great point. Yeah, and I mean, I just think Sebastian's likable, so maybe even they could have seen each other in passing and been like, "Oh, hey," you know what I mean, if she was a helper and things like that. But I just don't see Bobby's kids being like, "Oh my gosh, poor Sebastian." I mean, they were looking for him, and all the kids at Pigfest, were very, very kind, and you could tell that they wanted Sebastian to come home. There wasn't any type of malice, or anything like that. So, using Chris's words, Smiley, during the CP interview, your face was like, yeah. What were you thinking? Oh my goodness. I know. I loved watching Smiley review her live because it was great. It was great. Smiley says, "I was definitely thinking." Oh my goodness. Well, and you had such good questions, and we're about to watch a little bit of Smiley's interview in this one right here. So, um oh Lord, someone that's cray cray, in my opinion, and Summers is wanting to come to Sebastian's case. I said, "Lord, please don't." Uh-oh, which one? I might know who you're talking about. Hello, Alicia Hot Wheels. So good to see you. So good to see you. Welcome in, guys, and welcome in everyone in the bushes. I know I'm in the bushes too a lot of the times myself. So I'm glad you guys are here as well, listening and feel free to chime in. Uh, I don't think it had anything to do with it either. Her kids, Veronica means to say. I don't think so either, Veronica. I just think that's so silly. I think those kids were genuinely scared. Like when they realized Sebastian was missing, they were like, well, let's see if we can help. Hey, Kylie Ray, good to see you. So, um, you know, if you want a child found, then you would want a Facebook page about my child. Yeah, exactly. Well, and she was like the admin for the Facebook group already, is what she had said. Hello, Kylie's nail candy. So that was one thing. I agree, Trishy. So hello, Alden is unseen. Yes, this was me. This was me and Smiley's the other day until she asked a really good question. Then she goes, put a 1 or 2 in the chat. And I'm like, oh, I can't out myself. And I put a one in the chat. So it was a good question though. It was about whether, they should have training for, law enforcement when it comes to people that have disabilities or special needs or are on the spectrum or, mental health, because you maybe don't know like what to look for, and there are some signs there that are more subtle. So I think it's a good question, a thought-provoking one. um so I couldn't help myself, I had to put that one in there. um and hello, Heather Marie, good to see you. Love and light to all, prayers and justice for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Oh, thank you, Heather Marie. And hello, Meow, good to see you, Meow. All right, so let's get into this, guys, and listen to Mandy a little bit here again. This is Spirit Seeker Squad. Mandy, she does a great job over at her channel, so definitely sub up. And she's got great videos for Summer, Sebastian, and also I need to have her up on a panel to talk about little James Hutchinson one time, because she did some deep dives into that case too. And when I covered it, I mean, I was obviously late to it, but she had some really interesting points. So we may have to revisit that. Because little James Hutchinson, he still hasn't been found. And he's just as cute as he can be. We know he's allegedly, according to his momster and the boyfriend, they put him in the Ohio River, um, and weighted him down. So I just, but I think he needs to be found either way. Um, so, yes, yes, you need some tequila. We need an extra large margarita with a couple of straws. Yes, and not the blended one. Put that on the rocks. Oh my goodness. Yes, yes. Thank you guys. Thank you for putting Mandy's link. Okay, so let's watch.
Hey, hey, hey. Welcome back to my channel. I am not feeling the greatest, but I have this information that I have to share with you. So I'm doing this as a recording so that I can upload it. I made a video and I was going to just upload the video and share it with you guys. And then I was like, no. As I was making the video, there were so many things that stood out to me that I was like, oh, I missed that. Oh my gosh, how do I put that in a video and get my point across, because I didn't put my words in the video. So I'm putting my words in the video with a clouded brain right now because I am so sick. My whole house is sick. All of us are sick. It's horrible. But I'm going to share this video with you, and I'm going to break down these details, and I'm going to tell you that I know from Chris Proudfoot's own mouth that Sebastian reached out for help from CPS on more than one occasion. Let's do this.
How did you discipline him since he, how did you discipline?
Sebastian in general?
Yeah.
Well, that depends. The punishment has to fit the crime.
Oh God, I knew he wasn't going to get far without me stopping. Thank you guys. Thanks for subbing up. Yeah, Mandy's awesome. Like lots of good info. Um, lots and lots of good info. And she's, like I said, very detail oriented. Even when she's sick, I wanted to play that part for you guys because I'm like, look how good she is. Even when she's not feeling good, she's on it. But so yeah, I mean, look, if we're talking punishments fitting crimes over here, then I think that Mr. Chris needs to step on up and receive his punishment, in my opinion.
Okay, so that was the first clip. This is from Smiley Stories World channel when she did this 3-hour, God bless her, interview with Chris Proudfoot and Katie Proudfoot. And this is Sebastian Rogers. He is a 15-year-old autistic child who is missing from Hendersonville, Tennessee. He has been missing for over a month. This is his mother, Katie, and his stepfather, Christopher, or Mr. Chris, is what Sebastian called him. This was on March 20th, 2024, that this interview was done. So the first little clip here is the punishment has to fit the crime, right? We're going to keep going.
So to speak. I don't know how to say this any other way, and please forgive me because it's going to
You're
sound
fine.
like
Say it. Say
well,
it.
it's going to sound very jerkish, but I don't want softball questions. People wanted to ask me the hard questions. By golly, let's get these hard questions out.
Oh my gosh. And this is what we were talking about last night, right? Like over there, like what? That's not a hardball question. And the way he sets it up too, it's like, well, if you know that you're going to sound jerkish, then why would you say it like that? Again, I just irks me to no end. But yes, we were talking about that statement last night, and there it is, folks.
Okay, he wants the hardball questions, not the softball questions, okay? People have been asking him all these softball questions. He wants these hard questions. This is because, in my opinion, as you can see up in the top corner of the screen here, it says, my opinion. My opinion is, you're going to get a lot of my opinion during this video, I'm just letting you know. My opinion is, he thinks that he's the smartest guy in this whole damn room. This whole damn earth. He is the smartest guy. And no matter what you say, he's going to top it. He's going to.
Oh, she said no matter what you say, he's going to top it. Ass hats, poodles, polished shirt alert. Oh my goodness, you guys are so funny. And thank you guys for the stars, the jewels. Thank you guys, Kylie, and all that is unseen, and my PTSD. Thanks, guys. That's so sweet. They got to make them so we can pop them up on the screen over here with this. If we have Restream listening right now. But he's a smart ass, and all the comments she's putting right here are like spot on. Okay, so I'm just going to back it just a little bit.
Guy in this whole damn room. This whole damn earth. He is the smartest guy. And no matter what you say, he's going to top it. He's going to have an answer for you. He's going to come back with something. He thinks he is always right, no matter what it is. And you're going to see more of that in just this 9-minute video that
She said self-important. I love that one.
I'm sharing with you right now.
Sorry, but I just.
Well, let me start. Okay. Have you ever had CPS called on you before?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And you don't have to go into it elaborate or anything.
Okay, we all heard him say yes, right? Yes. CPS has been called. Now why? Why was CPS called, Mr. Chris?
Like that. That was the question that I had. And that happens, sometimes, especially when you have a child who is, has special needs and stuff. That's hard.
I've had it. Well, I'll be honest with you. I've had CPS called on me in 2 states, New Mexico and Tennessee.
All right, guys. And don't forget that last night we watched the Pollyanna Thompson interview, and he did not disclose that to her. As a matter of fact, I think they only spoke about it for about maybe 2 minutes. And she just said, is there anything that you want to say about the CPS stuff? And Chris is going, take a wide open view, stay open-minded, and all of this stuff. And he's, again, just very manipulative, right? But here Smiley is like, hey, what about the CPS involvement? And then he starts bragging and being like, well, actually, it's New Mexico and Tennessee, right? But he said that there was no CPS involvement when it came to Sebastian. He said that the CPS involvement was because of another case in New Mexico with his ex-wife. And so I just want to point that out.
In 2 states, New Mexico and Tennessee. All right, let's keep listening.
And and that did that include with Sebastian?
Tennessee was Sebastian. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Tennessee was Sebastian. Yes, ma'am. In fact, what, Mr. Chris?
Back Sebastian here. I'll just, like I said,
Now he's about to say he has nothing to hide because Mr. Chris he thinks he's always right. So of course he has to tell the story so he can degrade Sebastian some more. In my opinion, listen to the way that he degrades this child. Now put yourself in Sebastian's shoes, okay? You feel kind of helpless. You feel like you don't really feel safe, okay? With at least one of your parents at home, you don't feel totally safe. So you reach out. You reach out to people you're supposed to trust at school. Now listen to this story.
Oh my gosh. And Mandy's so right. Before we let this guy, and that way we can, pass around the barf bags. If you need a bucket, we got those too. We may need it by the time it's over. But I couldn't agree more. Again, it's about understanding that you're dealing with a kid who's learning still. You don't have to be such a hard ass, in my opinion. It's ridiculous. And he is very proud. Hello, Shadow and Cinderella, you got it. He's so proud. He's over there, gloating, in my opinion, boasting about how, wow. And then also there were a few times in there, Country Guy, good to see ya, where he was just flat out like giving parenting advice, right? Which I don't know that any of us are equipped to do that, but certainly not him. And in this situation, but he doesn't, like, it's not even on his radar. He's just like, and he does degrade Sebastian, and he's absolutely disrespectful. Yeah, a one upper. Yes, all that is unseen. I would consider CP to be a one upper with superiority complex, and that's my impression. Yeah, definitely. Well, and it's like it's real delusional too, in my opinion, because your stepson's missing and you're in no position to be telling people. But see, because of his bragging and boasting, that's how we know, and Smiley's great questions of follow up. That's how we know. And he told on himself. We got a lot of leakage. So, and Mandy says nothing to hide because Mr. Chris thinks he's always right. So of course he has to tell the story, degrade Sebastian more, right? And I think that's a big part of it too. That it's that insult, adding insult to injury. Why would who would laugh? So obviously while talking about their missing loved one, I know, Trishy, it's a huge red flag. I kind of always tease and make fun of him. I'm like, because sometimes he laughs, he's like, oh, that sort of thing. But he does a lot of that, and Katie too. Katie does a lot of that too, where she's just like laughing and giggling, and giddy at times, especially when they were talking about how Sebastian doesn't like bugs. Hello, Ann Brock. Good to see you. That to me was like, well, if he doesn't like it, and you guys seem like you get a huge kick out of that. And as someone and I could be oversensitive about that subject because I don't like bugs either. And I don't like people teasing me with them or anything like that, right? Like, don't bring me any bugs and be, oh, look what I got. It's like, no, like, that's not funny to me. And I have a good sense of humor about most things, but I'm like, oh, get that thing away from me. I do not like bugs. So, in my opinion, sometimes they would maybe tease him about it. I mean, that's what I kind of get. That's what I'm picking up from that. And I don't really think that they realize how they're coming off to people. Like, they think they're doing good, in my opinion. Lo and behold, a lot of us are sitting here thinking, well, that wasn't very nice. I wonder if he teases them with bugs and stuff. Kiki says, how do you get away with so many CPS calls? In my opinion, well, I know, and they kept closing them out. We know that the first one was closed because the incident didn't happen in Tennessee, right? And because Katie was saying, oh, well, everything's fine. I don't know why CPS keeps getting called about that. And, that happened when he was 8, for crying out loud. I don't get it. And then they never did address the fact that Sebastian was saying, hey, I'm afraid of my stepdad, Mr. Chris. And I'm afraid that if he was to find out like what really happened in California, which my mom knows about, that he would hurt me if he found out. And that's really scary. And they never did anything about it. They just closed it out with no services needed. And then now fast forward to the November 2023 CPS call. And that one, they were saying Mr. Chris was, pushing him up against walls, hit him in the belly, right? Because he didn't have a belt on, and that he was being made to wear pull-ups, and they were doing, like, he was like checking him, like, boy, you wearing that belt, something like that. And then when he found out he wasn't, he did that. And, here's the thing. There's a pattern with Chris when it comes to putting his pig hands on kids, in my opinion. He likes to backhand, right? He's a backhander. He backhanded, allegedly, Nina's daughter, right, in the face, and she was wearing braces. So when he did that and hit her in the mouth like that, it knocked up against her braces and it bloodied her lip. Like, it busted her lips open. Ouch, right? I've never worn braces, but I can imagine that would have hurt. No reason for that grown man to put his big sausage fingers and backhand a little girl, in my opinion. And I'm never going to change my mind on that. Same thing goes for Sebastian. You can really hurt somebody by hitting them in the belly like that. And in my opinion, he hit him there so no one could see. But yeah, they were just closing them out, Kiki. And it was an administrative, a collective effort. Hey, Bliss Blessings, good to see you. Yeah, he's bragging about CPS. I know, Trishy. That's with the hand in my face, like, oh gosh, why, how, So, a jag bag, exactly, a jag bag. That's funny. I like that one. Hey, Jen, good to see you. And again, guys, everything in those reports, I understand too, is all alleged. And it is something that is in those filings, pulled in from the records, though. I will say that. We don't want to show hate to anybody. They're under enough pressure, I'm sure. But what we can do is keep spreading awareness about Sebastian and keep talking about these issues, because we need to spread that is a part of the awareness. I feel like Sebastian was failed a bunch of times, like Kiki was saying. How could they not do anything, knowing? Justice for Nuke, so good to see you. And what was the reason? They were saying, well, Sebastian looked happy and healthy, and he was also not wanting to. He wasn't wanting to tell, because obviously the way they do things. I mean, if somebody brought me on the front porch, and I thought that my mom and stepdad might even be eavesdropping by the door and could hear the conversation, I might not tell them the truth either. I might be like, oh, nope, everything's fine. Never mind, right? And that sort of thing. And I think that may be what happened there. So I just don't like how they do that. And then also they leave the child there. So you don't, if we're nuts if we don't think that Sebastian was in trouble after that whole thing. Oh, hey, Bliss Blessings. Well, thank you so much for becoming a new YouTube member. Welcome to the Dragon Tribe, and I'll get you a little party going there. Oh, that's so awesome. Well, thank you so much. And email me if you would like the link to the Discord. So we try to keep it pretty fun in there, even though I know I haven't been in there in the last couple of days, guys. I've been listening to a lot of these interviews. And like I said, the other lives I want to show you. That's what pulled me into this case right away was the laughing that CP and KP did in the early interviews. Yeah, it was like, I mean, I get a nervous laughter, but some of it was like very concerning towards Sebastian. Like when I saw them do that bug thing, I was like, oh boy, you know? Stacey Michelle says he has turned the situation into the Mr. Chris show. Oh gosh, yes. Oh yes. It makes me ill. Yeah. It should be only Seth and Katie speaking and not CP. Well, and I think that really shocks the senses when people hear that like Katie didn't call Seth that morning and it took them a long time to report it to Seth. And then also, I was watching the year interview with Holly Thompson. And when she said, what should people do if they see Sebastian or know anything? And he's like, like Chris says, call 911. And he never called 911 himself. And so I'm like, he really doesn't think before he talks. Or again, he just doesn't realize how horrible he's coming off. Or he thinks we don't have good memories or something, because I was like, red flag, right when I heard that. Hey, Deborah Dixon says they are absolutely not supportive of Sebastian's needs. It's atrocious. I agree. And, I think there were some other times where he was reaching out for help. And I also think that the neighbors were onto it. I think they were. I think that they were the reason for some of these calls. The sausage fingers. Kylie, I'm telling you, he just makes me so mad. Ever since I found out that he was pushing Sebastian and all of that, I'm just like, he needs to keep his pig hands off of Sebastian, ugh. So it's just terrible. Thank you, Witchy Mama. All right, guys, so let's listen to a little bit more of this.
I got nothing to hide. So Sebastian went to school one day because we were at the house. He got in trouble. He didn't have a belt on. I was like, where's your belt? And got it. Whack. Kind of got him.
Okay, so he said he got in trouble, but he didn't have his belt on. So he didn't get in trouble for not having a belt on. He got in trouble, and Mr. Chris was going to whack him on his butt with his own belt. Instead of using Mr. Chris's belt, he was going to use Sebastian's belt. But Sebastian didn't have a belt on. So he got it, and then Mr. Chris says, whack, kind of got him. Like he was bragging about it. Like he was, yep, whack, kind of got him, I kind of whacked his ass. Yeah, like it's a fucking joke, okay? I told you guys I'm sick. My patience is very, very, very thin right now. I probably...
Amen. No, Mandy's spot on right here, right? And that is. And, if you've ever dealt with somebody that thought it was okay to just pop somebody, a kid, by the way, that is how they do it. They're like, I busted that ass, and it's like, hey, simmer down, right? Simmer down. So, and I just can't believe that they would, that Katie would allow for it. I mean, he's a stepdad. He needs to just keep his hands to himself, in my opinion.
We shouldn't be making this video if I want to be 1,000% honest with everybody, but I need to share this with you guys.
So he goes to school and he tells the teacher, they're mandatory reporters. So the teacher reports it. Mm-hmm. That afternoon, CPS shows up to the house.
Okay, so he went to school and he told the teacher, right? The teacher has to report it. That's what children are supposed to do. They're supposed to be able to go to school and feel safe to talk to the adults at the school. Mm-hmm. They're supposed to be able to tell if something bad is happening at home, or if they don't feel safe at home, or if they feel like they're in danger at home. They're supposed to be able to confide in their teachers at school so that they can be checked on by Child Protective Services, right? CPS, they protect the children, right? That's their job, right?
They're supposed to, and I think that's why this is so outrageous to all of us, because we're like, wait a minute. So everybody knew about this? And Kylie, see, this is, again, why I'm like, I try to only share out, like, information that is truthful, because even though Mr. Chris is up here lying his butt off right now, because yeah, look. So Chris is telling two stories into one. Even though he's going to say that Sebastian was telling two stories into one, he's not. He's combining the CPS visits right now. And basically, the first time Sebastian told his teacher, the second time he may have told his teacher, but then again, I don't know, because there was also um, the quote of the neighbor saying that Chris, I hate this quote, but hated Sebastian, wanted him to die. Right? That's what the neighbor was saying, that they overheard that kind of stuff. So that might have been in one of the other reports also, just, putting it out there. But yeah, the time that CPS comes to the house when they're eating dinner is about the hitting in the stomach for not wearing a belt. But Chris is saying that he noticed Sebastian wasn't wearing a belt. Oh, you're not wearing a belt. Whack, kind of got him. And so he goes to school, tells his teacher. So he's the one combining it. But we're going to hear that he blames that on Sebastian, even though he's the one doing it. It's wild.
I thought so.
While we're actually sitting down to eat dinner. Now, mind you, 15-year-old child.
Now, mind you, a 15-year-old child. So why'd you tell Nancy it happened years ago? That goes for you too, Katie. Right? And also, guys, keep in mind that in the paperwork, in the filing, that CPS visit was at 6:30 p.m. And what time is dinner? Because I used to have to come home for dinner, right? I could go out with my friends after school, but I'd have to come home for dinner, and then I could go out for a little bit after that, right? When I was young. But we all ate as a family at 6:30 sharp. At 6:30 sharp. Just putting it out there. And every single night was 6:30. So I'm guessing that they were sitting down to eat dinner, but it also says in the reports that they were sitting down to eat dinner. And again, Mr. Chris, you're the one jumbling stories up here, not Sebastian. He was truthful. You're not.
He's not real happy because he's in trouble, so he's being punished. So he shows, he makes a report. They come to the house.
Okay, he shows and then he stops. He showed what? Did Mr. Chris leave marks? Is that what he showed somebody at school? Because he retracted that like pretty quick, right? Let me see if I can go back here. We're going to listen to this again. He shows, now this, he stumbles over his words a lot right here. So this is very, very, very important. Ready?
He shows, he makes a report. They come to the house.
He shows, so they make a report and they come to the house. It gets better.
And the lady who comes to the house is the same lady we've had. She's had a case before.
It's the same lady. What, Mr. Chris? I'm sorry. Let's go back again, please. It's the same lady that's been at your house before? What?
Lady who comes to the house is the same lady we've had. She's had a case before.
It's the same lady we've had she's had a case before.
Yeah, and Mandy's spot on right here, because he was like, like in between of it. I was like, what the heck was that? You're being careful to choose your words, aren't you?
He started stuttering there, huh?
Now, the case that it was for.
Okay, so now I don't think he meant to mention that he knew this lady from a previous call. I think that was an oopsie. So this wasn't the first time he had met this worker, but now he has to explain it and try to minimize it because he already let the cat out the bag. So let's listen to his explanation of the first time that this CPS woman. Now, this baffles me too, because I know CPS goes through caseworkers, like they say, multiple times. Like they change out, the workers will start working and then they realize that they can't do the job or they don't get paid enough to do the job or whatever. They cycle out. So there's constantly new workers coming in. Also, there's so many cases that their caseload fills so quickly that each new person that comes in catches most of the new cases. So what a coincidence that this same woman came to the house twice. And was this the only 2 times that CPS has ever been at the Proudfoot house? I doubt it.
No, and we know now that we know, and this is all, this is Mandy, guys, this is her commentary from 2 years ago, right? So she's just on it and she's spot on. But now that we know it is the same lady, it's Laura Boswell that comes to the house, and she did the initial home visit and spoke with the family, right? She met Sebastian at the school first. They were moving. She hunts them down, finds them, and then does the home visit there where, everything was alleged. But, he's talking about how it's the same lady from the time before, but it didn't have anything to do with me. So the thing about Chris here is he is telling the truth on some things, right? Which is that Laura has been there. He knows Laura from last time, but the first incident wasn't about him. The first incident was about how, particularly, but the reason for the call, and because they put it at a level 3 and named Sebastian as a child victim, was because of the SA, because that was the original complaint that Sebastian made. But he also brought Chris into it. So that's where Chris is also lying, right? He's kind of telling the truth in a certain way, but then he's also lying. He's leaving out the fact that he was also named in the first report, and that the SA and the difficult time that Sebastian was still having with that wasn't the only reason why Sebastian went to a trusted adult at the school. So again, let's listen. And it's just amazing how he blames Sebastian, even though he's the one doing it.
Let's keep listening. And I'm even going to go back and we're going to listen to it all the way straight through, all the way back to he shows. Okay, let's go all the way back here, right here. Here we go.
He shows, he makes a report. They come to the house, and the lady who comes to the house is the same lady we've had. She's had a case before. Now, the case that was before was something that didn't even happen. And
wait a minute, the case she had before was something that didn't even happen? Yes, it did. Yes, it did. And also, don't forget that you were named in there, bucko. Seth says this is the interview that brought attention to DCS being involved in the home. Yes, Seth. And thank you for that reminder, because it was all hush hush, right? And also, when Chris was asked about it by Holly Thompson, he said that there was a case in New Mexico with his daughter, but nothing with Sebastian. Here, he's, kind of, I think, in my opinion, up against a wall. He's in between a rock and a hard place, because at this point, JLR had spilled the beans about the CPS stuff as well. And I think I think he was paranoid. This is just my opinion, that Smiley knew about it. And so now he's trying to kind of smooth it over and be like, well, yeah, there was one in New Mexico and Tennessee. I'm just going to go ahead and admit it now. Right. And I think that's why he admitted to it. But again, he's minimizing this big time.
It's like 3 stories that were shoved into one. And when they finally got it debunked, they were like, oh, he got so mixed up in telling one story, it mixed into 3 and it caused a commotion. Well,
No, that's not true though, Chris. That's not true, because what he did was he went to his teachers and he said, hey, I'm having trouble with something that happened to me. Did he get the time frame wrong? Yeah, I guess maybe he did, according to the paperwork. But again, when you're going through post-traumatic stress and those feelings are flooding back and you're having flashbacks, it can feel like it just happened. It can feel like it's happening, and so when you're going through that, that's why Sebastian got some stuff mixed up, but not really. I mean, he was articulating himself quite well, better than some, adults could with what he endured, so, and some people aren't even like, they don't even want to talk about it. Right. But Sebastian was really brave in telling his story and telling what happened, and that he was having trouble. He had the wherewithal, to do that. So yeah, obstructing the truth. Yeah, I know. It's terrible. Their version makes me sick. The real version makes me livid. Yeah, I agree. I agree, Seth. I know. It's all infuriating. Poor Sebastian. He should have never, ever, ever had to deal with that. And they should have validated him, in my opinion. Um, you know? So, yeah. Yeah, they're the BFFs. Yeah. He makes no effing sense, does he, Bo? He doesn't. He doesn't make any damn sense at all. It's so frustrating. It's like, really, Chris, why can't you just tell the truth? But he's refusing to tell the truth because he knows it's his ass on the line, and he knows damn well that he was named in that first report in September of 2022.
It was Sebastian's fault. He messed it up. So Sebastian had told someone about another situation, but he told 3 different stories, allegedly, which caused such a commotion that it led to CPS knocking at their door. I mean, so the call that he's trying to talk about was because Sebastian was mad that he got punished. The first call, or this other call, I won't say first because I don't know if it's the first call or not, but this other call that he's referring to, Sebastian just got confused and started telling 3 different stories. Darn Sebastian, man. I have never heard a child be talked about in such a demeaning way in such a short period of time. We're only 2 minutes and 24 seconds into this 9-minute video. I can tell Mr. Chris thinks really highly of his stepson, huh?
Oh my gosh, so spot on, Mandy. And another thing is too is that he and Katie both had blamed. I have the blame Sebastian theory. Like, it's always the blame Sebastian theory, but that's because they have. And it's odd to see that dynamic play out when the child's missing, right? Sebastian is missing, and we're seeing that. But also, I want to make sure that we also bring Peter Hyatt into this, because he also said that there was victim blaming, and that he noticed that they were blaming things on Sebastian and speaking ill on him, even though he's missing. And that was a huge red flag to Peter, right? He's like, that's just something that I've seen before, and it's not a good sign. And he did go over that and say, look, that's not good. Typically we don't see that in parents that are innocent. And then he also said that he believes that Katie holds the key to where Sebastian is.
What you think?
They canceled that out. So the one on me, she shows up, and I said,
Okay, so he said, so the one on me. So does that mean the other story that he was talking about wasn't against him? Was it against mom? What other reason would CPS be at the house? Because Sebastian spoke to his teachers at school about...
Yes, and that's another thing too. Like, we all were thinking, so the first one was on Katie. They're the only 2 in the house. Lo and behold, there's this other element to everything. And, none of us were really putting it together. Hey, Poppy Love, because we knew that Sebastian had gone through it in California, and then there was that essay issue that he had gone through, but we didn't really imagine that he would be still having such a hard time in reporting that issue because of, in my opinion, now this is obviously only my opinion, this was not named in the filing, that I think Sebastian was experiencing immense trauma and PTSD from that situation, and that's why it was so vivid, and he couldn't get over those intrusive thoughts. Any of us that have PTSD understand that, and how real the flashbacks can be, and how intrusive and horrible they can be, and it can bring you irritability and anger and frustration and sadness and depression and anxiety, all the horrible, nasty little things that come with that. So Seth says, I'm still time blind, a reason I wear a watch. All that is unseen. In fact, if I don't have my watch on, I don't know what the day is. Yeah, I know a lot of people that wear watches like all the time, and it's their lifeline. Hey, Valley Gal, good to see you. So, yeah, it always has to say about Sebastian. Well, and this is the thing. He was really, really going through it. And I hate that for him. I mean, that's the thing that is so heartbreaking about all of this. And then Chris gets up there and he can't even own it and be like, yeah, Sebastian also said he was afraid of me, but we got that taken care of. I told him not to be afraid, that I'm here for him. None of that. We don't see any of that. All we see is a pompous, arrogant, F face.
A situation that was happening at home. He got so confused. He told 3 different stories, but it wasn't on Chris. This punishment situation. Now that was on Chris. I remember this is all in my opinion, allegedly. I'm just trying to make this all make sense, right? These are Mr. Chris's words, and I'm just trying to understand what he's saying. And I will also say this. I don't know exactly what happened to Sebastian. I don't know where Sebastian is right now today. I don't know how he got out of the house on February 26th. I don't know. But I do know that this Mr. Chris is a Mr. Ass, in my opinion. He is one of those adults that I used to despise when I was growing up, because I was taught, if you want respect, you give respect. You want me to respect you, then you respect me.
Boom.
That's how my mom raised me. She would respect me, and in turn, I was to respect her. And this asshole, I don't see him that way.
I agree 100,000%. And if you were to ask my daughter the same thing, I've told her that when she was a teenager, mostly, right? Like that's when that kind of dynamic came into place there. Hey, Holly. It did. It was like, hey, look, you cannot talk to me this way. I'm your mom, for one, your mother. I would say mother. But I'd say, I'm your mother, and, you don't talk to me that way. And I respect you. So you need to respect me back. It's a two-way thing, right? Like we can't be disrespecting each other. And I agree with that. Again, when they're little, it's not as big, it's a big deal. You got to teach them young. But what I'm trying to say is when they get to be teenagers, they start getting mouthy, and I do understand that part of it. And that's when you have to just say, hey, look, let's respect each other. Because, again, they're coming into their own. And if you put it that way to them, it's more understandable, in my opinion, for them to be like, okay, sure, because I don't want to be disrespected either.
The adult, he gets the respect, period. It doesn't matter how much of an ass he is. He's the adult. He's the elder. So he always gets the respect. Because in his brain, he deserves it because he's an adult. Bullshit. I disagree with that. If I'm treating any other human like shit, I do not expect them to respect me, because it goes back to treat others how you want to be treated. You want to be told what to do. You want to be treated like a dog. You want to be degraded, demeaned all the time. I'm not going to respect you for that. No, thank you. Sorry. Move on. Okay, but that's how I see Mr. Chris. He thinks that, I think you get it. Let's keep going.
Hey, how you doing? It's her again. She's like, oh, hey. She goes, hey, I already don't. She's like, don't tell me anything, but I'm going to tell you what I know happened. And I said, okay. She goes.
So he's making it sound like she was like, oh, it's the kid, right? It's the kid. The kid's the problem. I'm here to protect the kid, but the kid's the problem, right? And Mr. Chris, of course, it's like, well, yeah, it's the kid. He's the problem. I'm not the problem. He's the problem. And the lady's like, ha, ha, ha. I know, Mr. Chris, you're not the problem. Fucking serious.
Blah, blah, blah. She told me exactly what happened. I said, yes, ma'am. She goes, oh, my God. I said, yes, ma'am. This is how it's been. Sebastian thought by telling on me, making it sound like I was so horrible.
He lost signal. That was the best part of the interview right here.
You cut out just a minute.
That I was going to get in trouble over something stupid. And I was like, no, Sebastian, you got punished, man. You got punished. And he was like,
yeah, but it's not appropriate to punish him in that fashion, though. That's not a punishment, because he wasn't wearing a belt because you wanted him to wear the pull-ups, and you didn't tell anybody that, Chris. You're being dishonest. Very dishonest. So how are we to believe anything that comes out of your mouth when you're sitting there and you can't even be real with it? You're pretending like you're telling the truth, and some people might even have believed you. But now that we know what we know and we're listening to you now, everything that you're saying is just a bull-faced lie. And Kiki, you're right. She says, I've taught my kids that, but there's some elders that can be mean to the child in public, and I'm meaning and rude sometimes. Yeah. And it's just, I always get so hesitant of that, like, especially when we hear of like a band director who was making the kids have a hug quota. Like, in my opinion, if you don't feel comfortable and something like that's happening, it's totally fine for you to tell an adult no. But a lot of us were raised, very strictly to respect our elders, and that's how I was raised. But also, my mom had the wherewithal too not to make us hug or kiss anybody that we didn't want to. Like, if we didn't want to do it, she wouldn't force us to. And I know that that's something that is kind of an old school way of thinking too. Like, you got to give hugs to everybody and all of that. um and it's not always a good intention thing. There's a lot of like weird people out there that, if your kid gets a vibe, don't make them give them a hug, because there might be a reason why they're getting a weird vibe and stuff like that. um so yeah, it's a big joke to him, Kylie Ray. It's a big joke. He's a clown.
And I was like, you got punished.
Okay, so I know that I'm not the only one that has noticed this, that Mr. Chris is constantly mocking this 15-year-old child
Yep.
on the spectrum. Constantly. But and that he does that multiple times. I think almost every time that I've heard him, even when he was talking to Nancy Grace, you'll see that towards the end of this video clip that I have here, he mocks Sebastian at least twice in this 9-minute video. Can you imagine what a day was like with Mr. Chris and Sebastian? Can you imagine the frustration for a child that's not on the spectrum being around Mr. Chris all day, every day? Or all day, just a full day, a full 24-hour day? Can you imagine the stress, the anxiety, the fear, the pressure, the on edge, walking on eggshells, and then you put a child on the spectrum around that? Shame on Katie, in my opinion. My son is on the spectrum very much like Sebastian has been described. So much so that when Katie was talking about his school picture, she said that he had a chocolate milk mustache because he didn't think to wipe his mouth before he took his pictures that day. My son has the exact same chocolate milk mustache in his school pictures. Never, ever would I let Mr. Chris talk to my child that way.
Boom. And that's it. So well said by Mandy. And yeah, Kiki, I mean, and also Detroit, you're spot on too about that. How this is how it's been makes us wonder how many times did he hurt Sebastian, right? And also with Mandy saying, look, that's on Katie. Now we know a lot of this is on Katie, right? Because she didn't have any concerns. It's quoted in the paperwork. Like, there was no concerns, even though she knew that Chris hit Sebastian in the stomach or in his belly with intent to hurt him. But that still did not concern Katie. That's unacceptable as a mama.
My son is 14, and there is no way I would be damned if that man would speak to my child that way.
And the lady took him outside. She goes, Sebastian, just because you get in trouble and you get punished, you need to understand when you go and you say things about people and you lie and you fabricate things and you make it sound worse than what it is, sir, you can get in trouble for that.
As I put on the screen here. So they made this autistic child feel like he would get in trouble for reaching out for help. That's what Mr. Chris just told us.
Oh yeah.
So we had that happened, and the lady was like, I am so sorry. And I said, no, he's just a child. He's upset. It is.
So the adult is okay, but the child is not. I didn't realize that Child Protective Services was there to console the adults that were accused by the
Again, spot on. Again, spot on. It is not something that we would expect to hear, right? Because they're supposed to be there, on this call to make sure that the children are okay. Because especially in a call where the child is alleging that they're afraid or that they're enduring abuse by one of the adults. But as we see, that does appear to be the case, and I do think she made a choice. Valley Gal, yes, I do. And Kylie, yes. And we do get to know people's behaviors when they're not being truthful. Sometimes people will stutter, sometimes they'll smile a little bit, sometimes they won't make eye contact, things like that. um, a lot of times they'll stick their tongue out too if they're saying something that they didn't like. um, you know yeah, exactly. Well, and that's the thing. Yeah, if I didn't say hello and hug my Italian uncles, it was seen as being disrespectful. Yes, but I was raised in a big Italian Catholic family. Yeah, exactly. Same here. Not Italian family. Well, my uncle, by marriage, but yeah, it was just something you would always give them, like a hug and a kiss on the cheek, right? Like that's just, you know, but nothing horrible or anything like that. But when I hear the things about like the teachers and stuff being like, oh yeah, we needed to do a hug quota, and I can imagine those kids didn't want that. That's why he had to make a quota. What a sick bastard. And that's one of the ones that recently was in. I want to say he was indicted. I shared it on my page. He's got this weird ear thing, and he looks like a really weird guy. But yeah, he was a band director out of Sumner County. Um, so yeah, but again, Mandy's just spot on here.
child. The fuck is wrong with this story?
It's what it is. I'm okay with it.
Mhm.
He sat that back down at the dinner table and was like, see, eat your food. And we went back and everything's been fine.
And everything's been fine. I beg to differ. This is a man who's sitting on Smiley Story's panel saying, and everything's been fine, even though his stepson is missing currently and has been at this point for like 24 days or something like that.
Ah ha ha! I win, you lose. Ha ha ha! I mean, he gave us that laugh. That's the laugh that he gave Sebastian when they sat back down at the dinner table. Mr. Chris was like, I win, you lose. Suck it up. Can you hear it? Can you imagine being that child? Can you imagine being that mother watching your child? Like, did she think it was funny when Mr. Chris laughed at her son? Because now he's in fear that he can get in trouble for reaching out for help? I'm so disappointed. I am beyond disappointed. And that's me being careful of what I say.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I have to.
Y'all, for clarification, no, I did not allow him to beat my son with a belt. He did not beat my son with a belt.
But he does belittle your son and degrade your son and mock your son and laugh at your son and make your son feel unwanted and dumb and less than, doesn't he? Right?
I agree. And did you guys hear how Katie got real indignant with Smiley and all the chatters? Because I think she was also, directing that towards some of the chatters too. No, he did not. No, he did not. Well, what about hitting him in the stomach, Katie? Would you like to address that? Or are you going to sit there and lie by omission? Because that's exactly what you're doing.
Am I wrong? He didn't beat your son when he whipped him with a belt. I'll give you that. But what else was he doing? I'd rather be hit with the belt than be emotionally and mentally traumatized. I know firsthand.
Now, to be honest with you, it has nothing to do with finding my son.
You don't think that you don't okay. All right. Well, look, man.
How does CPS have to do with anything finding Sebastian?
Okay, he's about to say this. Okay, so he's telling Josh that his CPS cases don't have anything to do with finding Sebastian at all, right? Okay, well, Sebastian ran away. He could have been running away because of the incidents that he's been put in fear. He felt like he couldn't tell anybody at school because Mr. Chris has already made best friends with them. So anytime they come to the house, they just laugh at him and ha ha ha, you lose. So he can't reach out to anybody at school. But he was intimidated, in my opinion. Like I said, there's a lot of my opinion here, okay? I think he was intimidated by Mr. Chris, and he was scared to reach out. And if he ran away, I could see that as a reason why. So I think that the CPS cases are very relevant to the situation. Just like I think that Chris's other child and Chris's ex-wife, his fourth ex-wife, I think their situation is very relevant to this situation because it gives us a snippet into what Nina lived through and what he put his own blood through, his own child through.
Oh yeah, and poor little, his poor little daughter was a baby, and he's slamming her on the coffee table because he's pissed that she's crying. He's slamming her against the wall allegedly in her baby carrier. What the hell? And this is exactly what I was talking about last night when Josh comes up and he's like, hey, wait a minute though, you told me something different. So I think going back to what Spirit Seeker Squad is saying also, Mandy here with Nina's perspective and what she tried to tell everybody and her experience with her children and the one she shares with Chris, her youngest daughter, is very relevant to this whole situation.
He's living in a house with a kid that's not his. He's been a part of this kid's life for over half his life. Sebastian's 15. He's been around since he was 7 or 8, and Sebastian still calls him Mr. Chris. I mean, how much formal could you get other than calling him Mr. Proudfoot? He was scared, in my opinion. Mr. Chris tries to be intimidating. He tries on purpose. All right, so let's keep going and listen to what he's about to say here, because this is, he's about to say what I already put on the screen right there.
Because if you're insinuating something,
Well, you said they
come out
opened
and
up an
say it.
investigation. You said they opened up an investigation.
If you're insinuating something, come out and say it. Well, Josh was talking at the same time that Mr. Chris said, come out and say it. So I'll say it. I find it very, very disturbing that CPS has responded to your house on at least 2 occasions due to Sebastian reaching out for help. 2 different occasions. I'm curious more details on that first occasion. Or that, I keep saying first, but I don't know if it was the first one or not. I'll say the other. And how many more were there? Were those the only 2? I bet not. I have a really good feeling that there were more than just 2.
And so you tell me what it has to do with him.
Because what did I tell you? That's what you're not listening. The sheriff's department told us that they are required to report it to DCS, CPS, whatever you want to call them. They are required to report it to them. That answer has yet to change. It hasn't changed any of the slightest.
And okay, so that's okay, I get it. So it's the only
Thank you.
open investigation.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I mean, see, just the way that he talks to other adults, the demeaning tone and the way he talks down to and thank you. And I can see him doing that to the child. And it just shouldn't. It's not.
Did you ever use a belt on him?
Have I ever used a belt on Sebastian? Yes.
Okay.
Outside of his clothes, on his buttocks.
Okay. Justin said he wants to understand this. He said, am I understanding this? You hit him with a belt because he didn't have a belt.
No.
No.
Okay.
No. So the question about hitting him on the outside of his clothes, on his butt with a belt, that was something that he got in trouble for because he lied to us and he got 1 lick.
Okay, did you hear Katie just lie her ass off right there? No, that wasn't. Smiley's like, just to clarify, he got in trouble for not wearing a belt, and that's what he got in trouble for, right? But Katie and Chris both knew that, yes, Sebastian did get a whack on the belly, another whack, right? Kind of got him on his belly, a backhand to his belly, to be precise. of what was in the filings. And Katie's up there saying no. Christmas One says, "Hi, lady. I can't believe that Sebastian is still missing all this time. Just mind-boggling where and what happened to him. Thanks, Christmas Swan." And I agree. It is mind-boggling. And hey, Coffee, Crime, and Cats. It's unbelievable. And for Chris to be up here lying and then Katie lying again, right? Ava, just like Chris, she lied. And all Smiley's doing is asking for a clarification, right? And yeah, Kiki, one lick. And because he lied to us. Well, obviously, Sebastian was saying that he had lied about brushing his teeth, lied about making his bed. I mean, big deal. That's like a normal kid lie, right? But in this instance, why the CPS worker went there, and it's in the paperwork, it's because Sebastian was asked, "Are you wearing a belt?" He lifted his shirt up, showed that he wasn't wearing a belt, and then Chris hit him in the stomach with a backhand. And Katie just lied and said that that didn't happen. Now, that's not one lick. One lick is one hit, one whack. Now, we have multiple times. And also, he admitted to CPS that he likes to back Sebastian up into the wall when he's misbehaving.
Because he didn't have a belt.
No.
No.
Okay? And I'll just back that up just a little bit more. What are we at? 30. I just want to back it up to where Smiley asks and they answer.
On him.
Have I ever used a belt on Sebastian? Yes.
Okay.
Outside of his clothes, on his buttocks.
Okay. Justin said he wants to understand this. He said, "Am I understanding this? You hit him with a belt because he didn't have a belt."
No.
No.
Okay? Now, don't tell me I'm lying on you. Don't tell me I'm making stuff up. Don't tell me it's a rumor. Don't tell me that I'm speculating. Don't tell me that I need to keep an open mind and take a wide open view, because it's not ever going to happen when you want to sit up there. The exact question that was asked by Smiley, and Justin had asked it, right? The chat was wondering, am I understanding this? You hit him with a belt because he didn't have a belt. Now, fast forward to the filing today. And exactly in the filing is exactly what Justin is saying. You hit him not with a belt, in the stomach, because he didn't have a belt. Now that's the time that they should have come clean and said, actually, there was another time. But they're not going to do that. Right? Yeah, the punishment needs to fit the crime and Cats, so why not? You know? I wonder if he left a mark too, Catherine, because maybe he did show. He says he showed. So he goes to school and shows, and then he's like, tells his teacher. You know? So I think he may have. But again, they're the ones that are jumbling the story up, not Sebastian. Sebastian was being honest. Sebastian was even telling about things that he had felt maybe a little guilty for, you know, oh, I was lying about my brushing my teeth and that sort of thing. God only knows how many times this has happened, guys. How many times Sebastian was cornered up against the wall, pushed up against the wall by Mr. Chris. How many times he was whacked. How many times he got a lick. You know, those are his words, not mine.
Okay.
No. So the question about hitting him on the outside of his clothes, on his butt with a belt, that was something that he got in trouble for because he lied to us and he got one lick.
All right. So that was something he got in trouble for because he lied to us and he got one lick. So that was a completely separate incident. And he also said, mind you, a 15-year-old child didn't like it that he was in trouble. So he goes to school and tells his teacher, shows her. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that resulted in CPS because Sebastian told at school and CPS was sent to the house and Mr. Chris talked his way out of it. And then they both told Sebastian that he could get in trouble for telling people at school that he got hit with a belt, right? Now, this was a 3-hour interview that Smiley did. This clip right here was towards the end. I did them in order. This one was towards the end. So now Chris and Katie are on Nancy Grace. And this is 5 days after they were on Smiley's panel.
Got a question for you. I
Yes,
want
ma'am.
to find out about Mr. Proudfoot hitting Sebastian with a belt. What happened?
That was actually several years ago, and it
To
was
Mr. Proudfoot.
one-
To Mr. Proudfoot. To
Oh, look at Katie's face right there, too. Oh, yeah. Well, I'm not going to get away with this time. Right? And Nancy's like, to Mr. Proudfoot, right? And Katie's like, oh, yeah, it was just one time. No, it wasn't, Katie. And you know damn well it wasn't. So stop that. And this is why people are so furious with you.
Mr. Proudfoot.
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Proudfoot, what happened?
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. I thought you were asking Katie.
Ugh.
Sebastian had gotten in trouble. He got caught lying. And I had asked him, I said, hey, you got to have a punishment for this. He says, yes, sir. And I said, okay. So I gave him a swat with a belt on his buttocks on the outside of his clothes. One swat.
Now, I think that this was the last interview that Chris and Katie did. And before this, they had done a few. I think that somebody had given them the advice to shorten up their answers, not elaborate on everything, not give so much detail. So when they get on here with Nancy, I think she has them intimidated a little bit. And that's why they're both sitting there looking like they're sedated or some shit. And it's yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. And she has to like pry answers out of them to get more than yes, ma'am, no, ma'am out of them.
What did he lie about?
Honestly, I don't remember at the time, but it was probably something dealing with school because that's majority where his issues lie.
All right. So now he's telling Nancy Grace that it was probably having to do with school because that's where the majority of his issues lie. But we know from the CPS reports that Sebastian was saying, that he was having trouble with the essay that happened. He was having trouble because Mr. Chris was, scary and he was afraid of him, and that he would use corporal punishment on them or on him. And Coffee, Crime, and Cats, there wasn't supposed to be, according to the parenting plan, any of that corporal punishment. Yet here we are. And again, Chris is saying, oh, no, that's not what happened. Oh, no, it's just this one time. And Katie's about to say, or lying about doing work, even though Nancy told her to hush her mouth and wait and let Chris answer. She can't help herself.
Did he have other issues at school?
Now, one thing I like about Nancy Grace is her face doesn't lie. Like, you can look at her face and know exactly what she thinks, what she wants to say, but she doesn't say. And I think that when they put Chris and Katie full screen, it's to hide Nancy's face. Watch that. We're almost done here. We're less than 3 minutes to go here.
Some behavioral stuff, but nothing too crazy. Causes an issue, and instead of being honest about it, he'll lie. Like, no, I didn't. Okay, Sebastian.
Okay, this smug, smart-ass look right here. I have never in my life looked at either one of my children with that face. Ever. And he just said, okay, Sebastian. Now, he gave him that look. He spoke in that tone to him. He just mocked Sebastian and then said what his response would be or was. That smart ass look right there. That face says, I win, you lose. That's such a
Not
snappable
stop, and he
face.
continues on. So then it causes an issue, and instead of being honest about it, he'll lie. Like, no, I didn't. Okay, Sebastian.
Ugh.
Or lying about doing
Was
work.
that the first time? Was that the
See, and
first
she
time
says
that-
it. She says it so low. Or lying about doing work. Oh gosh, that just infuriates me too. Stop lying on him, Katie.
ever hit him with a belt?
Yes, ma'am. The one and only time, actually.
I don't believe that.
When was this?
Years ago, ma'am.
I don't believe that either.
No, and he just got done telling Smiley, mind you, a 15-year-old child, right? Doesn't like it because he got in trouble. And Sebastian wasn't 15 when that CPS report happened. By the way, that's a lie too. Because Sebastian turned 15 December 7th. of 2023. Right? And then we have all of December, and then January, and then February 26th, he's reported missing. So don't give me that bullshit, because you two are the liars, not Sebastian. Come clean. It really has to be a heavy burden on you too, unless you are just pathological liars, which is a high possibility, even a probability, in my opinion. You just can't tell the truth, or lying about doing work.
Idea how many? 3, 10, 1?
It probably at least 3 years ago.
I don't understand how that turned into a CPS or Child Protective Services complaint. How were they alerted that you hit him with a belt?
That did not turn into a CPS service call.
Yeah, and we all thought they were lying about this, right? Which they were. We weren't wrong. We just figured that, if he hit him with the belt, then that probably was a service call from CPS, or there was a reason why they came out, right? But now we know that we have this filing, and there's dates in there that are not matching up with what they're saying or telling. And it is Show Poodles, that is such a good point. Weird way to spend a chance to beg for Sebastian's return, in my opinion. Yeah. Well said. Well said. But that's what they did. They totally squandered it, right? And again, Nancy isn't buying it. She thinks there's something up, right? Her face is everything. But, and Mandy's so right here too, because it's confusing, because he told Smiley that's why the CPS report was filed, and that sort of thing.
Didn't he just tell us on Smiley's panel 5 days earlier a whole different story? So he's a liar. So he just lied to Nancy Grace. And you can see that look on her face right there. She's saying, excuse me? You think that her team didn't do their research? You think that she didn't already hear that clip, the clip that we just watched in this 9-minute video? You think she didn't already hear that? I'd say busted. That look right there, busted. Liar, in my opinion.
Oh yeah.
You hit him with a belt.
That did not turn into a CPS service call.
There were other CPS reports, right? Were they regarding your other child?
There is one in regards to my daughter that I know of out in New Mexico with my ex-wife and myself.
Then how does that turn into a CPS complaint against you?
I have no idea, ma'am.
So he's going to blame it on rumors, not words that he said out of his own mouth. Just rumors, speculation. It's not his own words that we already heard.
I have no idea, ma'am. There's a lot of misinformation out there right now in regards to my New Mexico case that actually has no relevance to the Sebastian case.
I've got a question about the belt incident. You're telling me that was the only time that you ever hit Sebastian with a belt?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're also telling me that did not make it to CPS?
No, ma'am, that did not.
That did not make it to CPS?
No, ma'am, that did not.
Oh, and I love this right here where she plays it back and says liar, liar. And I agree, Valley Gal, I've been really trying to kind of ponder that myself and be like, why did all of these people pull out? I mean, even the United Cajun Navy, Valley Gal says, in my opinion, Nancy Grace, Fox, America's Most Wanted, etc., and the like, all walked away because they were in the know, in my opinion. I think so too. I think they were, just waiting for law enforcement to step in and do their job, and they didn't. Thinking my PTSD, relevance, and it's just awful. Thank you, Kylie Ray. I will look. It's just awful that they're up here doing that, and they can't even just be honest and come clean about and they don't remember obviously what they said on Smiley's panel. Even though I could see Chris watching it back and being like, look, I broke the internet.
Because he shows something at school and the CPS worker came to the house again. That wasn't her first time at your house. And she told you that she knew what had happened. And you guys, you and the CPS worker allegedly made Sebastian feel like he couldn't reach out for help anywhere. Sebastian has reached out for help, and he was made to feel foolish and threatened that he would get in trouble for reaching out for help. So how many other times has CPS been to the Proudfoot home? How many other times has there been an open CPS case surrounding Sebastian Rogers before he vanished on February 26th? He allegedly left his home between midnight and 6 a.m. with no shoes on his feet, even though he's allergic to grass. It doesn't make sense to me. People are saying, Chris and Katie said that they talked on the phone for 3 hours, and people are like, there's no way I talked to my spouse for 3 hours. Okay, my husband does work out of town sometimes. He's home right now, but he works out of town. Sometimes he gets per diem. He's gone for the whole week. There were times that he was working 5.5 hours away. He got off work on Saturday. He drove home Saturday. He slept here for a little bit, and then Sunday he drove back to his hotel, and he was at work for the next week. But he came home for one day, and the days that he didn't come home, the Monday through Saturday, when he was at work at the hotel, we would talk on the phone for a few hours at a time. I would put him on FaceTime, on video chat, and we would sit and just chat, where he felt like he was at home with us because he was gone for so long. So that way we're still a family. He's not physically here, but he's here. He still gets to see the kids. He still gets to see what's going on. And, we felt more of a family unit by being able to do that.
And that's such a great point too, because, some people were, and I agreed, people were like, well, that's strange, because they had been together for quite a while. It's not like it's a new relationship or anything like that. And, we know that there was some issues there. And so people were like, well, how come they were talking for so long? Were they arguing? Or, but I do also think, with them doing that at, after 9:30, it does raise a little bit of questions for me, just because, but Katie was also saying, and I don't remember which interview, she was like, well, sometimes he'll sit and eat dinner with us. I think it was Smiley. Sometimes we'll put him on a FaceTime and we'll all be eating dinner. He'll be eating, like in his camper, and then we'll be at the table. Because I think Smiley asked something to the effect of, that is a long time to be on the phone. All That Is Unseen says we would not be talking about non-CPS issues or reports. How would we know about incidents when Sebastian Rogers is missing? Yeah, I mean, and the fact that they just don't even want to come out and be, and tell the truth, makes me want to ask how many service calls, right? Witchy Mama, exactly. How many of them, quote, service calls were made? It's like CPS was at his beck and call, and he was the one calling the shots. Yeah, he makes me so sick. Well, and it makes me sick to think that CPS just closed all of this out. I can see them saying, okay, well, the one part that we can't really do anything about was Sebastian having issues from, the SA in California. And it does appear that his mother is getting counseling for him. So that part I can see, okay, there's a solution. It's not that they're not working on it. They say that they have him in counseling, and, that's about to start. But there's still that issue with Mr. Chris, and then we see it spilling over into that November 2023 call as well. So, I mean, that was never resolved. I would like to see the phone records too. Absolutely. And the iWatch data,
It wasn't a 3-hour call every day. It wasn't even a call every evening. We would talk maybe once a day, and then there were a few times a week that we talk for more than an hour. But when they said that part, that didn't surprise me much. I've done that, been there, done it, you know. I can see that. There was something else also. Also, I remember, and I haven't found this yet, but I remember hearing Katie say when she got up to get Sebastian ready for school, she got up out of her room and went to Sebastian's room. Now, if you've seen the layout of the house, let me see if I can pull those pictures up. Okay, so first I'm going to try to share this with you. Hopefully you'll be able to hear it. This Evil Exist channel shared this, and this is Sebastian's birthday party. And I'm just going to play it and let you listen.
Birthday boys! Thank you for coming out to celebrate with us today. Drop those chips. All right, it looks like red team, unfortunately, that one was a miss. But blue team, that one was a hit.
I know, it's okay.
This is our double
Hey,
chip.
stop.
Wherever the double chip lands, it'll give you twice as many points.
Okay, who's,
Also,
that's
there's that
you.
one spot that has two chips stacked on top of each other. If you want to take that top one, you can tuck it in front of the bottom one to level the playing field there.
No. Never. Hey, you have to get the 200 again.
No, she doesn't. She can get whatever.
Okay, so that talking right there that we just heard, I believe that that is Sebastian's aunt, which is Chris Proudfoot's sister, Melissa, if I understand correctly. So we heard Sebastian say, you have to get the 200 or something. And she said, no, she doesn't. Okay, so I'm going to go back just a little bit and we'll listen.
Yeah, so rude. And why did Evil Exist take out the beginning of that when Aunt Melissa was filming him and he didn't like it? And he said, Aunt Melissa, stop it. Why are people taking out this is what pisses me off now. Because stop lying on Sebastian, first of all. Stop lying. If you're going to show this video, you need to show the beginning of this video where he's sitting there and he's trying to have a good time and they recognize him for his birthday. And he's even, pointing at Katie and, kind of talking a little bit of smack, like that he's going to win, right? Because they're on opposing teams and stuff like that. Why did they take that part out? Who are you helping when you do that? Wow, that's amazing to me.
And again.
No, she doesn't. She can get whatever.
Hey, you have to get the 200 again.
No, she doesn't. She can get whatever.
Rude.
All right, red team, that double chip.
That gives them 400. Melissa,
What?
bring it back to start.
I'm taking a video of.
That was Sebastian saying, Melissa, what? Wow.
Yeah, Aunt Melissa is a bully. I think she needs to be polygraphed. I want to know what her whereabouts were for the night that Sebastian went missing, in my opinion.
Well, happy birthday.
Melissa,
What?
bring it back to start.
I'm taking a video of.
He was letting her know that the game was about to start, but she was taking a video.
Yeah, and she's
All
to
right.
him. Good night, witchy mama.
So let me see. Let me stop that one. Okay, so this is the front of the house, kind of from the left. So the driveway goes up along the side of the house here. You can see the garage is here. And way back here is the master bedroom area. I gotta wrap this up. I am not feeling the greatest. Okay, so this is Sebastian's window here. Mom is way in the back over here, remember? Okay, so the front door is right here in the front center, right? Here's the front door, and here's the front door from the inside. Okay, and from here, you can see the front door is back here. We got the two chairs at the bar here. This is obviously the kitchen. The stairs go up here to the half story. It's a ranch style home with a half over the garage. It's really pretty. I mean, this house is a very, very nice house. $641,000 home. Okay, the master bedroom is to the right over here, back this way. This is the living room right here. I think this is the only part that I've seen that has carpet in the main part of the living area. So Katie said she was in here on the couch when she was on the phone with Mr. Chris and heard the thud in Sebastian's room around 10 o'clock. His bedroom is right down this hallway, right here. So I can see how she would have heard that. But when she got up the next morning, she came out of her room, walked right past the kitchen. Here's the dining room. Here's the front door. She walked right through here to go into his room to wake him up. The first thing she said was he wasn't in his room, so she went to look in the kitchen because sometimes he likes to go in there and get snacks. Well, when she came out of her room, she walked right past the kitchen. And I went,
Boom. Right past the kitchen. Nice try, Katie, though, you liar.
it's like, that doesn't make any sense because you can see in the kitchen, looking back towards her room is over here. The kitchen is here. Now we're standing here at the hallway where Sebastian's room is. When she went to bed, she went this way and that way into her bedroom way back over here. And Sebastian is way up here, right?
And also, guys, I want to point out too, from this vantage point, if Katie was saying there's a couch in front of a door, which she did say that on Smiley's, then with this setup, I can see there being a couch in front of the door because you actually do have access, even with the couch there, to these doors right here, these French doors, or however you want to call them, porch doors. But either way, you can still get access because it's quite a big, open area. So just wanted to point that out as well.
Right? Okay, so here's the front door. Here's the inside of the front door. Sebastian's room is right here. Here's the dining room that's immediately to your left when you come in the front door. And look right there, you can see the kitchen. And right here, you can see the bar stools.
Mm-hmm.
See the bar stools right here? And the oven right here? This is the kitchen right here. Now here we can see, I think there's a bathroom here. It's a 3-bedroom, 4-bath, or 3.5 bath, something like that. So I think there's a bathroom here. There's a bedroom over here, and Sebastian's bedroom is up that way. Here's the sunroom that she spoke about. And here's standing over by the hallway by Sebastian's room, looking back into the living room. And here's the kitchen. She would have come out of here when she got out of bed in the morning, walked right past the kitchen to get Sebastian up. There's the kitchen.
Yep, she sure would have. And the whole kitchen's a big open concept, and I think it even goes circles around. Yeah, she totally did. Hey, Rosebud, good to see you. So yeah, it's interesting. And again, this is from, I think it was Redfin. I think these photos may be from a Redfin, which is a real estate website, or Zillow. But again, so this is the home that was staged before they moved in. So of course they're not going to have the same furniture probably. I mean, these stools might have been left. I don't know. Sometimes realtors will bring in their own stuff and stage it and then take it.
She would have walked past the kitchen, into the living room, into the hallway, into his bedroom. So I got to thinking, she said that she went into his room. He wasn't there, so she went back to the kitchen because she thought maybe he went to get something to eat because, breakfast and stuff. And I was like, but you walked right past the kitchen. You walked past the kitchen when you came out of your bedroom because the kitchen's right there to your right. When you come out of your bedroom and walk through the living room into his room, right? Well, then I went back and listened to one of their very first interviews that they did on Duchess. And this is also where I can relate. She said that Sebastian likes to move like a ninja around the house. Same thing. He does the exact same thing. He will hide behind the walls. Our house is a circle. The bedrooms are in the hallway off the living room. And you can walk through the laundry room into the kitchen. Excuse me, I'm telling you, I'm not feeling well. Into the kitchen and back into the living room. So it's a big circle. And he'll hide. And he is very, very, very quiet. And I don't know how he's so quiet, but he hides. So when she said that, I could relate to her because my son also does things like that. So that made sense to me. Okay, maybe he was in the kitchen. Maybe he squatted down. I would have thought the same thing. You know, if I woke up and my son wasn't in his bed, I would think that he was in the house somewhere and I just didn't see him, or he was hiding from me, or something. So I can totally relate to that part of it.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point. And also, All That Is Unseen says, do you think that that was a lie, or a misspoken, or recall of events? I think it really could be either or. Again, if you're groggy, like say you just woke up and you're walking through the house and you're groggy and you're half asleep still, kind of just go into the bedroom, going in and say, "Hey, Sebastian, time to get up, bud," or something like that, right? I can see, like what Mandy is even saying too, that you could just overlook him, or you might go double check in case you missed him. So yeah, I mean, I can't say that they were intentionally lying. I would have to say no, but I also think that Holly Anna Pollyanna Thompson was leading the interview questions. So the questions that she was asking, she was like, "Did you think he was maybe in the shower?" I'm like, I'm sorry the way she says that, but she does. She was like, "In the shower," and she did say that. But see, the bathroom is right next to Sebastian's bedroom on the other side, in my opinion. So, and I don't know the exact layout of their house, but I think she's correct with where the bathroom is. So I mean, really, if you're half tired and you just woke up, you might be like, okay, wait, did I miss him? Holy cow, wait, why is he not in his bed? Like that's when you're like start thinking like, oh my god, what happened? So. Um, Oh, hey, Mary Lindsay. Mary Lindsay says the private investigator that Katie was going to hire from California said Katie told him Sebastian's room was upstairs. Yeah, see, that's so strange, right? I don't know that I've ever heard that, but I mean, they do have that bonus room above the garage. And the reason why they call it a bonus room is because it's non conforming. So that means that there's not either a window or a closet typically. Um, but like it does have those skylights, but it just doesn't have a window. It has skylights. So that's why I think they call it a bonus room. Although it does appear to have not a closet, but like a storage space, like an attic space up there. Um, so yeah, good point, Marion. It's good to see you. Thanks for coming in. But didn't Sebastian's room have a bathroom attached to it? I think so, or it's like right next door. Yeah, Rosebud. Yeah, I think so. I think it's either like one of those. What do they call it? A Jack and Jill bathroom? Like it might be between the two rooms too, or it's its own separate little bathroom. Um, Hey, Babs. Babs says Katie said she came into the kitchen to see if Sebastian was in there, but she had to go through the kitchen to get to his bedroom. Right, exactly. And it's all open. Like you could see it all open. Now, there may be a little bit of a spot that he could have hid back, like between the kitchen. Let me just back it up just a tad here where we could see the kitchen. Just bear with me here. So like right, well, this isn't a good spot. So there's the bathroom, and then the door that you can see from the dining room is Sebastian's. Not that one. That's the front door. Hold on. Let's see. Oh no, it was this one. Like you could see this door too, but then there's also this little hallway. So, because I was always kind of thinking that was his door right there, but there may be another one. It's kind of looks weird from here. Some of these pictures can be deceiving, but here's the kitchen. So if there's a little nook over here that he could have been standing in, or she didn't notice him sitting at the dining room, but I don't know. But yeah, that's what it kind of, and I'll just take the sound off until we get back to over But yeah, here's the stairs that go up to the bonus room. And then on the other side of the house is Katie's room. But yeah, this looks like a pantry, and they got a bunch of counter space. And I do like their kitchen. I know I like how it's open, and then you have the island in the middle and the bar. But then again, here's where they conduct business, right? Mr. Chris talks about them conducting business at the dining room table. And you can kind of see how the living room was set up. And again, it could be different, but they do have that couch in front of the door, which I thought that was interesting too. Sometimes especially in a room like this, there's kind of different ways that you could set it up. But this one seems to be the most functional because of those doors, unless you were to put like the couch, say, going this way. But I think it kind of looks better going this way. It's still more open. But I don't know what kind of, if they had a sofa love seat in there, and then chairs, or, a recliner or something like that. And then of course that's the front door, inside view of the front door. And then I don't know, I see, because there is a spot, it does go all the way through. Sorry, my mouse is being a pain in the butt. But yeah, see, like, it's open, right, where you can get into the kitchen from here, but it does go in like a circle and then out this way. So if he was standing like over here, she wouldn't see him. Or if he had went into the pantry for whatever reason, was in there, then maybe not too. Yes. I know, Babs. No, you're right. I know. Well, I'm just trying to think it out, but Babs is like, stop giving her any benefit of her eyesight, please. Yeah, I know. Well, it's so, she makes it so hard, right? Like, to even ever give her the benefit of anything, because it's, because of what we know now, especially, so. Yeah, no plants or anything. But now this is not their house. Deborah, just keep in mind that this is like a stage. This is how it would look before they moved in, right? Like when it was on the market. So, the real estate agent probably put these in there just to kind of make it look, complete, more complete, or staged. And so, but yeah, that appears to be the bathroom, and it does go in a big circle. I think, yeah, we were this far. Oh my goodness. Okay, so here we go.
Because I feel like this is important, and we need answers. We need answers about where is Sebastian? Where is Sebastian Rogers? This is Sebastian Rogers right here. He's 5'5", 120 pounds. He's out there somewhere. Where is he? Where's Sebastian Rogers?
Yeah, where is Sebastian? And then also, guys, this is a good up close where you can see bruising on Sebastian, unfortunately.
Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. If you have any credible information, not any information that you get from our videos or our speculation or from Spirit or anything like that, but if you have any credible information, call 1-800-TBI-FIND or the Sumner County Sheriff's Office at 615-451-3838. And that's all I have for you for this.
Okay, guys, and Mandy did such a great job of that. She did a great job. Mary Lindsay says, I do believe whenever she stated the fact Sebastian came in for snacks, they made him stay in the garage. See, I was thinking that too. And I believe that was on the March 17th Duchess interview, or it was the first, I think it was just Duchess, on one of those interviews where, he liked to come in and rummage for snacks. I was like, where did he come in from? And of course it was being alleged that he was being made to stay in the garage, so Yeah, Babs. Well, there was a couple of different viewpoints because it was on Zillow. Well, a good realtor is going to put it on everywhere, right? They're going to put it in the MLS first. That's the first thing you do when you list the home. Then you want to put it on all of those, Trulia, Zillow, Redfin. You want it all over the place. So yeah, it's more of a virtual type tour of a staged home. Um, so no, she never addressed the bruises. She never did. Okay, guys, so I wanted to pull in this Sweetie Pilo. And she did a great job again. And thank you so much to Mandy for going over that as well. Let me go ahead because that was just like everything we were talking about last night. It was just perfectly done, and I really really appreciate her, and I appreciate her commentary along with it because it's a little bit different than what I would say or do, but it's just really spot on in my opinion. And a lot of what we were all thinking back then. Now, this Sweetie Pilo, I shouldn't have closed that out really quick. Let me just go ahead. I wanted to let you guys know this Sweetie Pilo was March 21st, 2024. So this is the next day after Smiley Stories interview that Sweetie Pilo did this live. And let me just back it up just a little bit because she is going to explain. She is going to explain this as well.
Thing I learned, I made a lot of phone calls, gathered all the info, listened to a lot of interviews, and then I just kind of made a list. So I've got this folder here in front of me. And that way I kind of stay on track. But all right, so timeline of Sebastian. Here we go. So the autistic teenager was last seen by his mother and stepfather when he went to bed. This actually isn't exactly true. His stepfather was not home, but when he went to bed on the night of the 25th of February, the whole story is that he went to bed at about 9 o'clock. Mom hears some shuffling or something at like 10 o'clock. And then the next morning when she goes to wake him, he's not there. And so she claims to look all around the house, looks all around, maybe the exterior of the home. And then she's like, freaking out, frantic, like any of us would be, right? If we're missing our.
Yeah, we would. I think any of us would be. I do. I think any of us would be. And again, I do want to say that up until this point, right? We didn't hear anything about the noise. We just heard, Sebastian was playing about 9 o'clock. I said, I said good night. He came out, said good night, mama, good night, puppies, and then he went to sleep, right? And I told him to go to bed, and he did. He right, Katie, you kind of nervously laughed after you said that. So up until this point, and up until they did the interview with Smiley, that's when they added the noise, right? I heard a noise because even when they spoke with Caitlin Miller and they did the Only Hands interview, Katie was like, oh, he was playing. I let him stay up a little bit later than normal, but I think a lot of that is BS. But then she changes it to when, after Sebastian said goodnight and he went into bed, about 10 o'clock, she heard some noise in his room. That's when we started hearing that on Smiley Stories. And then we all know that on Nancy Grace, there was the thud. And then all of a sudden, when the FBI is telling us their side of things, it became a bang, right? So noise, thud, bang. At this point, it was still just a noise. That's why, you'll hear Lauren or Sweetie Pilo describe it as like some shuffling around, right? Because we didn't know what type of noise it was until Nancy Grace said, well, what kind of noise was it? And Katie goes, just a thud.
Baby. The canines tracked his scent through a construction area and into a retention pond. The pond was then drained, but they still did not find anything. So let's see. So all this started on February 26th, and now we're on March 21st, and there's still no answers as far as.
Oh, and that's a good question, Detroit. Where was the door that went into the garage? Maybe that other door, maybe either where the pantry was or that other door, because I think from the dining room you could see another door. I think there were two, white doors. And I think one of those was leading out there. But they also have a door that's right next to the big garage door. And that's the one I was thinking that she was talking about that may have been open for a time. But it appears that she's talking about the front door.
Is what happened to him goes. Now, what's a little bit odd to me is that they haven't raised more money as a reward to find him. I think last I see here, $3,500 has been posted as the as the reward for finding him. I'm sorry, but we've seen cases where it's like 80,000, 100,000, 150,000, 200,000. Just saying, that's a very low reward, in my opinion. All right, so let's get to the meat and potatoes of all this. Then a landfill, a landfill was searched in Kentucky. That was on March 7th. And I think what led investigators to the landfill was the garbage men. The garbage men claimed that the trash that was taken out that day, because garbage was collected on Monday morning at about 5:12 a.m. And the garbage people claimed that the trash was a bit heavier than usual, which I don't know how they even gauge something like that, but somehow that tip is what led them to the landfill.
Well, and that's my thought exactly. And I still kind of wonder how someone came to that conclusion, because I'm still up in the air on it until I could get some, more clarification, because, Bobby, the neighbor, was like, I don't know how the trash can could be heavier if there was an arm that lifted it and put it into the bin, right, into the back of the truck. But then people were saying sometimes they have a mechanism on there that weighs the trash also. So that would have been a way, but I've never confirmed that. So I'm with, I'm with Lauren here, where she's like, oh, I don't know about that. That's kind of strange, right? I'm side-eyeing that.
As of right now, both the mom and stepdad, I would say they're compliant, but in a lot of ways, it's hard to say. They're compliant, but like the stepdad is super argumentative. I don't know if you guys have seen the interviews and stuff, but he's quick to anger. You can definitely see that.
Mm-hmm.
No doubt about it. What you need to know, though, is about these weird, bizarre lights. I'm sure you guys have heard about them, but let's get into the lights, because I think it all ties together somehow. Let me share this with you. Okay. These lights are bizarre, man.
Yes, they are.
The video you're about to see is from early Monday morning, February 26th, around 3:10 a.m. Now, there are no street lights in the Stafford Court neighborhood, so it is at night, pitch black. What you will see here are these 2 points of light believed to be people with flashlights in the area around Sebastian Rogers' Hendersonville home. It is believed Sebastian left his home barefoot and with a flashlight sometime overnight. Since his disappearance, authorities have reviewed security video from homes in the neighborhood looking for clues.
We have had several clips that have come in.
And this one is getting the most attention, showing signs of activity around Sebastian's home the night he disappeared. You see, 2 light sources, which we've circled to help you follow. For point of reference, the security camera was pointed toward the back of Sebastian's home in a common area.
Okay, guys, so as you can see, this is the big ditch. And when I was watching the mob crew, he said that there were a couple of reasons why he thought that Chris and Katie went this route, and it was because 3 of the dogs went this route, but then, I don't know that they went in the ditch or exactly what they did. But they would stop over at, on Kellen over here. And when that happens, typically that means that they lost the scent, right? And Jules was kind enough to do a demo for us on that with herself, right? She created a scent trail of herself, and then she had the dogs show them following that specific trail. And when you see the dog lose the scent, right, then they don't know what to do, right? They're kind of like, oh damn, I lost the scent, right? You could see the dog being like, oh, right, like what happened, right? Looking around, where's the scent, right? So it was because she got into a car. And so that's why typically people will say, oh, they must have got into a car if the dog loses the scent, right? If they track to a certain point and they lose the scent, that's a pretty clear indication most of the time that they could have gotten into a vehicle and left, because that's why the scent is gone all of a sudden, right? So again, I just kind of wanted to show you this. What's being alleged here is that Katie came out the front door because the front door was allegedly open at a certain time of night. We're going to listen to Lauren tell us that. But then Mob Crew is thinking that they hugged up against the side of the house and then hugged up against the next side of the house and using the ditch to conceal themselves. And as I was showing you guys while I was in the neighborhood, that ditch is pretty deep and they could possibly do that. There's a lot of rocks and stuff in there. It's kind of hard to walk on top of loose rocks, but it's not unheard of. And they could have done that, in my opinion, if the door was left open. And we're going to hear about that.
In the video, you see subject 1 with a light source in the lower right-hand corner. Then you see subject 2 briefly appear and move toward the first before that light source is covered or obscured by bushes. Subject 1, a few seconds later, then moves out of frame. Then subject 2 reappears and follows subject 1.
Let me tell you real quick. The camera that observed these lights was on Kellen, I think it's Kellen Lane.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Kellen Lane, from what I've seen on the map, runs parallel with Stafford Court, which is the street that they were on. So this is basically a home that's likely behind them or offset maybe to the left or to the right, up behind them. So it captured these unusual lights that were at, a reasonable distance from each other. But what were the lights? They came on at 3:10 a.m., February 26th, which was that Monday that he disappeared. So continue this.
On off screen. It's a short time later and it's very vague, but then you see one of the subjects moving quickly back through the common area, and that is it. I know there's not much to see here. You certainly cannot identify anyone, but
Well, you gotta be able to have a better program, and you may be able to zoom in and see kind of what's going on, especially when they are tripping off, the motion sensor lights, and the other cameras are picking them up. In my opinion, Nick Barris. Detroit says we are allowed 95 pounds of trash in the main garbage can. If it's over that, then they will drop it back down. You are only allowed to throw out extra garbage if you call ahead for big garbage pickup. Just saying. Oh, that's interesting, Detroit. Okay, so I've never had a restriction on, well, I mean, if it could fit in, let's just say if there was never a restriction on weight. So if it fit in the trash can and, they would take it. But that's interesting. And that's how they know, is because they are weighing the trash to make sure. But then again, now with that, if it was heavier, well, it could have been heavier than usual, I guess, and it didn't go over the weight and exceed the weight limit. But they just knew it was heavier than usual. Sorry, I kind of answered my own question in there as I was thinking that out loud. Because yeah, like say maybe, but I also wonder how the garbage man would remember what their their trash usually weighed. Or maybe they were just side-eyeing them and they're like, something's up, you know? So, That's interesting, though. I'm glad you said that, though, because that makes sense. That makes more sense on how they would know that.
Those close to the investigation tell me the mere fact that there is now evidence that someone is in the area around Sebastian's home is significant. This video shows suspicious activity in the immediate area the night Sebastian disappeared. Could one of these subjects have been Sebastian? Did he meet and leave with someone? Sebastian's father says his son would not go with a stranger.
It's up in the air for me because I don't think he would get into a vehicle with somebody unless he knew them.
So what exactly are we seeing here? I know investigators are doing what they can to try enhancing the video for any more clues.
Or if his mom told him that he had to go with that person, then maybe he would. And, you know, it did appear that something was being told to Sebastian at the Texas Roadhouse that he really didn't want to do. Right? He kept shaking his head no and that sort of thing, and then kind of looked defeated after the conversation. Well, I guess Detroit says, what happened to the mattress in the garage is my question. You know, see, I don't know. And I know Nancy Grace asked about the mattress in the garage, and Chris said that that was for his daughter and that they had bought it for her room, which I found to be odd. Rosebud says, right, when the claws pick up the trash can, it is weighing the trash can at that point. How would the trash man know it was heavier than usual? I never believed that was ever said. No, it wasn't, but it was definitely reported on. And then speaking of Nancy Grace, Erin Cantrell from, I believe it's News 2 in Nashville, was on her panel and said that very thing, that it was like the trash was heavier than usual. So somebody had to have been telling people that, and maybe it was the garbage man. So yeah, so when they pick it up with the claw, they're weighing it. That's the best that I can come up with on that, like from what you guys are saying too. I think it's interesting. And also going back to what you were saying earlier. So Chris and Katie are not named in these lawsuits, other than the fact that the lawsuits are pertaining to what happened in their household and a failure by DCS. And also, you know, Sumner County, the officers. But I think discovery is going to be a big place where we're going to see them have to come out and speak, where they would be subpoenaed, or even, you know, they would have to give a deposition or something to that effect. It kind of remains to be seen at this point. But yeah, there's just so many people that were involved in this, right? I mean, they even had Ashley's Place, that child advocacy center, that they do the forensic interviews at. Also, the assistant district attorney that was working hand in hand with Whitley. And it really hit me today. And I know this is kind of a little bit down that rabbit hole, but just bear with me because I do have a point to it. I remember when Ray Whitley came out and said that he wasn't going to stop until he found Sebastian and all of that. I mean, talk about a bunch of bullshitters, in my opinion, because he retired, and Jenny Smith, his assistant district attorney, was involved in Sebastian's case and the proceedings that were held about Sebastian through the juvenile courts. She works very closely with them and DCS, the CPIT team, the whole 9 yards. So why didn't they take it upon themselves to charge Chris and Katie? Because those are the ones that could have. I mean, it was all fake. Oh, we're going to find this boy. Bullshit. You're going to find this boy. You're covering for his disgusting parents, in my opinion. I'm sorry. It's just wild. And that really bothered me when I was thinking about that today.
For now, this video is now part of the Sebastian Rogers missing person file, and I'm told it could become more significant depending on where the ongoing investigation leads. We'll be following that. Nick Barris, News Channel.
In my opinion, Nick Barris has been doing a wonderful job, guys. Let's get into the information that I've got. At the very least, it's going to be pretty interesting. All right, first thing you need to know, that Trev Time, he's another YouTube creator, he reported a couple days ago that a neighbor, somebody, I guess it was a neighbor, told him that there was a foreign car that came into that neighborhood spotted around 3 a.m. This completely, in my opinion, corresponds with these unusual lights. But what does it actually mean, right?
Yeah. And so again, guys, this was another thing that I had not heard, or maybe I heard it and I forgot about it. Because I didn't know that Trevor was aware or spoke with the neighbors, and that's where that 3 a.m. car was first discussed, right? And so again, at the time of this video, it's March 21st. So very early on, everyone was aware that there was a foreign car in the neighborhood, right? The 3 a.m. lights, the 3 a.m. car. Where's Sebastian?
Does it mean that the parents in some way had something to do with it? Great question. Don't know. But what I can tell you is I talked to several different individuals. I'm going to go over what they said. Okay. So there are no street lights on that street, or I guess on any of those streets around there in the middle of the night because of there, I guess there's no HOA. So it's completely pitch black in that neighborhood, which makes it incredibly hard for a camera to capture, what's even going on. I'm sure the TVI and stuff has had to really adjust the lighting to try to get any image whatsoever because it's just so dark. What I was told is every single thing that Katie has said, as of now, Katie is the mother of Sebastian, that every single thing she has said at this point checks out exactly to what she could see surveillance-wise. So what she observed when she went back through her footage was at 5:12, the trash came. Okay, that would have been on Monday morning. At about 6:20, mom comes out. It could have even been 6:30. It was sometime in that window. Mom comes out. She sees neighbors. There's multiple neighbors outside at that point, and she starts saying, I can't find Sebastian anywhere. I can't find him anywhere.
All right, guys. And again, I want to reiterate what we were talking about last night with the 6:20. And maybe that's another reason I've heard 6:20. But again, Katie said it only took her about, 1, 2, 3 minutes, right, to call Chris and let him know. And that's after she looked around the house and then called him. Right. But now we're hearing that she didn't come out of the house until about 6:20. What was she doing for 20 minutes? And if she called Chris at 6:03, then that puts them on the phone for 17 minutes before she went looking for Sebastian outside or anything. We do know for a fact that at 6:32 a.m. that Katie was driving around the neighborhood with her windows rolled up. So we know that. And Kathy Bartholomew, hello, Kathy. She says, hey, lady, I think a lot would probably depend on how long the person handling the trash had been at the job. It was pointed out by another creator it was an actual trash bag, in my opinion. So I'm glad you said that. So I did hear that there was allegedly the trash can, and then next to the trash can, there was a trash bag that was like loose next to the bin. and I think that's what you're talking about. So I did hear that, and I'm glad you said that because I failed to mention that. Because I was still again thinking about, how it gets picked up. But that would require, now if there's an extra bag, that would require the trash man to get out, or trash lady. I know, just bear with me. I'm going to call him a trash man probably. The trash person, to get out and, grab that bag and, hoist it over or throw it in the back or whatever. But typically they don't allow for things like that. Like, you have to fit everything in the bin, kind of like what Detroit was saying, that like you can't have extra trash. It all has to fit in the bin, type of a thing. That's my own experience when I used to pay for trash service and stuff. Um yes, they were. Detroit says Dolly and JLR were both recording and documenting everything at that time, allegedly. I remember watching it. CT was also there with the drone. Yeah, yeah. I remember that too. And I remember Dolly going so crazy about the light bulbs and how they weren't in. So then when we saw the house and the cameras being all around their house now when they weren't back then, that was a big red flag to me. So thank you again for bringing that up too. Rosebud says it's been my opinion that TBI knows something went on from the back of the house through the common area, hence the very special scanner they brought in days later. Yes, the Faro camera, or FARO camera. Yep, you could see it on the tripod. And that was day 5, if I'm not mistaken, Rosebud. Do you think she meant a lot of trash or a large amount? And it very well could have been. And again, if they had to pick up an extra bag of trash, then they would, you know, they would know that it's heavy, at least. Maybe that's what was reported. Or that there was more trash than usual, Veronica. Yeah, I mean, I can see that being the case. I love all this, and it is encouraging. Maybe, I guess, yeah, where's the accountability for the mother when 2.5 years plus later will she speak? Well, I know, Valley Gal. I'm right there with you. Like, I would like to see some more accountability from the beginning. I just can't believe they allowed for Sebastian to stay in that house, knowing that he's like telling them, I'm scared. Hello, I'm scared. Like, especially a boy that's 15. A lot of times they don't want to admit, that sort of thing. But the fact that he did, it's like, it's very unnerving. Thank you, Bo. I'm not depending on those who live in the house. I'm depending on LE and TBI to get to the bottom of this. Well, in Rosebud, the big thing in the lawsuits as well is that Seth wants them to do a new investigation, right? Like, get the case over to the FBI, right? Sumner County, give over all of the details that you have and let the big boys come in and handle it, So Kathy says, yes, lady, you usually have a person who rolls the can to the truck to be lifted. At least that's how our trash pickup works. I was wondering that too, Kathy, because I mean, you would have to really like get up and like close and it would be difficult to just kind of catch the trash and lift it, with the arms if there wasn't somebody guiding it. So that's a great point too. Yeah, Rose, but they need to do their darn job, I wish that all of these creators would come forward with what they have documented and truly help with this case. It would make me so sad and angry that they would withhold something so important. Yeah, and we've talked about that a lot here too, Detroit. I wish that we could get together and compare some notes. I think, and that's why I really wanted to go back and see what everybody was saying about it. And I was glad that someone had sent me these over, like Mandy's and then Sweetie Pilo's. There was 3 of hers. that were sent over to me. I didn't get to watch the third one, but I figured we can kind of go over these because, again, you know, we have a lot of good, smart creators out there that really are caring people. Like I believe Sweetie Pilo is. I believe there's a lot of us out there that just would really like to find him, but we're never going to get there if we do like, well, our team is over here and this team is over here and this team. We need to do Sebastian's team, right? We all need to join forces, and especially those who have been there in the beginning. But we have had a lot of people fall off, and then a lot of people that, you know, I mean, there's just been so much that has happened. So, but I agree. And that's why I really appreciated Astrology for Mystics with Jen, you know, our friend Jen, because when I went there for Pig Fest, that's what we did. You know, we were sitting there with our notebooks out, you know, well, I'm a notebook person more or less too. And we were writing and talking and comparing notes and, well, what about this? And really discussing, you know, the case. And so I would like to see a lot more of that. But then you have egos. And when Seth talks about egos with law enforcement, we have egos on these streets too that are, you know, they want it to be only about them and they want to be the one, you know, and there's no I in team except for in the a-hole. Okay. So, but yeah, I wish it was more collaborative or, you know, getting together. Because again, this is like I said, this is really good stuff. And Lauren talked to the neighbors. And so anybody that had like some interviews, even if it's written down and not recorded, I still think it's valid, even though I would like to hear a recording, right? I like to hear it straight from the horse's mouth. So that way I can gauge their tone and take that in for myself. But again, I do find Lauren to be a very credible source. And she's a mom too, you know, so I think that makes a great big difference, in my opinion, not to discriminate against dads.
Now, I don't think she's much said that part of the story, that she actually came outside of her home and she was frantic, I guess, you know, looking high and low for her son. Then she got into her vehicle, went over, I think, what was the school potentially. That's what it's believed anyway. She was only gone for about maybe, let's say, 10 minutes at most, maybe 5 to 10 minutes at most, came back. And from there, you know, it's odd to me. I think it was, what was it? The TB, hold on, let me double check before I say. I think it was the TBI, or we'll just say law enforcement. Law enforcement was not actually called until like, am I correct in saying it like 11? Let me double check. I don't want to say it wrong here, but I think it was like 11 o'clock. And at this point, you got to remember, this is like 6:30 in the morning. Then the biological dad, Seth Rogers, he gets a message from, I think it was Katie, at about 7:20 saying, you know, 911, can't find Sebastian, something like that.
Okay. Okay. That's okay. Let's do this. So we know now, and again, there's going to be stuff that, you know, now that we know that we didn't know then, right? Type of a thing. So, but we all know that whoopsie daisy, that Chris is the one that reached out to Seth around about 7:20 ish, right? And said, sent him a text 911. And then when Seth got to his phone around that 7:20 time, sorry, I forgot to mention that, you know, and again, this is the fucking hokey pokey. I'm sorry. You know, I've been real good about not swearing, but this is the hokey pokey shit I'm talking about. But you know, he gets a text, you know, initially 911, and then don't be mad, Sebastian's missing, right? When he calls Chris on the 911, and that was around, I think, 7:20 when he got, you know, finally got out of the jail, you know, from work.
Saying, you know, 911.
Because also don't forget that Seth can't take his cell phone in to the prison where he was working that night, right? He leaves it in his vehicle. So by the time he gets to his vehicle and he sees this 911 and gets a hold of Chris, he's like, oh, don't be mad, Sebastian's missing. Like, oh, you dope.
Can't find Sebastian, something like that. I'm pretty sure Chris, so the stepdad of Sebastian, he ends up coming back into town. Again, he was in Memphis working on this project. He comes back in at, I think, of around 1 p.m. All right. So what I know is, so a lot of people are speculating that maybe he vanished before the point that we know of, Monday morning, right? That's not actually possible at this point. Let me tell you why. Because he was seen on camera Friday afternoon at about 3 p.m., which would have been, right after school got out. He went, he checked the mail, went back into the house. Then he's seen on Saturday around, I want to say it was 6 something. It could have been after they got back from their dinner, because I guess they went, wait, was that on Saturday? You know what? No, it was on Saturday evening, but I can't say it was around a dinner time. But it was Saturday evening. He's observed skipping and hopping along, checks the mail, goes back in to the garage, and then goes probably back into the house.
Right. And we have that audio. Now, that is a piece that we do have on an audio. And what the neighbor says is that on Saturday, they left out the garage, down the driveway, took out for a little while, come back. We found out later that allegedly they were at Costco, and that's where the Optimism picture was taken, although that's also up for debate. But then when they come back from Costco, Sebastian goes to the front door, right? Katie lets him out before she pulls into the garage, and he goes to get into the front door, and he can't get in the front door, so he skips back into the garage. Okay, and I could probably find that also. Rosebud says, when did Chris and Katie call law enforcement in the morning? So there were a couple of different dispatch audios that were released, and there were a couple of different times. The reason I think that they called them around 6:38 a.m. is because of a couple reasons. One, what Lauren is saying here, that the neighbor said Katie was out about 6:20, asking where's Sebastian, talking to the neighbor, saying I can't find him, and then she pulls out, drives around the neighborhood. We see her at 6:32 on that camera, but she also at some point drives up to the school and comes back because she is caught on camera at the school. So that really leads me to believe that they probably did call the sheriff's department on three-way, and Katie muted herself at 6:38 a.m. It would just line up, more, in my opinion. Let me go and look for this audio really quick, and we'll just play.
Then on Sunday, so Sunday being the day before he disappears, he is observed taking the trash out pretty late at night. I can't remember if it was like 6 or 7, but it was somewhat late at night. I guess if you don't get your trash out early, you're gonna miss the opportunity. So the trash guy comes at like so early, and on that day he came at 5:12 a.m. What I understand, the only lights that were on were the garage lights. When Katie says that she put him to bed at 9 o'clock, the lights went out at exactly 9:08 p.m. Then at about 11:45, her light goes out, Katie's light. So the mother's. There is no, how she says that she hears like a shuffle or something around 10. There's no absolute proof of that happening as far as lights or anything go. So we don't know about that. But Chris, this person told me Chris was not seen the entire month of February. People observed Chris when he did come home that day, and the embrace that they had was really like It was powerful. It was the look of grief. It was the look of being scared. Now, let me tell you, not all this information I'm going to be giving you is good and sunshine and rainbows. Like some of it is not good. This was the better of what I heard. Okay. But I want to tell you everything. That way you can kind of get an idea and make up your own mind, for what you think happened. Because I'll tell you what, a lot of us are really stumped. One moment I'm like, this is so obvious. We know who did this. A kid doesn't just disappear. But then in the next moment, it's like, well, what happened? Like, this is bizarre. And to answer Holly's question, hey, Holly, did he have his glasses? Yes, supposedly his glasses and his flashlight are among the things that are missing. Supposedly. Okay, so I want to tell you this next thing that happened. Just a second. All right, so for about a week to follow his disappearance, Katie had his hat, his shoes, and a blanket on the front porch. And one morning she was observed coming out the door, leaning over the railing and screeching Sebastian's name and crying and like screaming like crazy, like Sebastian, like a mother would act. Law enforcement came to each of the neighbors' homes, searched their entire home, their attic, their drain pipes. There was multiple dogs. Law enforcement on horseback for 7 straight days. Law enforcement was in and out of the Proudfoot home for probably the first couple weeks. It's so confusing. Like, this is crazy. That's all I can say. Their backyard is fenced with about a 4-foot tall plus, fence that would be difficult to get over. I asked if law enforcement had come into Chris and Katie's home and done like a full forensics investigation, like with luminol and all that. And I was told that they've taken photos, and you probably heard this part because I think it has been said elsewhere. They've taken photos all around the home, like every square inch. I don't think that they've done the whole luminol thing yet. They were in the attic. They took photos of every square inch of the home, exterior, etc. And then I said, people are uneasy with the changing story of Katie and how she heard rummaging at 10-ish, p.m. And I was told that is the exact same story that was said day one. So if mom is BSing here, she has stayed extremely consistent with her story, which is interesting. One detail that she hasn't mentioned, though, was, like I was saying, the point where she does run outside, where she does get in her vehicle and she runs, goes and explores the neighborhood to see if she can find him. So it's like, what happened? This is crazy. But I want to tell you, what was observed was the living room light on, the garage light on. There was a door that was open. And I think it was open for a long period of time. Could that have been the entrance for, now I'm just going to be hypothetical here, okay? For somebody to come in, if this was some sort of a staged, manufactured, whatever, who knows? I want to tell you, Sebastian.
All right, guys. So I'm going to replay that part again. And I'm sorry, I was looking for that clip that I have. But I want to play that part again because this is where they're alleging that there was some lights on as well as some doors that were open.
This is crazy, but I want to tell you, what was observed was the living room light on.
Okay, living room light on.
The garage light on.
The garage light on.
There was a door that was open.
There was a door that was open, right? But remember, there is a door to, if you're standing looking at their garage door, immediately to the left, there is a man door, like Katie would call it, right? Or a door where it's just a regular door. It's not the garage door, but it is a door, kind of like a back door, right next to the garage.
And I think it was open for a long period of time.
And she says she thinks it was open for a long period of time. Now, I can relate to her size because it pains us, right? It pains me to think that, you know, his mother had anything to do with this or anything. But if the door was open, which door was it? How long was it open for? And was anybody seen, you know, entering or exiting this door that was allegedly open?
Could that have been the entrance for, now I'm just going to be hypothetical here, okay? For somebody to come in, you know, if this was some sort of a staged, manufactured, whatever, who knows? I want to tell you, Sebastian was born with fluid that surrounds his brain. It's on the, I think it's the right side, bilateral side of his brain. With any impact of significance, it would end his life. Okay. It's a very, very sensitive issue, his head, as far as any, you know, situation goes where he's in a physical, whether it's like a physical altercation or something, it could easily end his life. So that's one thing that really stood out to me, that, you know, let's just say if a parent got really pissed and they reacted out of anger, that he's very much on the brink of not being here, you know, if somebody got angry enough to do something. All right. So they have a PIN code lock on the front door and garage door. There is one door that doesn't have either a PIN code lock or anything, for obvious reasons. I'm not, I do know which door that is, but I'm not going to say here because, you know, it is what it is. Supposedly, the scent of Sebastian ends at a construction site and then into that retention pond area. I asked if maybe, is it possible that he could have gone out a window? And I was told that when this person was in the home, all screens were on the windows. There was one window that used to be easily opened, but since the new, you know, owners came in, Katie and Chris, it's not so much anymore, and it's now blocked off from being utilized. So screens are covering both the bottom and the top windows, because that was my first instinct. Well, did he go out a window? What's the deal here? It's very confusing. Sebastian's bedroom is not on the back of the house. It's actually on the front of the home. So if he were to dip out, he could walk right through that front door, but there would have been a record of it. And who knows, maybe that record, you know, exists and law enforcement has it, I'm sure.
Well, and this is where I get confused too, because she's saying that, you know, if it was the front door, then there would have been, you know, a log of that. And so that's why I'm confused as to why people think it's the front door. But maybe she'll say some more in here.
Right. From what I understand, people who have come into contact with Sebastian, they say he's very kind, very well-mannered, helpful kid. Maybe a touch of awkwardness, just like, you know, most any other kid, really, you know, especially if they have like if they're on the spectrum, there's a possibility that could be the case, right? I asked if there's any new people in the neighborhood. No, nothing of note. There's actually a sheriff that lives right close to there. So it's even...
Right, and we all know that that's Chris Carr, in my opinion.
Extra secure in that regard. Does mom park in garage regularly, I asked. Yes, always. Mom always parks in the garage. Chris has a big truck. It doesn't fit in the garage. His RV was with him the whole time. So Chris, he was gone. He was out of this equation. Again, I say, with a very well orchestrated, planned, collaborated effort, I feel like people can pull off almost anything, right? But the question is, why would they? I found out today, by the way, that the bio dad has life insurance on Sebastian. I thought that was a little, I mean, not that that's, yeah, some people have life insurance on their kids. But that just struck me as just a little bit odd, just something to note, okay? I'm just giving you the facts I know. So I asked, do you think TBI is eyeing mom? And As of now, not according to this person, I'm just reading according to this person. It has been said they took her in, questioned her, everything. She said the first day, and she said continuously that she's just been racking her brain to see what she's missed. I don't know. People were asked. So law enforcement went door to door. Like I said, they were searching attics, everything, crawl spaces, pipes, drainage, whatever. They were asked, was there ever anything strange or weird going on over here? Any inappropriate parties, activities, any bruising, anything? And they said no, nothing that they could see. But, our neighbors don't know everything about us. Our friends don't know everything about us. Our family even sometimes doesn't know everything about us. So could something be missed? Of course. But the possibility I saw in this was the one, what's the right word? Like the one thing, the one variable, how about that? Is that she parks her car in the garage. That light was on the entire night. So if the light to the garage was on the entire night, I feel like could that suggest that, again, with a very well-planned plan, you would keep lights on. You would want everything to stay exactly as it should be so you could carry out what it is you want to carry out. So it looks, so by the outside, right, from the outsider looking in, everything looks unassuming and just normal. That's what makes me wonder, you guys, is that whole garage situation. Is there more to it? Katie is trained in MMA. She can whoop some ass if she wants to. Just going to throw that out there. Let me see. Supposedly, and you've probably heard this, but supposedly Sebastian is really scared of Chris. And I think if you've seen interviews, right, already at this point, it's very obvious that Chris has a way of maybe he's just super brash. How can I put it? An a-hole, like whatever you want to say, fill in the blanks. But would he have reason to take, Sebastian out of the equation? Now, from what I understand, and gosh, I don't know if I should say this. There had been an ultimatum a while back because I don't want to go deeper than that at this moment. Hope you guys understand. If they are completely innocent of this, I don't want to pile on to the stress they have. But is it still fishy? It's very fishy, guys. Like a kid doesn't just disappear in the middle of the night. That's not normal. When I get up in the morning to get my kids ready for school, when I walk into their room, I expect to see them every single day. So kids don't, in my opinion, kids don't just disappear in the night. So this spot or this spotting, guys, it is nerve-wracking doing live streams. I should just tell you that ahead of time. This foreign car that was spotted in the neighborhood around 3 a.m. Is there more to that story? That's what I wonder. And these lights, the lights that are seen a great distance from each other, then they sort of like come together a bit, and then that is fishy. So I say again, with a planned execution, right, you can make a lot of things happen. And in this case, I wonder if there was a third party involved. That's honestly what I wonder. I don't know. This is really something. I'm going to read some of your guys' comments because I got to know what you're thinking too. It's a perplexing case. It is absolutely bizarre. Yeah, guys, say what you want here. You're free to speak. Yes, Donna has looked into this. Yeah. I really wish she would do something publicly on it, but she's not at this time. I'll just say it's not so good. But then, like many of you probably see the interviews and then you go, no, it seems like they're telling the truth at certain points, right? That's the hard part, is it's very fishy 1 minute, and then all of a sudden it seems to sort of make sense. Like I said, one of the people I talked to was saying, you know, I looked for it. I looked for the car in the night. I looked for all this stuff. I didn't see anything of suspicion. All that was on the surveillance was exactly what was talked about from her end of the story, from Katie's end of the story. Yeah. Oh yeah, Mrs. Clem, for sure. There's a lot to know, absolutely. The thing is there's this precious 15-year-old. He's out there somewhere. Where did he go? Who was he with? You know, let's just say if it wasn't the parents, was he groomed by somebody? Let's say on the school bus, that he would ride the school bus to school. So
yeah, and I think, you know, this is a good point, but I will say that I just don't think that that's the case now. With the door being open, that would maybe make a little bit of sense, but then again, for no one to be caught on camera. Hello, Sabi, good to see you. You know, for someone, in my opinion, to not see Sebastian but see a black cat, for instance, it does cause me concern. Hello, Cassie Roku, good to see you. I wonder why Sebastian could not get in the front door on Sunday. He tried, but he had to go back through the garage. Could they have changed the code? See, I'm looking for that clip, Cassie, because I know I'm that's what I'm looking for, and I remember it being said, and I can't find it for some reason. I'm like, when did I put that up there? But yeah, so I'm confused about that too.
It is really hard to know what happened here. Now, I think certain people could absolutely tell us, but they're not talking right now. All right, let's see. Yeah, he comes across as a tyrant to a lot of people. He seems quick to anger. He really has it out for a lot of YouTube creators, I'm noticing. And you know what? If I was in his position and if I really hadn't done anything, I would probably be really annoyed, but that wouldn't be my number one focus. My number one focus would be to find my stepson. And
that's 100% correct, right? I mean, and it has remained Chris's focus, and he's been, absolutely nasty and very defensive. And if he doesn't have anything to be defensive on, then he should, come out and say, you guys got it wrong, but don't do what he's done, in my opinion.
I know you guys agree. It wouldn't be, what are, the Facebook groups saying about me? It would be, how can I get out there? How can I let enough people know today that this is my stepson? He needs to be found. His mom and I are missing him. His biological dad's missing him. His friends, everybody misses him. We got to find him. But instead, it's like, how does he have time to go online and talk, shoot the breeze with people? That's crazy. Yeah, 5 times married. He's on his 5th wife. Yeah, crazy. I know. Let me see. I've got a list of these wives too. There was an interview last night, and I think it was last night. It was either last night or really early this morning. And he listed off all the ex-wives. Said there's Vanessa, Stephanie, Rachel, Nina. He has a biological child, I think, with Nina, and they live in New Mexico. He has some sort of a case going in New Mexico. Then he was asked about, what was it, CPS, and has CPS ever visited him? And he said that this case with Sebastian is one of them, but also there was another time, I think there was 2 others, if I remember correctly. There was one time that Sebastian might have gotten disciplined or something, and then he ended up telling somebody, maybe a teacher, I don't know. And what is it? Child Protective Services came to the home, then interviewed, I guess, the family, and that was the extent of that, he claims. But then also in New Mexico, I think he has a case there as well, if I'm remembering this correctly. It's crazy. Now, another thing that I found a little bit odd was that he doesn't allow his daughter, his biological, so this is stepdad, okay? Sebastian's stepdad, Chris, doesn't allow his biological daughter to be around Sebastian. I don't know why that is. And I respect the fact that he's not going to talk about it, but I still wonder, why is that? What would the problem be? From what I see and from what I hear, he's a gentle, sweet kid.
Exactly. And also from what I've heard and what I've seen from Sebastian, he is as well. Now, of course, we all have our moments. We all have bad days. So I'm not going to discount that. But also, it's been said by Seth that Chris's daughter looks at Sebastian like a big brother, because that's, you know, how kids are. You know, if Sweetie Pilo said the neighbor said she saw it, I would most definitely believe Sweetie Pilo. She's been always been credible. I agree with that, Cassie, and that's why I figured I would play her, even though we don't hear the audio in this one, I don't think. But I do have another one that I wanted to share, because I was like, ooh, this one too. And then I have a third one that I wanted to go over from Sweetie Pilo as well, that was sent to me. So I agree, because I was kind of going back and forth. Should I show this? You know, it's based on her notes, but she seems like she was taking really good notes, and I do find her to be very credible. And hello, Crazy Bird. Good to see you, hon. Thanks for being here. But I'm looking for that. So I'm sorry. Bear with me, guys. I'm still looking.
Why would you kind of, I don't know, keep him away from your daughter? Is there something more that maybe we don't know that they're not talking about? Is there hidden abuse that nobody really knows about yet, that hasn't surfaced? Now, I do know that Katie has alcohol problems in the past. I don't know about now, but alcoholism is definitely a problem. Possibly bipolar in the family. I don't know if she's directly, you know, somebody that has bipolar disorder, but oh, thank you, Cindy. You're sweet. Yeah. Like I said, it's a bit nerve-wracking, guys, to do live streams. There is no dress rehearsal for these. You just go out and you deliver. So I apologize if it's all over the place, but I'm just trying to make sense of everything I've heard up to now, relay it to you guys. And that way you kind of know, you know, does this add up? Does this not add up? Because it is extremely mysterious. What do you guys make of those lights, though? I know a lot of people are disregarding them and kind of saying, well, I think it's probably just a sensor that went off. But to me, it's actually like flashlights that they're moving. You can't just disregard moving lights, can you? Thank you, Christina. Christina Marie. You hit my kid with a belt, and yeah, what she's referring to is Chris admitted in the most recent live stream that he one time, I think, hit Sebastian with a belt. So I'll tell you what, if I was married to somebody that I didn't have kids with and I had my own, right, in a step parent situation, there'd be no touching my babies. It just wouldn't work.
Nope.
So I'm surprised that she's given him that, I guess, authority. That's very surprising to me. The lights are extremely important. Yes, Brenda, the lights are extremely important. I agree. It is very confusing, Jam. Very. Let me see if there's some more important stuff here. Okay, this is weird. Supposedly there are cameras inside of their home. Okay, that's what I heard anyway. But then there's no further explanation. If there's cameras in the home, then why don't we know what happened to Sebastian? It'd be real fish flavored if those like got disconnected.
Okay, so right here, Lauren, excuse me, Lauren said that would be real fish flavored, right? Fishy, if those were disconnected. And that is in the filing as well, guys. And we're going to get into that too. We're just piecing everything out. But, you know, that is what's listed in the filing as well about these cameras and Katie working for Brinks Home Security and why those cameras were not working coincidentally the night that Sebastian went poof. You know, it's just, there's no way on God's green earth that I'm believing that crap.
Right. Kind of like in the Suzanne Morphew case, right? In the garage where the cameras were unhooked, the whole surveillance system to the house was unhooked. But again, you know, cameras in the home, well, that should tell the story already. If he came out of his room to exit the home, there would be a record of that. Who knows? Maybe TBI has it. Hell if I know. I don't know. Has the mom been questioned without stepdad? That's the thing, you guys. It does seem, and again, I say I'm all over the place. You're going to have to excuse me for that. It does seem like he talks for her, on behalf of her, an awful lot. Now, could that be because she's in a great deal of, you know, duress, stress, she's worried about her baby? Or is it because it's easier to let somebody talk for you if you've done something nefarious? Yeah, I don't know. There's no way my boyfriend would ever hit my children. He'd be gone. I'd call the police on him. So would I. Yeah, that wouldn't happen. And I know it's easy for us all to sit here and criticize parents and stuff. You know how hard it is to be a parent. We all do. It is the most thankless job in the world, but the most important. And it's hard. So I understand that sometimes we're going to make mistakes. We're going to say things we shouldn't or do things that we shouldn't. But here we're talking about a missing kid that is unaccounted for, hasn't been seen in over 3 weeks, mysterious lights, a mysterious car in the neighborhood. The one thing that occurs to me is like, is this a third party thing? Right? Third party meaning, could somebody have hired this out if they really wanted it to happen? I know that Sebastian was about to go live pretty soon, I think after this semester, if I'm not mistaken, with his biological dad, who's in Clarksville, Tennessee. So he would no longer be, Seth, the dad, would no longer be paying Katie child support. Could that have impacted anything? I don't know. Does that have any bearing in this story that he was about to no longer live with his mom and stepdad? But again, why would a mom or a stepdad want to do anything, nefarious because the son's leaving? There's got to be information we don't know, and understandably so. We're not going to know everything, not for a while. But supposedly, according to what I know so far, all three have basically been cleared. So Chris has, Katie has, and Sebastian's biological dad, Seth, has. It's just they're not coming out and saying it. And I don't know why they're not coming out to say it. It would honestly reduce a lot of speculation and insanity that's going on if they would just be honest. But maybe they're also digging deep into the details, trying to figure out what really happened here. All right. Hey, criminal gossiper with Elsie. Thank you for all the details. I hope he will be found safe. Yeah.
Yes, Sabby Gamer. So Sebastian was reported missing on February 26th, 2024 at about 6:38 a.m. He was last seen at the Texas Roadhouse, publicly leaving the Texas Roadhouse parking lot with his mother, Katie, around 6:30 p.m. the night before, February 25th, 2026. So Thank you. And I'm sorry, I'm in this other screen looking.
I hope so.
Looking for this footage that this audio that we have.
Too. And guys, back to the fluid that surrounds his brain. To me, that's a really big deal. If with any impact on this precious boy's head, it could kill him. So let's say for a moment you are acting out of anger. Not that I don't think a lot of people would ever strike their kid, but I'm just saying, it happens. That could kill him. Could kill him. It's very scary to imagine. Cindy Collins says stepdad and mom have not been cleared. So they haven't technically been cleared in front of the public. But behind the scenes, supposedly, TBI has told them that they're not finding anything. So you would have to pull off one hell of a seriously slick operation to not be detected yet by TBI, by local law enforcement. This is crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Another thing I'll tell you too, while we're here, is that supposedly Chris was really upset when he found out that Katie had taken a polygraph test. He got mad and was concerned about the fact that she had taken one, even though she supposedly passed. But I was also told that, narcissistic people, and a person I talked to claims that that's the type of personality she has.
Oh, definitely. I think Chris and Katie are both narcissistic. And I find it interesting to hear that Chris was upset with Katie for taking the polygraph. I find that very interesting, right? Why would he be upset with her for doing that? Why wouldn't you just take one if you didn't have anything to hide, in my opinion?
That they could pass lie detectors, that they're the types that can lie straight to your face and you'll believe it. Could that
right? And they believe their own lies. They'll lie straight to your face and you'll believe them because they're so believable, because they believe their own lies. And when somebody believes their own lies, they don't have the physiological reactions that the polygraph looks for, right? A lie detector doesn't detect lies. What it does, it detects your heart, your change in your heart rate. It detects deviations from your baseline. And so if somebody doesn't have that reaction and they're not worried, they're not nervous, nothing is causing them to be stressed during the lie, and they just believe their own lies, then it's not going to faze them, and they could pass the polygraph.
Could that make the whole Chris talking on behalf of her make more sense?
Oh, yeah.
Right? If she just lets him talk for her and she appears as the grieving mom, I don't know. Like I said, guys, I'm in an awkward position. I don't want to make their lives harder if they truly are innocent. But I also don't want to sit here and say that people are blameless, because I just don't know. I know what Donna says she saw, and it's different. That's all I'm going to say. Yeah, again, no shoes. No shoes. Who's going to leave their home with no shoes in the middle of the night? Could there have been a handover with the lights? Right? You're carrying a person, hand them over. That person then takes them into a vehicle and exits the neighborhood. I don't know. Could he still be in the house? That's the thing, is you got to think of the whole, putrefaction? The whole, when your body starts to break down, right? That would stink really bad if he was in the house. I can't think of a way you could really get away with doing that unless he was encased in some sort of concrete or they dug really deep. I don't see it. Doesn't mean it's not possible, though. I mean, look at Tylee and JJ in Chad Daybell's backyard. He was able to carry that out for 8 months or so? have them in the backyard? That's crazy. Yeah, I don't see how he's still alive unless he is seriously being held somewhere by a third party. Again, though, why? Why would?
And I do think that that's a valid question. Why? I do. Hello, Mandy. Hey, good to see you. Girl, you rocked it on your video. So I had to show your video earlier because I was like, this is exactly what we've been talking about. And I'm like running around trying to find all these clips. And I'm like, oh my gosh, this is awesome. So thank you so much for that too, Mandy. Because I mean, you were just spot on, girl, with that. And, it was everything we were talking about. And again, guys, I've kind of flip-flopped and I can't just look at one scenario, right? Otherwise I'd be just as bad as Craddock, right? I'm operating under the assumption of blah, 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 and it's like, no, you don't do that, right? So looking at everything, but I really do believe in my heart that Sebastian could be out there. And, especially with the CPS involvement and knowing that they all knew. That's the big thing that makes me think that he could be being hidden somewhere. I mean, that's what I believe.
How did this happen?
Not that I'm not saying that Chris's actions and the time, that Sebastian's been missing for so long, that doesn't factor in for me. Because it does. But I also want to explore every option and keep everything open.
Donna L., to answer your question, I just don't want to speak on behalf of her. We'll just say impact to head, okay? Read between the lines. Impact to head. That was what was sensed. If Katie is an MMA fighter, I'm sure she's probably very strong. Heck yeah. And she was in the military for a number of years. Yeah, a lot of people get the Letitia Stout vibes as well. I know. Guys, real quick while you're in there, would you please do me a favor? Hit that like button. If you could do that, that would help with the algorithm so much. What kind of questions do you guys have that maybe I could answer while I'm here? Your son is missing. You call dad. I know that part is so fishy. Like she called him like an hour after she knew he was missing. I think that's quite a while. And what I'm referring to, if you guys are new here. So Xtina Marie is saying, no way your son is missing. You call dad, period. No way. Mom figures out, I think around 6:20, 6:30, she runs outside. Okay. To say to people outside, neighbors and stuff, I can't find Sebastian anywhere. But the text message does not go out to Sebastian's bio dad until like 7:20. That's like an hour later. That's a really long time. And why in that moment, instead of saying, I can't find Sebastian, wouldn't she have wondered first, did maybe Sebastian's bio dad have him? Well, could that have been a possibility in that moment? But why wasn't that explored? And who knows? It could have been that we don't know that, right? But I just wonder, did she say, hey, did you come pick him up or something? He's missing. I can't find him. His flashlight's gone. His shoes are here. His phone is here. His glasses are gone. So at this point.
Well, and this is another thing that makes me wonder about why Sebastian would still have his glasses. And this is another thing that I think about, right? Because obviously you guys all know how I feel about it. I don't feel like Sebastian would have made it far without his shoes. I also don't think that there was a handoff because I don't think they would have taken his shoes off. I think they forgot about the shoes. I think that he did make it home in that case and that his shoes were off because he takes his shoes off when he goes inside. Okay, so again, but with the glasses, if Sebastian was, if he went to bed, right, then he would have taken his glasses off and maybe put them on his bedside table or wherever he lies his glasses. Sometimes people fall asleep with their glasses on too. But again, that's kind of why I believe that Sebastian is out there too, is because he has his glasses. So did they send him off with his glasses? But I mean, they forgot his shoes. So just something to consider.
Point though, when you think of all those little factoids there, he left with no shoes on. Bio Dad talks about him being a young kid and stepping into an ant pile and getting, I guess, just attacked by fire ants. So he's always been really good about having his shoes on when he's outside. And when he's inside, he takes his shoes off. Like a lot of people, have as their, standard way of going about being in your house. Like you take your shoes off at the door. That's how we did it in Hawaii. I'm not great about that anymore in this house, but years ago when we lived in Hawaii, that was just how it was. And I don't know if it stems a lot from Asian culture or whatever, but a lot of people, that's how they do it. They take their shoes off at the door, leave them there. We all want to ask, what did Donna say? That's the thing, guys. I wish she would just talk about it, but there was an indication that there was impact, potentially. Like she did not go full into a read, but that is what flashed in her mind. I hope that makes sense, guys. I'm sorry I have to be so vague. I don't want to put her in a position, And I don't know that she saw much more than that, just so you know. Let's see. Seth was working and got off at 7 a.m. He got the message at 7:20 and was at the mom's house by 8. Yeah. So he hauled ass from Clarksville to Hendersonville in that, 40-minute span to go be there for his ex-wife. I feel bad for Bio Dad. You can tell that that Sebastian is a huge part of his life. And now he's missing his baby. It's terrible.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
All right.
Well
there was
said.
one other thing I was going to read you guys. It was a synopsis. Oh, hold on a second. Let me find it. Oh, yeah. It was, if you haven't seen the Nancy Grace interview with Seth Rogers, the Bio Dad of Sebastian, I'm going to read this to you. And you can always go listen after this, okay? So Katie says she called her husband 3 minutes, her husband being Chris, the stepdad, 3 minutes in when she couldn't find Sebastian in the house, but changed it in a different interview, saying that she drove around outside. Again, I told you that was confirmed. The whole driving around outside was confirmed by somebody who definitely knows the facts. Katie told Seth when she woke up Monday morning, he wasn't in his room. When Seth was off work, he had missed calls and texts from Chris, which I think it's kind of odd that, is that right? That Chris was the one that texted Seth instead of Katie? Maybe he did. Okay. Seth received the messages around 6:20 a.m., but he got the messages at 7:20 in his truck. He was there at 8 a.m. Home was clean, no forced entry signs, nothing stolen as far as he knows, no motion sensor lights on the home. From his understanding, Katie put him to bed Sunday night. Sorry, guys. Let me drink a little water. All right. Sebastian is in the Why We Try program, where they get a little extra time and a little less questions. Sebastian is smart, likes to control his environment, likes routine, likes things in a certain order. Seth isn't sure what his reaction would be talking to a stranger. So let's just say if some weirdo on the bus or in one of these moments where he is away from mom, if mom and stepdad really did have nothing to do with it, like could somebody have sought him out, groomed him, that kind of thing? Could he have been talking to somebody like on the bus? I just keep thinking bus for some reason, if that's even a possible scenario. So yeah, Seth says he isn't sure what his reaction would be talking to a stranger. But if somebody gets to know him really well, I'm sure he would feel pretty comfortable, just from what I pick up. Seth verifies Sebastian was alive and well on Thursday. And here I am to say he was alive and well even up to Sunday night. Anything after 9 p.m., I think it was 9:08 p.m. on Sunday night, is all a big question mark. Even after, 3:10 specifically is a huge question mark when those lights were seen. I just think there's more to the lights. I don't know why. I just do.
Yeah, I would have to agree with that. And I think that this is where we can break off, and I will show you guys. I finally found it. My goodness, I thought I was never going to find it. And I said, did I put it on a short? So I apologize. I've been ignoring you guys. And thank you for the floating jewels, guys. You guys are so amazing. I really, really appreciate you guys. I hope I didn't miss anything like a chat or anything like that. And of course, anybody that ever sends like a Venmo or a Cash App, I don't check them very, very often. But if you ever do that, just know that it's very much appreciated. So thank you for that. Let's go ahead and switch over to this. So, because I want you guys to listen. This is so interesting to me. And again, this is, tying into Sweetie Pilo. So where's our, okay, here we go. Sorry. I just want to make sure I have that there. And let me just make that bigger. Okay, here we go. And let me push play. We got to put the volume up.
Listen to what the Proudfoot's neighbor said she's seen prior to Sebastian's disappearance.
You guys saw on your camera.
Right after school on Friday. Okay. On my video, about somewhere around 3 o'clock, get the mail on Friday. Okay. Then they evidently had been out on Saturday because she comes home, she pulls up. He jumps out of the car and he gets the mail, and while she's pulling into the garage, he's skipping and he looks happy and he's running up to the front door, but then he doesn't go in the front door and he skips back down the sidewalk and into the garage, but looks really happy. I did not visually see him on Friday with the camera, Sunday with my camera, but that was when I asked my husband asked the police, did you see who took that trash down? Was that Sebastian? And they said yes, because in this neighborhood, if you want your trash picked up on Monday morning, you got to take it down there Sunday sometime.
Okay, guys. So again, she says, Sebastian got off the school bus. He got in the door on Friday. Then on Saturday, they left out together, in Katie's Infiniti SUV. They left out for a little while. When they came back, she let Sebastian out. He went and checked the mail, excuse me, and then he was skipping back up to the front door. He couldn't get in the front door. So then he skipped back in and then went in through the garage door, like the big garage door. Excuse me. And so I'd like to play that again, but then she's also saying that you couldn't tell who it was taking out the trash again. So just bear with me on that.
She's seen prior to Sebastian's disappearance.
You guys saw on your camera.
Right after school on Friday. Okay. On my video, about somewhere around 3 o'clock, get the mail on Friday. Okay. Then,
okay, so about 3 o'clock on Friday, Sebastian grabs the mail.
They evidently had been out on Saturday because she comes.
They evidently had been out on Saturday because
home. She pulls up.
Katie pulls up. They come home. She pulls up.
He jumps out of the car.
Sebastian jumps out of the car.
He gets the mail, and
he gets the mail.
While she's pulling into the garage.
And while she's pulling into the garage,
he's skipping, and he looks happy. And
he's skipping, and he looks happy.
Running up to the front door, but then
and he goes running up to the front door, but then
he doesn't go in the front door.
He doesn't go in the front door. But why didn't he go in the front door? could he not get in with his code to the front door?
He skips back down the sidewalk
So he skips back down the sidewalk. You know, they have that little walk.
and into the garage.
And he goes in through the garage.
Looks really happy.
But she keeps reiterating that he looks really happy. Okay. So Saturday must have been a good day. She keeps reiterating that he's skipping, he's happy, right? We don't typically skip if we're not happy.
I did not visually see him on Friday
She says she did not visually see him on Friday
with the camera,
Sunday. And then she backtracks and she goes, I mean Sunday. So she didn't see him on Sunday on camera.
with my camera, but that was when I asked my husband asked the police, did you see who took that trash down?
And her husband asked the police, did you see who took that trash down, right? Like down the driveway. And her husband's in the background saying, yeah.
That's Sebastian. And they said yes.
And then they said yes. Now that does coincide and correlate. Yes, Cassie, I'm thinking they might have changed the code because he couldn't get in. So he's like, oh well, didn't think anything of it. So he just goes, I'm going to go in through the garage, right? But yeah, her husband's sitting there and saying, yeah, we asked about the, could you guys see Sebastian on there? And the police told her yes, but that coincides with what the police also told Chloe and Heather when, and I'm referring to Sonny Weatherford. He said that he saw Sebastian at 6:30 taking out the trash, but we know that couldn't have been 6:30 because that's what time they were leaving the Texas Roadhouse. So he couldn't possibly be caught on camera at the Texas Roadhouse where we can absolutely definitively see that that's Sebastian and pulling out at that time if Sonny Weatherford and these other officers are saying that it was 6:30 at night. It had to have been more like 6:45, 7 o'clock at night, right? Because it's about a 15-minute drive, give or take, roughly. And I see, you're not derailing at all, Spirit Seeker Squad. I saw your comment. Yeah, definitely send it to me. It is so sad. It is so sad. Yeah, and we're just kind of trying to go over all of these little bits and pieces here because there's so much of it, I feel like I would make a 2-hour video just based on like Chris's alibi, right? Because I wanted to pull in like the different creators that went to the that went to the scene and went to Chris's work, so hey Gabby, Mandy, everything helps and I'm so glad you were here to help. Yes, me too, Detroit. Exactly. Been trying to focus on being here and supporting Lady. Thanks. Thank you, Detroit. Yeah, I know it's hard. And, I have long lives too. Oh my gosh. I just do like the longest lives. So yeah, it's just so interesting. Great. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mandy. That's awesome. I wanted to show you guys this though, because again, you can't nobody really even knows what the heck has happened here. It's like, but I'm wondering if they changed that code. Like, why couldn't he get in to the garage? I'm just wondering that.
In this neighborhood,
Or excuse me, the front door, and why he had to go through the garage.
if you want your trash picked up on Monday morning, you got to take it down there Sunday sometime.
All right. And again, that is Sweetie Pilo, and she said that exact thing. This is why I find her to be so credible, because she reiterated that exact thing. Like, if you want your trash picked up, you got to make sure it's down there when they come. I know. I know, Mandy. I need to do more day shows. I know, I do, because I know it's like so late night. And then here we are in the wee hours of the morning because we're watching these things, and I'm like, oh, I got one more video. I got to show you guys this clip, you know. But so much has come, so much had come out in the beginning. Like I never saw the neighbors' statements about any of this stuff that they were talking about, in terms of like Sebastian, and what he was going through with Mr. Chris over there. That was all like, you know, that I heard through the grapevine, but never really heard it or saw it from anybody posting stuff. And when I saw it posted, I was like, oh my gosh, this is really interesting. Let me go ahead and we're going to play a little bit more of Sweetie here. Lauren, Sweetie Pilo. And more of her kind of recounting what she knows and what she talked about as well. Here we go. I don't want to do the chat replay. There we go.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. It's great to see so many familiar names in the chat, and know that you're here for Sebastian. It's unbelievable what's happened here, guys. Who in the world?
Oh, and I also wanted to tell you guys, I'm not muted. No, I'm not muted. I also wanted to tell you guys now this live is going to be from March 28th, right? So it's going to be a few days after the one that we just watched, and she's coming back up and she's like, wow, I can't believe this. You know, this is wild.
Who in the world is going to leave town when their child is missing?
Uh-oh. And this is where, you know, Chris and Katie left town. I do have some text messages I wanted to show you guys with this also. So I'm going to have to make another video. Yes, I'm like a sucker for, I'm a night owl. So I'm a sucker for the, you know, night times too, because it's so quiet, you know, nobody's mowing out there making noise. So yes.
I'll wait. Can you think of anybody who does that? Besides Trezell and Jacqueline, Letitia Stout.
Oh.
Remember Barry Morphew even left his residence. He sold his home and left that area when Suzanne Morphew went missing.
Yes, he did. And you know what's also interesting is that when Chris says, oh, he's just a child. Oh, that gave me Letitia Stout vibes like you wouldn't believe.
Guilty people typically leave when they've got the missing loved one that left from that home, allegedly left from that home, right? This is not normal. Especially when you look at a mother like Riley Strain's mother and how grief-stricken she was when she'd get up there with, you know, the other loved ones and stuff. And you could just see the grief on her face.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it.
Okay, yeah, and I mean, I would have to agree here. My heart went out to Riley's mom. I mean, they were there, you know, they had, I think it was like a 6 or 8 hour drive, and they were like, boom, there, right? And they were looking for Riley. They didn't stop, you know, they had made comments about, you know, the boys, you know, and I guess there were girls and stuff there too for that conference they were at. Or they went to Nashville for, and they were upset that they weren't looking. I mean, you know, they were acting just, you know, as you would expect, in my opinion.
These people are pretenders, 100% pretenders.
Oh.
And I don't know how it's not clear and evident to everybody, but it's not. Now, I must admit, last week when I made my first video on this case, I was not 100% sold on their guilt. It just wasn't. Just because weird stuff can happen, you know, as we know, things that you'd never imagine to take place do. So when I kind of investigated and talked to different sources and got the full picture of what they were telling me, it was kind of like, okay, I wasn't 100% sold of their guilt though. Like not 100%. After the Nancy Grace interview, forget about it. Forget about it. It was so clear to me, like, Who in the hell is going to lie when they have a missing child? Who has time for that? Can anybody tell me who has time to lie when their child is missing? Because I can't think of it. Like, your child's missing and you're gonna go on Nancy Grace. And was it, let's just say, let's play devil's advocate here. Were they maybe worried about how Nancy Grace was going to view them? Like, if they did tell the truth, is that why they lied? Like, about the CPS stuff, maybe about her hearing a thud, just these different things that happen. Like, was that maybe the reason? Or is it just the fact that they're trying to cover up? Remember, we lie when we have something to cover.
Oh, I mean, 100,000%. And that's the whole thing that kind of makes all of us side eye, right? We're like, wait a minute, if they're lying about something little, then they're going to lie about something, big, right? And it makes us not trust them. And oh my gosh, Mandy, I didn't know it'd been that long since you've been live. Oh my gosh, because I'm always liking your posts and stuff like that, or I'll leave a comment sometimes. I'm definitely going to go check it out because it's about piecing it all together. Mandy says, same, I've been trying to piece all of it together. Went live last night for the first time in over 10 months, and it was almost 6 hours. But we ran through so much good info in Sebastian's case. Yeah, and you always are so good at paying attention to detail and everything. I'm definitely going to play the 2 that you sent me tomorrow because I know I won't get through it tonight. But those look really, really good in terms of like what we've been talking about and pulling it all together. Because there was just so much out there. And I feel like they did that on purpose in a way where they were just like giving us all this information and then they would like change it. And then we would be like, wait, they changed it. Then we're going back and, picking that apart and putting it together. And it's like, what the heck, So too many smart people that pay attention and we don't give an inch and will dissect every move you make. We are watching you and your lies will be brought to light. Yes, exactly, Detroit. And I think everybody's really on high alert. I do too, Shadow, think of Riley often. Yeah, because, I mean, my daughter was going to be in the same graduating class, not because he went to Columbia University and my daughter didn't. She went to a different school, different college, but graduating that May. And it was like devastating. And I was living in Springfield at that time too. So it was like a local kid, just it broke my heart. And, I can't tell you how many times I've been, for lack of a better way to say it, shit-faced. And, I just felt so bad for him, because he didn't deserve that. He should have been having fun with his buddies and, made it to their conference or their, I think they were doing some sort of a annual thing where they meet up and have like a dinner, a ball or whatever. And it was just so sad. And my daughter was also dating a fraternity boy. So it was like really close to home. And I did not, and I still don't appreciate what the fraternity guys did, even though I know they just had a case that was dismissed. Yeah. So it just, I do think of him often. Because I just feel like he didn't deserve that. Good night, Bo. Good night, Bo. Thank you so much for being here. And then the derailment that happened between the creators, I believe that was intentional too. Yes. Spirit Seeker. Exactly. And then people just dropping off and being like, well, I don't want to deal with this if I'm going to get threatened or, I absolutely think that was deliberate. And intentional. And I think they just, it was all to bully people out of, but they do that still. Like, I don't want to mention the exact people, but I was listening earlier and they were definitely doing that to a clip channel. and you guys might know who I'm talking about. But like harassing her for clipping, and I'm like, are you serious? Like, you're seriously trying to tell her what to clip? Like, she clip whatever she wants, right? That's just part of when we put something out there, we're gonna get clipped, or it happens. But yeah, it's just that bullying mentality, So he says, "Wow, Bo, don't give her a hard time, Seth." She's like, "I gotta work." Oh my Lord. Aw, Bo, you get some sleep, girl, and just, catch the replay. And I appreciate Bo. She came out of the woodwork last night because I was like, when was that landfill search? And here's Bo. She's like, it was March 7th. I was like, oh, thank you. So yes, Cassie, they do lie. They lie and add on Nancy Grace was the first time we heard after Katie heard the thud, she said Sebastian answered back, yes. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And then she goes, well, Bubba, did you fall out of the bed? But she told us that she never checked on him. So we're all like, how could she not check on him? Type of a thing. Yes. Before that, she said, I don't care what you're doing in there. Go to sleep. Exactly. And then she was very adamant about that, too, when they were telling the PI, when they were telling Heather PI the story. And she even got mad with Chris. And she's like, no, I didn't say it like that. I said it like this. And I mean, she was very, she was like, rare, about it. And so, and then they were like talking about semantics. I think there was no thud either. Yeah, I think they were making shit up as they go, Crybaby Walker. I do. I think they were listening to what everybody was saying and, changing the stories around and stuff. I really do. I think they were crafting it. And I think they were crafting it too when Katie was realizing, hey, Katie, your butt was caught on camera, like at the school. And that's when she added that detail. Like, oh, I drove up to the school, or she goes, I drove up to the school and I drove around the neighborhood. She added those details once she realized that she was caught on camera, because I don't think she realized that she was. And that even makes me think even more that maybe there was some jamming and some hacking going on with the neighborhood cameras.
So where the truth is weaved in between the lies.
Mm-hmm.
So why all the lies, right? It's because they were up to no good. That's my opinion.
And it's my opinion, too, that that's so well said of Lauren, Sweetie Pilo here, because there's truth weaved into these lies. And this is what's so hard to unweave or unravel, right? Like, it's like when there's like a little piece of yarn and you pull it and it just keeps, unraveling out. And you're like, oh, before you know it, it's unraveling the shirt or the sweater. But I believe that that's what's really, really difficult, is because they're telling some truths. It's just like the CPS story, like when Mandy showed the CPS story, right? And she's going over and then showing what they told Nancy Grace. But now we have the direct quotes from the filing that we can refer back to. And we realize that they were taking bits and pieces from the story and telling it. And again, if they're doing that and then they expect Sebastian to do something different, well, they're modeling that behavior for him. And furthermore, I think it's because they're lying. And to be more believable, you would add in some truth. And I think that's the key to figuring a lot of this out, is if we could decipher truth from fiction or decipher the truth from the lies, because they're outright lying in a lot of this, and you're right, Holly, she's not a great victim, or excuse me, she's not a great criminal. She's not a great criminal. And they did make a mistake there. I think they made a mistake with the shoes. I really do. And I think, why would they forget the shoes and then leave the glasses? And again, I really believe that it's because Sebastian was sent off somewhere and those glasses were going to be, used, and they were a current prescription for him so he could use them for a little while, right? I mean, you always got to get your eye exams and stuff like that. But I mean, for the time being, he would be able to still use them to see, depending on when the last time depending on how new the glasses were. But I mean, why would they leave the glasses? So that's where I'm like, Spirit Seeker Squad says, I think all the criminals take some truths, yes, and sprinkle them into their lies to sound more believable. Yes. No, great minds, right? Great minds. Spirit Seeker Squad says, Lady Freedom, you're taking the words out of my head. I know, but it's like we've been analyzing these people for so long that I bet we're both like, oh, come on now, But there's still always moments where I'm like, oh, okay, so that's why, excuse me, okay, so that's why this is happening, or this is why they said that, right? It's like, it's crazy. So, yeah. Bo's trying to leave. Bo, you could go ahead and go. We'll just, we'll get Seth here. Yes, we do. We do need to do a live together. Oh my gosh, Detroit, for sure. Mandy and I have been saying that for a while though, haven't we? We're like, oh, because I would love to do one about James Hutchinson. I was saying earlier, he's still missing too, and I would just love to do like a live about James, and Sebastian. I think it would be a good one, because I just wonder why they never took Katie like they did with Brittany Gosney. So, well, isn't that a shame now, Seth? Okay, so let's listen a little bit more to Sweetie, because I know she's going to say a little bit more about her combo.
I want to tell you, let's get down to some facts that I have found out since I last went live. And we can, you know what, there's so much to talk about. I almost don't even know where to begin. So bear with me. It's going to be random. Okay. If you can handle random, you're in the right place, because it's going to be random. But I want to share with you everything I know at this time that I think matters. So the first thing you need to know, there was an ultimatum. It was about 3 months ago. This ultimatum was shared with Seth. And this ultimatum came from Chris to Katie. He specifically said, so Chris specifically said this to Katie. He said, if it comes between me and your son, I expect you to choose your son. This 100% happened, as God is my witness. So is that when the seed was planted that maybe there was a reason, as much as I hate to imagine a mom doing this, but is that the reason that she chose, in the end, that she chose her husband over her son? Because,
oh my gosh, guys, and this is the ultimatum that I don't like. And this is what, and I know some of you might not be familiar with little James Hutchinson, and he was only 5 or 6. Was he 5? I think he was 5. He was a little guy. Okay, so there's some differences, but again, he's reported missing, and there was this ultimatum that the mom's boyfriend had given her, and she chose the she chose the guy over her kids, and little James ended up being a casualty of that, which was awful. The other kids, survived it, but that's why I find it to be so interesting with this in Sebastian's case, because there's that ultimatum. And we've been talking about that ultimatum, and also the neighbors were saying the ultimatum was there and everything too. So, hello, Blissful to Blunt. Good to see you. She says, hey, I'm new here. Well, welcome in. In my opinion, I believe CP told KP to put the dogs up and go to bed, and he turned the cams off via the app. Oh, that's a good point. And had someone come in to get Sebastian. Was the outside door a keypad lock? So, yes. Well, the front door. Every other door was a key, like a lock and key. But the front door was a code. I think that's a really great point. Because yes, you can operate everything off the apps. Like that's how my security cameras work, is that you work them off an app. They're not hardwired. I know, me too, Spirit Seeker Squad, and I think about him too. I think about him because he's not been found. And whenever I think of all the kids that haven't been, I'm like, Lil James is one of them. But I hate that ultimatum. It just makes me so angry that somebody would. It doesn't matter. I don't care if it was. This is going to be an old reference. But Brad Pitt, right? I don't care if it was Leo DiCaprio, right? And he said, it's either me or your kids. I would be like, and I only have one kid, but it's me or your kid. I'd say, hit the road, Jack, but that's just me. But we see these moms that do that all the time. And we even seen dads do it. Look at Chris Watts, right? Miss Spicy Empanada comes along and he loses his shit completely, and he's off with the Spicy Empanada, and annihilates his entire family, and again, no two cases are exactly alike, but we do see those patterns. So the ultimatum is a big one here, and I'm glad that it's being discussed, especially in lieu of such, the recent filings and knowing what Chris was saying and how horrible he's like, this marriage isn't going to work and stuff like that. You just don't do that. You don't put the kids in the middle.
Sebastian could have been a thorn in their relationship. Yeah, it's very sick, Mar. Yeah, ew, exactly. Ew. So the second thing I want to say too, that really matters. So there's a lot of speculation. When was he last seen? 6:30 on Sunday night, law enforcement has him on camera leaving the steakhouse. They drive for 9 minutes back to the house. Now, about a week after this information was uncovered, I guess, from law enforcement, or it's actually, no, about a week into the investigation, then Katie comes out and says, hey, by the way, I have dash cam footage. So Sebastian is actually heard in the vehicle on dash cam during that drive home. So we know for sure, 100%, and so far my source has been on point, okay? It came out in the Nancy Grace, everything that I've been told so far has been top notch, but that's the last time he was heard from. So I'm guessing once they returned home, 6:30 something that night is when the trash happened. He's seen taking the trash to the end of the driveway. Now there's one.
Okay, so, this is very interesting. And again, I think that Katie could have made it home from the Texas Roadhouse in 9 minutes. We've never really gotten clarification on that audio. But again, that's a really tight time frame. So we see Sebastian leaving the Texas Roadhouse at 6:30. I'll have to go back and look at the exact time, but I thought it was like something like 6:34, 6:35. So that would have pretty much put them home at about 6:45. So, because it isn't terribly far and the traffic isn't really bad, especially if they went the route that I think they did. Now, keep in mind there's 3 different ways to get from Texas Roadhouse to Chris and Katie's house, and the most likely route, in my opinion, would be Stop 30 Road, right to Long Hollow, because I hope I'm saying that right. I'm not great with directions. But it's kind of like a little back way, and it's real chill, right? It's just like a little back way. There's not a bunch of traffic. You can hit the highway and take that route, but I doubt that they would want to hit the highway because the highway, again, has more traffic. So I'm just guessing that. Hey, Sammy. Good to see you, Sammy. She says, Chris hasn't blown his gasket online yet, so wonder where and with whom he is having his meltdown. Well, that's a great question. I heard that he was like talking to people behind the scenes and trying to get them to come out and say something. Um, but you know, I mean, I think they're taking this more seriously. I think everybody's really taken this more seriously as they should have to begin with Seth's filing. I really do. Um, Spirit Seeker Squad says, "Wait a minute, we saw them leave Texas Roadhouse on camera with timestamps. Then SF shared an image of Sebastian and Katie's car pulling in the driveway, right? Didn't he? To prove Sebastian made it home. See, I do. I've never seen that. Ooh, I would like to at least see that because that would make me feel better that he made it home. See, because the only reason I think he made it home is because of his shoes. Because his shoes, you know, were at the house, and that's the only reason I think that. Otherwise, I would be open to thinking that because even that little pull off in that substation off of Stop 30 Road would be a perfect handoff spot. There's no cameras. Once you get back in there, um, you know, it's secluded. Like you know, you could pull in there undetected and pull out of there undetected. Somebody could have been waiting there. Um, but I always just go back to the shoes. Ooh, maybe I should look on X to see if he did post that. Okay, that's what your live was about last night. I haven't seen too many people talk about the news about Chris talking to other creators behind the scenes. So I've just heard that kind of through the grapevine. So I don't know if it's true or not, but I would think that he would be trying to kind of get people to talk. Um oh, he was on Queen Bee, Tony. I heard he was in the comments and that there were some that was deleted. But again, I don't have any, you know, I can't say like for 100% or anything. So I don't want to, you know. So good night, my PTSD. I could be wrong, but I recall seeing it or hearing it about it on X. Yeah, see, he always would post stuff on X. I mean, I remember seeing like Katie's light being on, and then like that, the one where they tried to like blur out the person's uh porch, like back porch. But yeah, I know it will makes you wonder with AI. AI makes things look so real. But Sammy says I'm not buying the pick, but so yeah, they have. And thank you for being here. Bitter Tea says I've never watched you before, and I've been listening from the bushes. But the police have verified that he did most definitely make it home that night without a doubt. You know, that's the best of my understanding because that's what Sonny Weatherford said, right? He told Heather and Chloe when they met face to face with him, hey, look, I saw Sebastian. But see, he said that he saw Sebastian taking the trash out at about 6:30, and then I looked back on the timestamps for the Texas Roadhouse, and that's what time they were leaving. So I'm like, there's no way that he, you know, was in two places at once. But that could have been an easy mistake, right? Like he could have saw him on camera at 6:45, say, right, and he just thought it was 6:30. Um, but that's the best of my understanding. And then also, whenever the neighbor's husband, or you know, the neighbor, he's still the neighbor, obviously he lives there, whenever they asked law enforcement, did you see Sebastian taking out the trash, they said yes to them too. So that's, you know, that's they're definitely verifying that with multiple people. So okay, oh, okay. Mandy says, "Oh, it's true. I watched the stream where she put it out in red text. I don't believe that much, and most of the creators have said they've talked to Chris. So, well, and I did hear that, like, I think it was Granny had did a live and was talking about how she just knows too much. And I'm like, girl, then maybe you should talk to, the police or something. But, I don't know. That's what I would do. I mean, you know, oh, awesome. Okay. So I'm going to have to definitely go check that out. Oh, wow. I know I have the images he shared from the neighbors across the street and behind the house. I do have those somewhere. That's another thing. I know I have them like somewhere, but it's like looking for them like all over the place, I'm like, "Oh my gosh." And then people have been nice enough to send me some. So, um um yeah, well, and I think that's what's hard, Bitter Tea, about this case with Sebastian, because it's like it's easier in many other cases. Now, I'm not going to say that Sebastian's is completely unique, because there's, if there's guilty knowledge, people are going to be in self-preservation mode and whatnot. But we just haven't had the truth from the beginning. And so I think people are very skeptical of any of the statements that Chris and Katie have made. And then on top of it, with these new filings, especially as it pertains to the abuse. You know what I mean? So I think that's why there's a lot more, skeptical speculation. But I agree with you. I mean, look, if there's facts that come out, I'm totally comfortable and have just been like, "Ooh, well, I got that wrong, one wrong." Um, and also, anybody can email me too. It's just my channel name with no apostrophe. Like, if there's something that you have that you want me to see, because I do think I think it's very important to follow the facts, and the reason why is because if we're truly trying to figure out what happened, then we have to be open, right? We can't just like have a one track mind on things. We have to be open to follow those facts where they lead us. Because if we don't, then we're barking up the wrong tree, so to speak. So, but I appreciate that too, because we want to find out the truth. So, oh, it's okay. Blissful the Blunt says, I'm sorry, can someone say who SF is? So he is Stephen Fisher. He was hired by Chris and Katie Proudfoot as their private investigator. Because they did hire their own private investigator. So, and so did Sebastian's father too. And that's when I say Heather and Chloe spoke with Sonny Sonny Weatherford. When I say that Heather and Chloe spoke with Sonny Weatherford, those were Seth's PIs. They're not working as PIs for him anymore, but they were in the beginning. So, yeah. Bitter Tea says, I'm not saying either party is guilty or innocent of anything. I'm right in the middle, because things can be said against both parties, Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah. No, and I completely understand that too. There's just been so much that we're just trying to, now I'm kind of trying to build out a better timeline of events, based on some of the things that we see in the filings, and then some of the things that we can really sink our teeth into. Like, even when it comes to the neighbors' statements that I shared that were on the Facebook posts, I can't really say that that's like 100% either way either. I can't be like, oh, this is true, right? Because it's hearsay, it's speculation, but I put it out there just to see what everybody thinks about it, and see if we can't kind of try to figure out if there is some truth to it. So, he is involved in all of this, owns the big boat named Nino. I don't think I've heard of Nino before. We are stating our speculation as facts, though. Yeah, I love the facts. Exactly. I know, I do too. And it's hard now, because piecing everything together, I'm like, okay, is that true? Is that something that, is going to come out later? That's why I want to go back to the beginning too, Mandy, because I think it's important to kind of what we know now, look back on, what was being said then and be like, okay, this can be verified. This can be verified. Some of it's not confirmed at all. I mean, some of it is like still purely speculative. So no, they don't, Holly. And it breaks my heart. It breaks my heart. It really does. I hate that. I wish it was something where it was like, okay, Sebastian's coming home. We know where he is. We know what exactly happened. But I hate that there was so much involvement, allegedly, from CPS, from the assistant district attorney, from the, sheriff's department, right? Like Sumner County, the CPIT team, Ashley's place, like all of these people knew. And I think that is what I'm still trying to wrap my brain around still to this day.
One detail I didn't tell you guys about that trash thing. So the person who shared that information with me, she told me that she herself didn't actually see that part. But when she talked to law enforcement, she said, so did you guys actually see him taking out the trash at 6:30? And law enforcement officer says, yes, he is for sure on camera at around 6:30-ish. So he's actually seen, though, taking out the trash. So we know that those two sightings, well, his voice in the car, but then the trash, taking out the trash, both of those are valid.
Okay, so at this point, again, Sweetie Pie was like, hey, with Sebastian taking out the trash and then his voice being on, okay, so Chris is saying it's not a dash cam. He told Nerdy Addict that it was allegedly a radar detector, right? I didn't even know that they recorded anything. So I'm like, okay. But again, this is my opinion. I don't think I can verify whether Sebastian took the trash out or not, because everybody that saw the video said that they couldn't tell if it was him or not. So that's another reason. And I haven't seen it for myself. And I know that some people are like, okay, well, if everybody's saying it and it's corroborated, then we can kind of say that it's probably true. But with Seth saying that he couldn't tell, the neighbors who saw it couldn't tell, I just can't say definitively. And I'd like to believe law enforcement, but they were saying that the lights were a trash truck. And so that is why I side-eye them really hard. And then also with these new filings, it's making it hard to believe them too. When it comes to the audio, I just don't understand why that would be classified information or information that okay, so this is what I'm trying to say. What would it hurt in the investigation, in the grand scheme of things, if we were to hear that audio and know that Sebastian made it home? I just don't see it ruining anything, because he's literally in the car with his mom, right? We see them leaving the Texas Roadhouse. And if they're talking and conversating the whole way home and everything, then we can pretty much deduct and be like, okay, yeah, then Sebastian made it home. And I'll just say, just in my opinion, if it was me, if I was Katie, I would release that to all of you guys and I would be like, eat my shorts, right? Because I'd be like, everybody that's out there speculating on me. But then again, I'm different. I might handle things differently. And we don't know. Also, police could have said, don't release that. It's part of the investigation. But something like that, it's, to the best of my knowledge, would be like at Katie's discretion, because that's her, that is her footage, right? That is her audio. Same thing with the neighbors. Like, they could give it to whoever they want, because it's theirs, and they could send it to me and say, I want you to play this on your show, and I'd have to make that decision. But and again, they have kind of done that with other creators. So with that sort of thing. It's just up in the air. Like none of us know. And I think that's the most difficult thing, right? Because if we can pinpoint some of these facts, like as facts, then we could actually get somewhere. So yeah, it's hard to decipher through everything and pick through. But again, I just don't know what to think besides that if they did some sort of like something on the way home or at the Texas Roadhouse where there wasn't any cameras, for example, I just don't think that they would have taken Sebastian's shoes off and put him at the front door. Like that to me, that doesn't make logical sense. And so in my opinion, that's why I lean more towards Sebastian making it home than he didn't make it home, So
we can honestly say that's like the last time he's heard from. Okay, so things I've been wondering lately about this whole cockamamie story that Sebastian just up and leaves in the middle of the night. Where did he go? His footprints, I guess, were found, according to this recent dispatch call, supposedly like a size. And this is if I heard it correctly, okay? But there was footprints seen around this retention pond. Well, they end up draining it, and there's no sign of Sebastian anywhere. Let's see. About the cockamamie story. What I have trouble with is like, I feel like Katie's really boxed herself in with her answers, right? He wasn't a runner. He never in the past had done something like this before. He wasn't allowed to talk to people online. Like every possible out, she's blocked herself into saying, that wasn't like part of the equation.
Okay, so this is so interesting that Sweetie Pilo brings this up because she absolutely articulated this better than I did. And I kind of brought this up last night. But how she's saying it makes sense, right? Because, okay, like just for instance, when we think about the fact that all the windows were locked, doors can be locked from inside or outside, right? But windows aren't, right? You only lock the windows from the inside. You can unlock them and then go out, but you're not going to be able to lock them again, right? So again, that would be a place where we could say, okay, well, what if Sebastian went out the window, right? And he was just undetected because it's real dark in the neighborhood. With that, if one of the windows was unlocked, I might think differently, right? I might think he could have ran away. So, that's just one example. But again, I don't think Sebastian could make it far without shoes. I don't think any of us could make it far without shoes, not just Sebastian. I should have probably rephrased that because of the area. And I have been to the area, the neighborhood a couple of times. And it's wooded all the way around the neighborhood pretty much. You do have Long Hollow Pike, which is kind of a busier road. But it's unforgiving terrain. And so it would just make it hard. Thank you, little Miss Sharon. And also, Yo Baby Blondie, good to see you. Everybody's welcome in here, guys. It's just, the only thing that I ask is if we do speculate or if we have a disagreement in speculation, just, be respectful to each other and give a reason why. Like have a conversation, in a healthy type of a back and forth rather than, getting at each other's throats. Because look, the fact of the matter is that Sebastian Rogers is the one that's missing, and we got to figure out what happened, right? I mean, we don't have to, but it would be better than going at it with each other, right? Because everybody has something to bring to the table. There might be something that somebody new that comes in and says in chat is something that none of us have ever thought of before. So I find value in, differing opinions as long as we're nice to each other about it, right? We can be respectful. But oh, hey, Blessed in Florida. Oh my goodness, have you been Huckleberry, my hashtag Huckleberry, for 17 months? Oh my goodness. She says prayers for Sebastian. Yeah, I mean, look, guys, he's been missing for way too long. Like 2 years. I mean, 2 years is too long. What about 2.5 years? I never thought he would be missing this long. And then they say, well, there's no evidence, there's no proof. But there is, though. We're seeing that there is some evidence and some proof, because there were cameras in the neighborhood. And in my opinion, Katie's audio from her car is evidence and proof, right? And that would work in her favor, because she's saying, my son made it home with me, right? Like we went home, he was playing, and then he went to bed at 9. Then she does talk about a noise or a thud or a bang, heaven forbid, in his room. But that would help her out. And see, this is why I can't understand why she doesn't, for lack of a better way to say it, throw it in our faces already and be like, damn it, I told you he made it home, So, thank you so much. I wish I could put him up on the screen, but I know you guys can see him in chat. But thank you for the flower. That's so sweet, Mandy. Thank you. But yeah, it's just too long. I never thought it would be this long, So, but Sebastian deserves to be found. Just think about if he's out there and he's, even if he's at a facility or something like that, think about how that affects somebody that has, autism spectrum disorder, right? And, he's missing everybody. He's missing his dad. He's missing his mom. He's missing Mr. Chris, even though I know we're not a big fan of Mr. Chris. But, he's missing them because that's his family, no matter what. And, that's one thing I can say for sure. Without an in my opinion thing, because I think Sebastian's a loving kid, and I think he loves his family for sure. So, thank you, Cassie. I'm so glad you're here, and I'm so glad that you were here for that too, because I thought that was so interesting that he couldn't get in that the front door on Saturday, and he didn't even think anything of it. He's like, oh well, just going through the garage, allegedly, from what the neighbors were saying. So yeah, absolutely.
But we're supposed to believe he left the home without shoes, without a jacket. There's never been mention of a jacket. And just left town, wherever he went. It just doesn't ring true. One of the concerns I have is like the first couple weeks of this investigation, I feel like they were more so viewing it as like a runaway.
Oh yeah. Eric Craddock, his direct quote on the 4th day, the press conference, he goes, we're operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off. And he never really changed that, at any time. I mean, they really thought, well, I'll just say, I won't say what they thought. I'll just say his exact thing, where they're operating off of that assumption. And I don't see how you do that if you're really trying to get to the bottom of things, right? You can't just operate off of one assumption. You have to check every angle and be like, well, could he have done this? Could this have happened? And again, what's really tough for me to get over is the shoes, all the doors and windows being locked, and then no camera footage of him in the neighborhood is really, I mean, I can't say it's impossible that he was undetected and made it out of the house, but how did he do that? So, but yeah, Rosebud, you're absolutely right. Well said. Yeah, we don't want to take sides, because Sebastian is the main focus, right? And just getting to the bottom of things, especially now that we've had the what is it? I don't want to say the luxury of hindsight, but like the gift of hindsight, because it's not really a gift. It's just, as time goes by, we can look back on things, and we know more than we knew at the time when everything is like unfolding, so to speak. So
imagine that being the case, but that's what I'm hearing. For example, the cars were never impounded. Why on earth would the cars have never been impounded? This is a very suspicious situation. And then it seems like Chris and Katie might have totally outsmarted them just by way of covering their tracks. Again, with the digital, like the electronic stuff, your phone. Think if your phone is showing that you're in the location you're supposed to be at, then the cops aren't going to, I feel like, look as deeply into you. And if Chris's phone was at that RV park that he claims he was at, then they're really not going to, I guess my concern is they might not look as deeply into him as they should. We all know he could have borrowed a car. Maybe there's relevance to this whole Uber story that maybe he, you know what I'm saying? Maybe he was contacted and like, hey, I did something I can't undo. I need help. Could it have been something like that?
Yeah, and I think in the beginning that was a fair speculation, just kind of, trying to figure out what happened. And I used to think that too. I was like, wow, they really covered their tracks really well. But with this new filing that's come out, it's made me realize that they didn't have to cover because the police were covering their own behinds, right? It's like, it's like, say, 4 of us were involved in something, right? None of us are going to say anything. We're going to try to cover for it as long as we can. But here's the thing. Once Seth was able to get those DCS records, he was able to kind of connect the dots and put the pieces together himself. And as we see them come out and what the filings are saying, I mean, the assistant district attorney was involved. I mean, not is involved in Sebastian's disappearance. I'm not ready to go there yet, although I've come pretty close. Just wondering, and again, speculating. But like, of course, people are going to side eye them and be like, what's up, CPS? What's up, Sheriff's Office? You all knew that Sebastian was going through a really hard time. And then also that he was alleging that he was scared of his stepdad. And it seems like he had good reason to be. And again, with Chris and Katie both saying, Sebastian was putting stories together and not telling the whole truth, they were doing that. And again, if Sebastian was doing that, I would have to be like, well, if the parents are doing that, modeling that behavior, that might be a reason why Sebastian is doing that too, right? Because our kids model our behavior. They just do, good, bad, or otherwise.
I don't know. There's so much to this. It's crazy. But okay, so the first order of business. Here we go. Let's listen to the Nancy Grace comparison. I know you guys are probably sick of hearing the Nancy Grace stuff, but I just want to share with you this bold-faced lie. Lie number 1. You guys need to see this or to hear it. I mean.
Ooh, Little Miss Sharon, that is such a good question. And I wondered that too about the dog scent. Why didn't the dogs pick up Sebastian's scent taking the trash can to the end of the driveway? Well, for one, because allegedly that's his chore. So he does that every week, right? The trash comes every Monday morning. And so why wouldn't they pick that scent up from the night before? But you're asking also, why didn't the dogs pick up this Sebastian's scent when he went to the mailbox on Saturday, and the dogs could pick up scent for weeks? Yeah, I find that to be very odd too. And also, if somebody's barefoot, they're going to leave behind latent prints. Am I saying that right? Latent prints. Like, it's going to be different than a shoe print, right? It's going to have their actual DNA, their actual unique footprint as well. That will match their exact. And I mean, depending on the type of shoes and everything, yeah, that'll match exact too. But they're going to leave behind, a full scent and a full print. And when I saw the print that Charlie Briley put out there, it definitely didn't look, and it was one footprint. Like, what was he doing, hopping up and down on one foot? I doubt that. So again, that just doesn't make sense to me either. But that's such a good point. Rosebud says the litigation puts forth what was going on prior to this young man going missing. All of those reports require accountability. And, that is a big one. Because I just feel like Sebastian was trying to get help and he really wanted somebody to come help him. I mean, he was kind of looking for somebody to kind of save him. He didn't want to be the one to have to tell, but he was telling. But I think that he was probably, poor little guy, I think he was just feeling, defeated. And stuff like that when he was telling and it wasn't the outcome that he was hoping for. And I don't think it was what Chris was saying, he was trying to get me in trouble or anything. I don't think that was the case. I think Sebastian just wanted things to stop and he didn't want to have to be scared. And I'm sure he didn't want to have to look. None of us want to wear a pull-up, right? Like not even a 3 or 4-year-old necessarily likes that, right? I mean, that's why they try to get potty trained and stuff. No one likes to have accidents, and I've heard no set past the yard. I want to find the audio too, and that's where I might have to have Jules to help us with that, because I know that they were saying the dogs were not scent specific either, and they used several dogs, but Mob Crew was saying that the 3 dogs tracked from the front door to the corner of Kellen and Stafford, and that's where they stopped. And again, that makes me think that that's where the car came in. They were referring to it as the mysterious car, that maybe that's when that came in, because that's usually where you will lose the scent. If there's a scent being followed and then all of a sudden the dog can't find it anymore, then that means most likely that there was a car and then they got in the car. Yeah, and that's another thing too. He could have been carried out. And that's another thing that I've always wondered about too. And that doesn't mean that I think Sebastian was, not alive, still. He could have been asleep. He did take sleeping medications too. So if they decided to say, in my opinion, take him and put him somewhere, right? Because look, the only way he could get a referral to Bledsoe Youth Academy is through DCS. That's the only way you can get in there. You can't just call up there and be like, hey, my kid is acting up. I can't handle it anymore. I need your help. No, it is strictly through DCS referral. And so if Sebastian was, say, taken in to a school or something like that, then maybe they waited till he was asleep, and that would explain some 3 a.m. lights. So, I mean, it's just, again, purely speculative. Right. And that's true, Rosebud. And you have to keep in mind a tracking dog is as good as its handler. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Crybaby Walker says agreed. He never walked out or walked left on his own. No, I don't think so. I don't think he did. I think Sebastian would have taken his phone. I think he would have snuck that phone. I think he would have snuck that Switch, right? Because those are the things he likes. He may have taken a book with him. You're going to take the things, if I'm going to run away, I'm going to take the things that I like. And the phone's going to be one of them. Best believe. But, some people might say, Sebastian was really smart and maybe he left his phone behind on purpose because he didn't want to be tracked. Now that I can get down with a little bit, right? But he didn't bring any money. They found, Chris said that he found money in Sebastian's closet. I believe it was on Queen Bee's panel, like recently too, like maybe 4 or 5 months ago. He said that he found it in his bank, and that he did call the TBI and notify them. But why wouldn't he take shoes? Why wouldn't he take a coat, backpack, food, water? especially if he was thinking about hiding out. Now, again, we have to remember too, Sebastian doesn't like to get dirty. And that's one thing that I can say that Katie, his mom, his dad, Seth, and his stepdad, he just really gets me, have all said that, right? Sebastian doesn't like to get dirty. He's a pool kid. He doesn't like to go into like lakes and streams and ponds and stuff like that. Nobody should really probably go to a pond. That's pretty yucky. But again, he's like more about pools. And I can never forget that picture where Sebastian is sitting in the flamingo floaty, and he's wearing shoes in the pool. He's wearing, pool shoes, water shoes, but in the pool. And then Mandy says, what got me was Nerdy Addict reading his text from Chris, and Chris saying cadaver dogs followed a trail to the Old Hickory Dam. Yes, cadaver dogs 7 miles away from the house. Huge red flag. I know. And I've never heard Chris say that to anybody before. Now, that doesn't mean he never did. I've never talked to him. So, but I know that was the first time I ever heard that. And how would he make it 7 miles with no shoes? Like, I just can't believe that either. Undetected, nobody seeing him. Those woods are thick, guys. They really are. And I mean, I've been searching. We went behind the church over Drake's Creek, right? And I mean, it's like uphill, down, uphill, like you're going to have to try to search all of that. You'd have to just do like a grid up and down, right? Or just have people, but it's still hard to do a grid on that because it's a hill, on the one side of the river. The other side of the river, it's again, really, really difficult. And there's a hill and there's a road that goes across too, a busy road. And I don't know what the name of the road is. I'd have to ask Jen. Or if Seth is in here, he might know what road it is. But yeah, again, there's just so much. There is so much. Okay, so this is a Nancy Grace here.
With a belt.
Oh, sorry.
That was actually several years ago.
Lie number 1. You guys need to see this or to hear it. I mean,
Mr. Proudfoot hitting Sebastian with a belt.
That was actually several years ago, and it was
to Mr. Proudfoot. To Mr. Proudfoot. To Mr. Proudfoot.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Proudfoot, what happened?
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. I thought you were asking Katie. Sebastian had gotten in trouble. He got caught lying. And I had asked him, I said, hey, you got to have a punishment for this. He says, yes, sir. And I said, okay. So I gave him a swat with a belt on his buttocks on the outside of his clothes. One swat.
What did he lie about?
Honestly, I don't remember at the time, but it was probably something dealing with school because that's majority where his issues lie.
Did he have other issues at school?
Some behavioral stuff, but nothing too crazy.
What kind of behavioral stuff?
He has a hard time. He's like awkwardly socially like blending in with students. So it's a little.
Oh my gosh. Well, so are you, Chris. I mean, come on. I'm sorry.
He's trying to figure out how to do it, but respecting people's space. He gets a little too close. And then kids don't really accept that too much. So it kind of causes an issue. But he'll not stop and he continues on. So then it causes an issue. And instead of being honest about it, he'll lie like, no, I didn't. Okay, Sebastian.
We're lying about doing work.
Was that the first time? Was that the first time you had ever hit him with a belt?
Yes, ma'am. The one and only time, actually.
It happens, sometimes, especially.
Ask me the hard questions. By golly, let's get these hard questions out.
Sorry,
yeah. But I just.
Well, let me start. Okay.
just so you're tracking. Now we're going to go over what they said originally. So you just heard what they said on Nancy Grace. Well, now this is what I'm sharing with you now is like 2 to 3, maybe even 4 days before the Nancy Grace interview. So you can see the stark contrast because it is very notable.
Have you ever had CPS called on you before?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and you don't have to go into it elaborate or anything like that. I just, that was the question that I had, and that happens, sometimes, especially when you have a child who is, has special needs and stuff. That's hard.
I'll be honest with you. I've had CPS called on me in 2 states,
Mhm.
New Mexico and Tennessee.
And and that did that include with Sebastian?
Tennessee, West Sebastian, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
In fact, Sebastian here, like I said, I got nothing to hide. So Sebastian went to school.
Well, but the thing is, Chris, is that you said, you got nothing to hide, but we did hear you, get asked point blank by Holly Thompson about the CPS stuff. And you only said that there was a CPS in New Mexico, right? With your ex-wife, Nina, and your daughter. Right. So again, this is when you start telling more, and you're coming out with more, then people are like, wait a minute, but in the last interview, that's not what you said. Right. So that's why, again, people are going to side eye that.
One day, because we were at the house, he got in trouble. He didn't have a belt on. I was like, where's your belt? And got it. Whack. Got it. So he goes to school and he tells the teacher, they're mandatory reporters. So the teacher reports it. Mm-hmm. That afternoon, CPS shows up to the house while we're actually sitting down to eat dinner. Now, mind you, 15-year-old child,
okay, mind you, 15-year-old child. Sebastian turned 15 December 7th, 2023. And again, you said that afternoon CPS showed up to the house, and you're saying we were actually sitting down to eat dinner. Well, afternoon is lunch. So again, it's just this hokey pokey, and that's why it's annoying. And people are like, wait, what are you talking about? And again, 6:30, in my opinion, is a dinner. 5:30 would be dinner too. I mean, everybody eats at different times, but again, like 5:30, 6:30, 7 is dinner time. Afternoon would be lunchtime, maybe 11, 12, 1, right? So again, you just have to be, when you're making these statements, you have to be mindful that people are listening.
Not real happy because he's in trouble, so he's being punished. So he shows, he makes a report. They come to the house, and the lady who comes to the house is the same lady we've had. She's had a case before. Now, the case that was before was something that didn't even happen, and it's like 3 stories that were shoved into one. And when they finally got it debunked, they were like, "Oh, he got so mixed up in telling one story, it mixed into 3 and it caused a commotion." Well, they canceled that out. So the one on me, she shows up, and I said, "Hey, how you doing?" It's her again. She's like, "Oh, hey." She's, "Hey, I'm already don't." She's like, "Don't tell me anything, but I'm gonna tell you what I know happened." And I said, "Okay." She goes, "Boo, boo, boo."
Frankly, I couldn't believe how much on good behavior Chris was. Hold on. Can you guys, I hope there's no problem with my service. Are you guys there? You can hear me okay? Okay, good. I couldn't believe what good behavior Chris was on, as far as not being as cocky and brash and rude as normal. It was like he was far more obedient, is the only way I can describe how they actually both were acting. Katie specifically struck me as like a docile, submissive, like, yes, ma'am, to every single question. I'm going, what? Giving like 1-word answers. Your son is missing. Yes, subdued. There you go. Great way to characterize it. Very subdued. And it's like, you have this opportunity to go on like a national syndicated radio show or podcast, we'll call it. And you're going to give like these 1-word answers. She was emotionless to me. She had dead eyes. There was nothing left in her. It was almost like everybody thinks I'm guilty. I am guilty. I don't care what you think of me anymore. Look on her face. That was what I felt anyway. That's what I guess perceived in that time that she was on there. Oh, guys, this is so upsetting. It's like, how can a mother leave the area when her child is missing? Again, I revisit that. Now, one thing I want to say real quick. Do you guys remember last week when I had Donna on, I think it was on Friday, and she said that when she was looking into this situation for very very brief. She hasn't gone real deep into it, but she said that she saw like a lake with what appeared like an appendage to it. I don't know. All of a sudden it struck me yesterday, Horn Lake, Mississippi, where they are. Just the name alone almost seems like what she's describing. Is it possible the reason they're in Horn Lake, Mississippi is because they want a close vantage point to overlook where he's at? If I was JLR, that's where I would focus my search. I'm not kidding. Especially.
Well, and Horn Lake was a big point of interest. I think a lot of people did search there, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong or if you guys know. But I think that was a big area of focus. So, hey, Crazy Buck, good to see you. Okay, so you're familiar then. You're familiar.
The fact that it's over the border, by the way, I've heard in Mississippi that you can't extradite from there. Have you guys been hearing that? Yeah.
I don't know about that.
If that's true, I don't even know how this is going to.
But see, this is why I thought the FBI would get involved, because Chris going over the state line, right? Like if he's, excuse me, working in Memphis and staying in Mississippi, well, I was like, Bob's your uncle, right? Moment where I'm like, what the heck? And then people were like, well, the FBI isn't going to get involved unless they go over state lines. But if there was an indication that one of the parents was over, but then again, I have to point to this filing where it's alleging that Chris's alibi was never checked out, and Silver searched there too. Crazy Buck. Yes, he did. And see, that's why I need to go back over his older videos where he was over there checking into Chris's alibi, because I think there's some really good nuggets in there too. Because I certainly didn't try to go there. But I know a lot of people did. And Yogi Bear, okay, is around the corner about 5 miles. Okay. Oh, okay. Wow. Well, and little Miss Sharon, I just saw your comment. Yeah, I'll go over there and give it a like. I do like my own stuff though sometimes. I'll be like, well, there we go. We'll help out the algorithm. But I think YouTube knows it's me, and then they're like, no, that doesn't count. So No, that's the thing, Sabi. No one has been, or Sabi, I'm sorry if I'm saying it wrong, hon. No one has been named a suspect or a person of interest. No one has. But with this filing, I think somebody should have. And obviously, if I'm going to guess, because again, like going back to what Sweetie is saying here, I got that perception from Katie too. I was like, is she scared of Chris? Like, is he making her do things like maybe that she doesn't want to do, or she's afraid of him, things like that. Just there was a lot of things I was wondering about Katie. But then when I hear her, like, where she doesn't know she's being recorded and she gets really sassy, which I'm a sassy person too, don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to say I'm not. But then I wonder, because it's like Katie has that mean streak, but then I also see photos of her and Sebastian where she looks like a very proud mama, right? And I'm like, oh, that's a sweet picture, right? That's a good one. Yeah, it's very odd. Another thing that's very odd is that there was this encounter with an individual that we call the Green Hoodie. And they were at the Texas Roadhouse when Sebastian and Katie were inside eating. And this Green Hoodie person went into the Texas Roadhouse to use the bathroom. And that's the main reason that person was there, because they didn't eat, order food, or pick anything up or have a drink, right? Because they have a full bar there. No, she instead waited by Katie's car for about 2 minutes. And when Katie came out, she had some sort of an interaction with Katie that caused a commotion. And then she left, she passed Katie and went in there and used the bathroom. And then she came out and left and went off into the night somewhere, talk about mysterious and weird. But law enforcement, when the Texas Roadhouse footage was released and we noticed that person, immediately went, and this was 9 months, 9 or 10. No, it would have been 9 ish months into Sebastian's disappearance and made contact with that green hoodie person. And that's the only person that they've cleared. And it's like, really? Out of all the people that you're going to clear that person? And they're like, oh, this person had nothing to do with it. Anything. And it's like, but they interacted with Katie and you're just now getting. So in other words, in my opinion, if we never would have, the public, that is, have been able to see the footage from the Texas Roadhouse and notice the green hoodie, law enforcement never would have checked into that person. And then furthermore, they haven't cleared Sebastian's father, who was working at Davidson County Prison the night that Sebastian, went missing. Excuse me. He is a corrections officer, and he's got, time cards. He's on camera, badging in and out. They have a parking garage, so he has all of that, right? They have not cleared him. They have not cleared the stepfather. I call him Stepfoot. I know it is bias of me, but nevertheless, I can't help it with the way he treated Sebastian. I would call him a stepdad if he acted like one. That's just my opinion. They have never said that Katie is not a suspect, and they've never said that they have proof that Sebastian left the house. And see, these are the things that are leaving us with, so many questions, and why we'll sit here and be like, okay, well, what happened there? Or let's listen to another creator. What does she think about this? Like, because we just don't know. No. Hey, Janet, the green hoodie doesn't look like one of Danny's. No, not in my opinion. Not in my opinion, no. Mm-mm. But I think that would, I would always look, and this is another thing that, it's not me being biased at all. I always look at the people closest, right? Because that's how it usually is. It's the people closest to somebody, somebody that right? Unless we have a situation like Haley Busby, right? Like Haley Busby's folks, I knew right off the bat they didn't have anything to do with her disappearance. I knew that she was abducted, right? I knew that she probably did meet somebody online, and that was just because of the flow in the way things were going. But that's another prime example of a family that started a GoFundMe right away because they were like absolutely looking for their daughter, and they, it's an unexpected thing. But no, I just don't think that. No, unfortunately. I mean, I wish we could figure out who that person is, because they've never told us who that person is either, by the way. Oh, look, thank you guys for hitting the like. I appreciate you guys so much for that. We don't know what we don't know. Crazy Buck. Oh my gosh. I could just. No. Yeah, I mean, I could just wait for him early and see if I can't catch him when he's not looking, and be like, Sheriff Craddock, I have a question for you. What is this? We don't know what we don't know business when we have a filing, and he'd probably be like, I can't answer that. It's active litigation. Or he would beeline it for the door and be like, oh crap, but it's a valid question. I wish one of the news people, like, you know how Anna Garcia from Crime Watch, she's like, this is Anna Garcia from Crime Watch, and she's like following people. I think we need her to ask Craddock, and be aggressive like that and be like, Sheriff, can I please have a comment? Because I'd like to know, because that really does upset me. Look, we're looking at it. We're talking about a 15-year-old kid, right? Sebastian Rogers. He's now going to be turning 18, right? But he's autistic. He has a rare chromosome deletion. He's got ADHD, and he is a vulnerable youth. And for them to just have all of this knowledge, it really blows my mind. It really does. And what's with all these I know this is going to be kind of off subject. What's with all these high-ranking officials being busted? The Baby Curls of the world, them Chester Cheetahs. Because I'm just wondering. I just got another one today. Sent to me, and I'm like, oh, you've got to be kidding me. And it was, I'll have to share it with you guys tomorrow. But yeah, it was one of the, I'll play Sweetie and I'll come back to it. He's not pervy. Yeah, he's not pervy. I'm not pervy either. I think in the beginning when I made a video, I said, well, good thing you're not pervy, Chris, when Chris said, I'm not pervy to that, or we're not pervy. I'm like, well, that's good to know.
Work out in the end. Then so back to the Nancy Grace thing. Sorry. Talking about, there's no security cameras. She is a Brinks security installation tech. You mean to tell me she doesn't have any security cameras? I promise you, it would absolutely shock me if this woman, or if Chris and Katie do not have security cameras that they took down just in time. Because I do believe this was, more than likely, this was a very planned disappearance. And what seems to make sense now is in the night, this is what I think anyway, and I could be completely wrong, okay? In the night, something happened. Maybe she decided to, hate to say, end his life. And then she called for backup. Somebody very close to this case has said, let me get it verbatim. Hold on.
Okay, guys. And, I don't like to speculate like that either, but, I get it. I do think that it's interesting. See, these are all the things that we were talking about in the beginning. And then we get this filing and we're reading over that, right? We're perusing all the details on that. And that is one thing that was named in the filing. Why wasn't it investigated that Katie works for Brinks and they didn't have home security cameras? That's always been something that all of us have been like, and maybe not all of us, but now it should be on the table to discuss, I think, for sure. But obviously Sweetie's talking about it back then. It's like, that's not just bizarre. It just, again, offends your senses when you're like, wait a minute, the mom works for Brinks, really? Well, why didn't they have cameras? And then they're like, oh, the husband's out of town. And then you're like, okay, well, my husband was out of town working a lot. I'd have some cameras with me and my son just being there, me and my kid. It doesn't add up, guys. And if they were turned off, and then we heard Chris Proudfoot tell K9 Captain Jules that, I played the recording here. I have it in, if you guys want to go back and look through the videos. And he says that on the day that Heather PI came back over to the house, right, because she came the day before, and he was like, you're trespassing, and my neighbor saw you. We caught you on camera. He was pissed, right? And Katie was pissed. Well, when he was telling Jules about that day, was the first time I've ever been able to corroborate Chris's story. And he told it verbatim. what happened the first day she was there, quote, trespassing. And then he said exactly what happened the day she came back over the next day. And it was Katie's boss and one of her coworkers. And Katie's boss greets him and says, "Hey, can I help you?" or whatever. And she's like, "Yeah, I'm looking for Katie." And then that's when everything ensues. But they were upgrading their cameras, not updating, but upgrading. And that's his exact words, right? So, I mean, I'm just going off of what Chris has said. And I've done that from the very beginning. I've always analyzed Chris and Katie's statements, and I've always analyzed Seth's statements. Now, Seth is nice enough to come in the chat, and he will tell me when I'm wrong. He has no problem. Actually, I think he takes some delight in that, by the way. Seth does, right? He's like, "Lady, you're wrong." Or he'll be like, "Wrong." I'll just see the word "wrong" in the chat, and I'm like, "Is that me? What did I do? What did I say?" But he has had no problem just coming in and being like, "No, that's not right," or "Hey, that is right." It's not like he's sitting here telling me what's right and wrong all the time, but I'm just saying, if I get something wrong, he'll tell me. Also, he'll elaborate sometimes and answer questions, which is very, very kind of him. And I don't ever want him to feel like he has to do that either. Because look, we have their statements. Seth has come out and said so much stuff, guys, and we've analyzed Seth's statements here. We've analyzed Chris and Katie, and that's what we go off of. I can't do much more than that, but I also like to hear other people's perspectives. And I think Sweetie Pilo is onto something here when it comes to her talking about the cameras, because again, we're seeing it now 2.5 years later popping up in this filing.
Verbatim, it was, "I think if Chris is involved, it's his family, and they are covering up for something that Katie did." Specifically, that's what was said. Someone very, very close. So is it possible that when this could have happened, she had the burner phone, she had everything in line, and the help that she received was from his family in some way, and there was a handover? Because think, like, if a person has night vision goggles, would they need much light to go and grab a deceased person? He weighs what? Is it 100 or 120 pounds? Can anybody tell me? I can't remember if it's 1 or 120, but anyway.
Well, and we got different weights for Sebastian. One was 113 and the other one is 120. So the FBI flyer, it says 120, but there's flyers out there that it said 113, and that's 113 pounds. Sebastian's 5'6". This is a thing for them to have the night vision. Yeah, I can see them being able to see better. Obviously, that's what night vision does, or that's what it allows for. But to be undetected in that neighborhood, that would be the major feat here, right? And that's why I don't know that I believe that Katie came out the front door carrying Sebastian, or that, Sebastian was walking with her and, that sort of thing. It would have been difficult. But here's the thing that makes me believe that Katie is capable of this and not of doing something horrible to her son or sending him away. Yes, because we know she's capable of that. She wanted to do it. She wanted to send him to Bledsoe. Okay, that's just, again, there's emails to prove that and everything. I haven't seen the emails myself, but again, Seth said that happened, that the emails were back and forth. Tony also did, and I do trust and believe Tony. And then also, Chris and Katie did say that too, right? Because they were in the emails with Seth. So it's never been denied that they were looking into sending Sebastian to Bledsoe. And again, I hate to be the broken record, but the only way you can get into Bledsoe is through a DCS referral.
Strong person. And by the way, she was former MMA. I would say she's probably got some guns on her.
Oh, and that's what I was going to say. Sorry, I didn't finish my thought. That I think Katie is capable of carrying a 113 pound or 120-pound person because of her military training. Do I think anybody can do that? No. I think some of us would fall over, especially somebody who's not helping, right? Like they're not awake. That's going to be harder to carry somebody because, and I don't want to say it's dead weight. I hate saying that in particular because I don't think. I mean, now again, could there have been an accident? Could there have been something, as Sweetie was saying earlier too, where Sebastian has the pocket of fluid on his right bilateral part of his brain, and if he was to, fall, or somebody was to hit him in his head, it would be bad, right? Like it could cause him, it could be fatal. We'll just say that. But I just don't think so. Like I said, I just don't see that. I just don't see that.
Ooh, I shouldn't say guns. YouTube doesn't like that. Could there have been a handover that way? And then the person, whoever it is that helped her, parked over by the construction area. And that's why the scent ends there. For some reason, that just kind of makes sense to me. All right.
It kind of would me too, but I've been to the neighborhood. So now that I've been to the neighborhood, I'd have to say, especially with the cameras and the lights. And then also, guys, the people on Kellen, they had things lit up that night. You can see it on the cameras, right? The footage that we've seen, a lot of their houses have, outdoor lighting and it's well lit, right? Because it's a dark neighborhood. There's no street lights or lamps. So people are going to light their own house up, right? But Katie's, her house is all blacked out and her cameras aren't on and she works for Brinks and all that. It just, none of it adds up. And we just have to put that on the list, right? That it doesn't add up pile, in my opinion. I know, Detroit. It's so sad. It's so sad. That's their son together, and to not be in communication with Seth is ridiculous and callous. How do you hate someone that much to make them suffer like she has? That's so cold-hearted and evil. Look, I'm right there because, trust me, I don't like my ex-husband. So, but I would absolutely, the first thing, if I thought my daughter left in the middle of the night, I would be thinking that maybe she did go to her dad's, right? I mean, maybe not at 15 because, I might be thinking she left with a friend or something like that. But again, we have to think of Sebastian's case in his individual way. And, Katie was saying he didn't have any friends in the neighborhood. So he didn't have any friends, around. And they were saying things like, well, he wants friends for Christmas and stuff. They said that on Duchess. And then Terry Lynn asked Chris Proudfoot about it. And that's when Chris Proudfoot said something so horrible about, he likes to have accidents, which he didn't say it that nice. Nobody likes that, by the way, Mr. Chris, with your pissy pants. You should know that, in my opinion. And again, anytime they cut Sebastian down, I don't feel bad cutting him down. He deserves every single bit of it. He knew damn well those cams weren't working. He made sure of it, in my opinion, and they were working 1 minute and then boom, out the next. Sure. Well, and that's the thing. A lot of the cameras were jammed up in the area. The one on Kellen was stuck on the same time, right? Like it was just stuck, and it was stuck for like a couple of days. And they were able to retrieve the footage still, but they had to kind of like go by the events of the night and how everything transpired because the timestamp was stuck. Again, Katie works in communication. She's a smart gal. She could probably hack a system if she wanted to. Again, the camera jammers, you can make those at home. And again, with her knowledge, I'm not saying she did, but she could have. And so that's always something we're going to have to look at. Someone like me who doesn't even like to, put the TV if it's unplugged and I'm like, what the hell, the cable and everything, and then hooking it up to the DVD thing and all that, that's not my forte. Okay. I'm like really girly. I'm like, where's a guy to help me with this? Right. But it is her forte. It is. It's something that she does for a living. To not have security cameras, that's just not adding up. I know, Detroit. I know. And it's upsetting because Sebastian does not deserve this. No little kid does. And we're all moms, I mean, and grandmas. It's sickening that the only reason you don't care, or excuse me, it's sickening the only reason you don't come together in such a tragedy is because you are guilty of something, period, in my opinion. Well, I mean, look, there was all that talk in the beginning of a pact. There was all that talk in the beginning of let's get on the same page. Um, what if this goes south was also said to Seth, right? So Chris and Katie were not playing nice. Publicly, they were saying, "Oh, Seth is a great dad." If Katie's like, if Sebastian wasn't in an extracurricular activity, his dad would be in the front row. Like Katie was like, his dad, him and his dad have a great relationship. Now, Chris was like, "Oh, I talk to his dad almost daily. We're always talking," and that wasn't the case really. I mean, they would talk more than Katie and Chris sometimes, or excuse me, they would talk more than Katie and Seth, right? But sometimes Katie and Seth would talk, but that wasn't really, it didn't work as well for them, right? And I mean, however you could figure to co-parent smoothly, I'm not going to knock what people's decisions are, but I think that they need to do that to I mean, I personally would have told my ex right the first thing, and I would have checked to see if she was there, right? Did she contact you? Did she call you? But again, if her cell phone is sitting there and she left her money in her cell phone and things that she enjoys, like, that's my first red flag that something bad happened. Because us ladies, we don't leave our purses behind if we carry one. Men don't leave their wallet, the billfold, behind if they carry one. Hey, Patty Lee. Patty Lee says, Cheryl, I believe it's just evil. She has the fake accent. Let's not forget her videoing Nina. Yeah, all of that is, I agree. I do believe with the ultimatum, Crazy Buck. Yeah, I think CP gave KK a final ultimatum. It's either him or me, and KK chose CP, in my opinion. And that's what I think happened. Like, because of everything that's come out. And I've also believed that, I didn't know what to believe from the neighbors. And then I saw the Facebook stuff, and then it goes with the filing and all that. I hope it wasn't a pressure washer. I hope it was a hose. I mean, look at that's the reality of how horrible Sebastian was being treated, and then the neighbors saying that, them overhearing, and even DCS in quotes that said, "This marriage isn't going to last like this," right? So when you tell somebody something like that, I mean, that is an ultimatum, right? It's either shape up or ship out, right? Is what he's telling her. Um, you know, it's either him or me. Who are you going to pick? And in that case, if he was continuously telling her that, I mean, we've seen other stories where the mom chose the boyfriend, right? Or the dad chose the girlfriend. So yeah, I mean, look at Nicole Kessinger again. I have to keep going back to that spicy empanada lady. Hey Laura, good to see you. Only if Seth went along with them. Once he started to question them, they had distanced themselves. Yeah, I agree, Patty. And the thing is that Seth was getting blamed, in my opinion, for things that were being said by other creators. Like, for example, he went on a panel with Peter Hyatt, and that was very shortly after he came out and said that they're working together, and if people don't like it, too bad, right? But he said the F word. It's okay, I say it all the time. But I'm just saying, but he did. He's like, if you guys don't like that, I'm sorry, but I'm going to work with Chris and Katie, right? And so it was known. And then he went and talked with Peter Hyatt, who is a criminal profiler, who is a smart guy, who is very well versed in true crime and stuff. I mean, not like me, right? I'm just a YouTuber kind of a person that likes true crime. Like, these people have background in this, right? And he goes on Peter Hyatt, and it pissed Chris, in my opinion, off something fierce. And he's blaming Seth, like, oh, you're up there on that panel talking all this shit. It's like, okay, but Seth can't help what this guy is analyzing your actions. It's not, again, it's not that I don't like Chris and Katie. I mean, I don't, now that these filings came out, I have to be honest about that. But in the beginning, even, it's not that I didn't like them. It was that I was just like, I think they're involved because their stories were weird. Everything was weird. It's not like I'm like, oh, I hate these people right off the bat, or, Seth's perfect right off the bat. It was analyzing their own statements and their words. I've always just gone off of that. And another thing is that Seth was looking for people to go on their panels that were criminal profilers, and Katie and Chris, in my opinion, were avoiding it at all costs. I mean, look how they treated Fred and Sheila McCoy. And they're just he's an ex-cop and she's a teacher and she's a sweetheart. I think Sheila is a nice lady. And if it was me, I'd talk to her, I mean, it is a little unnerving to meet with a former cop in case they think you're guilty, but even if you're not, that could be nerve-wracking. But only if Seth will. Oh, I already read that one. Yeah, but Patty, that's spot on, in my opinion. They are not that smart, and she has us right on her heels. Yeah, she better run faster because it's going to be down. And they will pay for what the injustice and mistreatment of Sebastian and his father. Bet your boots. Yeah, I agree with you, Detroit. Something should have already been done about this. And because they didn't do anything, and then Sebastian went missing, instead of doing the right thing from that point on, they made it worse on themselves. And they didn't think it was going to get this big. And I'm talking to you too, Craddock and Carter. I'm talking to you guys too. Aloha, JH. Good to see you. The person who took the trash out, what door did they use to go in and out from? I think it was the one. Now, I don't know, but I'm thinking it was the one that's next to the garage. Like, not the garage, not the big garage door, right, where you go in and out, but there's a door right next to that garage. And that's the one that I've always assumed. It's like a back door. Like, it's not the one like the French doors, right, that go to the backyard, but there's like a side. I'll call it a side door because it is. It's right on the side of the house. That's the one I've always assumed that if I was to take the trash out, I would use that door because that's where they keep their bins, is right there by that door. So I just assumed that's the door they would use. Now, again, it's been alleged that Sebastian mainly goes out the front door. That's what Katie said. She said that's the most usual door. It's not that he never goes in any other doors, but that's the most typical way that he gets in and out, is through the front door. Chris also said that. I don't know that Seth would know that because he doesn't live there with them, right? They live there. So, Chris is her boyfriend. He hit Sebastian with the belt. Yeah. So, well, they're married. They got together when Sebastian was about 7 or 8. And then I'm not sure, I forget when they got married. I think somebody told me, or I seen a picture of Katie or something like that. And I forget what date it was. But a few years later, they ended up getting married. So that he's her husband. Yeah. And he hit Sebastian with the belt. and this is all, I don't have to say alleged because, okay, this is why I'm not going to say allegedly for this, is because Chris admitted to it. So he hit Sebastian with the belt. It was alleged in the filings that he pushed him up against the wall, and that he hit him in the stomach. He backhanded him in the stomach. But it's also come out of Chris's mouth that he bagged up Sebastian's belongings and made him take them out to the trash and throw them away. That is abuse, right? It's subtle abuse, but it is abuse. And it's not necessary. It should never be tolerated. Not by a stepfoot, not by a real dad. No, yeah, that's not the way to teach a kid, in my opinion. Patty Lee says Chris has tried to take over the whole investigation. He has a lot to say, not being there and not Sebastian's dad. It's so bizarre. Well, yeah, and he never like tells the story as if he wasn't there. Like, oh, I heard this, or Katie was doing this and I could hear Sebastian in the background, something like that. Like, no, he's always been like we, and he's always taken over. And that's another reason I thought Katie was afraid of him, because she would never, like, she would always cower down. And she would never be like, okay, well, hold on a second. Cause that would annoy me if somebody was interrupting me constantly. I don't like to be interrupted constantly. Interrupted sometimes, yes, that's going to happen. But, constantly like that, I'd be like, let me just tell him, like I'd be irritated. Right. But if I didn't know where my kid was, I'd be a freaking nutcase. I'm not even going to play. I'm not even going to be like, oh yeah, I'd be fine. I'd be handling it great. No, I'd be a freaking nutcase, so that's, Laura says, did the dog search the cars of the family? I don't think their vehicles were searched, Laura. Not that I know of. No, not that I know of. And if Ellie checked into cleaning companies to see when the Proudfoots, if they were at the, so I heard that the Proudfoots, well, I heard a couple things. One thing that I've never verified is I heard that the house smelled like bleach, which if you grew up with my mother, you would be like, well, that's normal because that's what she cleaned with. I mean, bleach, right? But people said that was alleged. And then also it was alleged that Katie had some professional cleaning done after Sebastian went missing. Again, I don't know if that's true. But if it is, it's suspicious, in my opinion. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. He's the whole police department and lawyer, doctor, FBI, TBI, fire department, judge and jury, FCP. I mean, I can't lie. I'm very irritated about him being like, well, you're going to have to be publicly apologizing to me, and all the crap that we were thinking of is coming out to be accurate, right? That's what is really, and then we're catching him in lies where he's telling parts of the story that are the truth, and then parts of them that are just a straight up lie. So, yeah, don't forget he is the director of CPS. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. He thinks he is. He thinks he is. Blissful says it wouldn't take much to have gone back on their cams to show their past routine if they really wanted to prove stuff. Yeah, that's a good point. Before their cam suddenly went down. Well, I mean, I would. This is me. I would be like, okay, can you please clear me so that way you can start looking for who really has my son or where my son could be. Right? I'd be showing my iWatch. I'd be showing the proof of getting home. Katie mentioned a Life 360 and that she had the, upgraded version of Life 360 that she turned into the police. But here's the thing. I didn't realize this, but Kiki, 2025 True Crime, she came out and was like, hey, you can manipulate Life 360. Right. And so, because she's got teenagers, so she knows this. But then also, I heard from another guy that my boyfriend's coworker, he's like, oh yeah, my sister, I think it was his sister, changed it on her phone because she came back from lunch late or something like that, and she manipulated it to make it seem like I don't know. Either way, there's been people that have come out and said, oh yeah, that's not that's not very accurate. But again, I just don't think they investigated it like they should have. Luminol needed to be probably used just to make sure, you know. And do I think anything like that would have yielded results? I don't know. If I think that Sebastian was carried out, I mean, look, there would be some indication if there was, in my opinion, blood or something like that, right? There would be an indication of that, like it's gonna drip and you're not gonna know. You're panicking, right? You're trying to evade the cameras. You're carrying him in the middle of the night. You're trying to not to set off the motion lights. You're trying to, you know what I mean? Like you're not gonna. But again, if they didn't check into it because they were covering their own behinds, that's very suspicious to me. But the cameras are a big one, and I'd be showing those things. Oh, definitely. He wears all the hats. Well, and he has his family that helps him out with it, I think, too. So, yeah, I think they're trying to set Seth. I think you meant set Seth up, Laura. Yeah. Well, they said the horrible things about Seth and stuff like that. They really did. And then also, he's the only one that did the public polygraph. He's the only one that showed us his time stuff and all of that. Yeah, absolutely, Blissful. I hope you come back, and thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. So I'm probably going to pop off since we got into a good conversation, but I'm glad you guys are chatting because I really want to know your thoughts. Because I sit here with my thoughts all day and I'm sitting here going, oh my gosh, especially like if I'm putting the show together for you guys, because I do plan these things out. When I have these great creators to play, and I don't make a video and I just kind of do a review. It's nice, because it's not as much prep work, but I like to make a show for you guys just to bring in some important topics. But I think all of these are, and I think that, they were all brought up in the beginning. I just kind of wanted to show you all that tonight and just kind of show you guys that I think that we have been on the right track for a while. A lot of us creators, a lot of the people that are kind of putting on the logical thinking hat, when it comes to this case and saying, okay, well, let's look at the facts, like as some of our friends earlier were talking about in the chat. Let's look at the facts and see where they lead us, right? But they have left us with a lot of blanks to fill in. Now, here's the thing. Again, when we listen back, and this is why I love when people bring in statement analysis, that's one thing I like to focus on, body language and stuff like that. We can kind of tell, what's going on based on that. And if we're listening, there's going to be some truths that we're going to find, and then there's going to be some things that maybe we're just not sure about. So that's what I like. Laura, I'm glad you're here though too. It's okay. I know. Well, we've been going. I can't believe it's already 5:20. You guys have just given me such great conversation tonight. So, and also we did watch a lot too. And I was searching for that darn clip. I was like, I know I have it somewhere in here. So. Yeah, Laura, and that's valid. Laura says that I used to think that he made it home. I have my doubts now, in my opinion. Yeah, well, I was wondering about it too. And I was thinking, well, the only thing that really makes me believe that he made it home is the shoes part of it. Because I'm like, man, they wouldn't have taken his shoes off and did a handoff. I mean, maybe they did, but I think that was one of the mistakes they made. Because it was like, okay, all of his shoes are accounted for, so he's barefoot. And then again, like I said, with the glasses. And that's just something that Sweetie Pylo, when I was watching her earlier, it kind of made me think about it. And I'm like, why would they... Look, I hate saying it. I really do. But if somebody's not alive anymore, then they don't need glasses. So the fact that he has his glasses is hopeful to me. It's very hopeful to me. And as a matter of fact, when those other glasses were found, my heart sank. I can't even imagine what Seth was going through on that, because I know I was like, oh my gosh, are they his? Are they his? Are they his? Right? I mean, because again, you do need glasses if you're going somewhere and you need them to see. So that's a hopeful piece of the puzzle, in my opinion. The shoes, I'm like, oop, they made a mistake. And again, make me think that he made it home, especially if they're in the habit of, as Sweetie Pylo was saying earlier, taking their shoes off at the door. I've always been in that habit, and that's, again, because my mom's a clean freak. So, we didn't wear shoes in the house ever. So I still don't to this day. But just, some little details to consider, because the little details, and that's why whenever we're giving a tip in and things like that, it's important not to deem a tip, a bad tip, because we don't know all the facts, right? Like, that's why we tell law enforcement, because that way it might be something to them that we don't know that it's something, right? We might think it's stupid and small and like, oh, I don't think that's a big deal. But to them, they could be like, that's exactly what we needed, right? Or that's what we were looking for. And that's why sometimes, obviously, well, a lot of times, they won't give out pertinent details, not to screw with the investigation, the integrity of the investigation, rather. And that's understandable, but they were using that as an excuse, in my opinion, in Sebastian's case. Because, I mean, obviously, there's details that only the person who knows where Sebastian is would know. So they're not going to tell the public, because that would give it away. And many times, again, not every time, but many times, these people are listening to the news. I remember a lady telling a story about her husband making her read every single news article she could find on a certain little girl, and it was because he had something to do with her abduction, and unfortunately she didn't make it through that. But yeah, and she's like, it was so weird because he was like frantic and he wanted me to read him everything. They were driving and he was demanding of her to read it. Okay, what else? Anything else out there? And it's because he was checking, because he wanted to know if they were onto him or not. It's a paranoid thing. It's a paranoia sets in kind of thing. And we see that with Chris and his defensiveness. And that's what makes me side-eye him. And Katie, she's not as aggressive, right? She can be, and I've seen a little bit of that. But again, you also have to think, a lot of people asking them questions. It's a high-profile case. So there would be some, even in an innocent person, you would see some annoyance at a certain point, or irritation, type of a thing. So Patty Lee says, I don't believe for 1 second that KP took the Life 360 in a week later and it was legit. Not for 1 second, in my opinion. Well, and yeah, Patty, why didn't they check it? You know what I'm saying? Like, why didn't the police check their alibis just to make sure? Because that's the first people you want to check, right? Like, even if you think that Sebastian walked off and you're operating under that assumption, you still have to check everything else. Otherwise, you're wasting time. You know, you're wasting all of the resources and energy, and you're putting it towards the wrong things. And that's another thing. I don't think that law enforcement was following the facts in this case, because if they were, then they were already aware of all of the abuse allegations in the CPS reports. They would have been aware that Sebastian was referred over to Bledsoe Youth Academy. And that wouldn't have taken long for them to find out or figure out, because here's the thing about how that works there is that CPIT team, they are comprised of social workers, law enforcement, and the assistant DA. And at that time, it was Jennifer Jenny Smith. Okay. So everybody was well aware. And again, I just have to keep on saying that because of these filings that came out, we can see that. They also conducted FAST assessment on the family, where they do like a full dossier on the family, looking at everybody, kids, this, that, and everything, like the family, like not just the family that lives in the home. They look at grandparents. They've been looking at everybody, right? But then also, when Sebastian went missing, it's being alleged that on March 1st through the 5th, they were conducting assessments on the family, and they did an FAST 2.0. Ooh, right? Even sounds fancy. And we don't know what results they yielded from that, except for that they concluded it on the 5th of March. Don't forget, 2 days later, they were doing a precautionary, right? I'm using air quotes, precautionary search at the landfill for Sebastian. And I mean, Chris and Katie did an interview either that same day or the next day. I think it was March 7th, with Caitlin Miller from Fox News. And she came to the house, and they did it. That was the only hands interview where they didn't want to show themselves because they were too emotional. They were searching the landfill at that time because she asked them about it, and neither one of them showed any type of emotion. I mean, I would be a wreck. Now, again, some people are more sensitive than other people. Some people show emotions differently than others. But that was a huge red flag to me. We're too emotional to show ourselves on camera, so you can only film our hands. And yet we never show any emotion during the interview. And you're asking me how I feel about them searching a landfill and my son's missing. I mean, you're either feeling like I hope they don't find anything that I threw away, or they're hoping that you don't find your son there, your daughter, your kid. So again, that just doesn't fit for me either, so yeah. Or if somebody rugged, yeah. And that would have been simple to do too. Did they count Sebastian's medications? Yeah, absolutely. Oh yeah, all the time. We're always speculating here and putting our we're brainstorming. That's a good one too. Well, if you ever need someone to brainstorm with, let me know. I seem to find missing 3-year-olds even when the cops couldn't. Wow, that's really awesome. Yeah, I mean, look guys, like that's why I don't put it past any of us to be able to do stuff like that, right? To put our heads together, to compare notes, and to be like, look, this is what I think. It happens a lot where people will just put that puzzle piece together. So I do have a lot. Sounds like Seth has an alibi that was verified. Yeah, he does. If he wasn't working in the jail, I would be like, no, but yeah. And he talked about it on my panel. I need to do like a redo on a thumbnail and a title for that one, because Seth does come up on panel and talk about that, the process that he has to go through at Davidson County Prison just to get in there and then clock in. He's got to go through all the doors because he's working at a jail. So, yeah. Yeah, and I mean, I think, look, there could have been a whole lot of things that could have happened there. I still don't, but none of us know. If we did, we would be able to know where Sebastian is, I would think. Um, but I always do say that I wish we had more information on which way the car went, say from the neighborhood, things like that, because again, that's going to bring us closer to finding Sebastian if he was taken in that car, knowing the direction he went in. There's also allegedly license plate readers, and we've pulled up the live feed on some of the cameras that they have, that are like street cameras, for lack of a better way to say it. So, yeah. Well, Seth has always advocated for Sebastian. He's always looked for him. And then, even when he's gone quiet before, well, and he had his surgery and stuff, but like here he comes out with all of this Sebastian's Law. We haven't even gotten into Sebastian's Law yet, but we are. We're going to do a live on that. Seth made a great PowerPoint presentation, and he wrote a song for Sebastian, um, that he, has released, and it's a beautiful song. And he was writing it about the 8-month mark of Sebastian going missing. You can hear it in the song lyrics. So, I'm with you, Detroit. And in my opinion, Seth isn't going to stop until he finds his son. He wants a new investigation. That is his main goal, right? So he wants to make sure that his son's case is properly investigated, and I don't blame him. I want that for Sebastian, and I don't know him, um, but I think if I did a poll, I think we would be at 100% for that, and I don't think anybody could really deny that Sebastian deserves to have excuse me, an adequate investigation that follows the protocols, that checks all the boxes. Hello, busy mama. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I was just about to get off here. I need to do some day shows for my day people. Maybe we'll do some more with Sweetie Pilo this afternoon. Um, so, and I'm also trying to get a lawyer to come on our panel. I was supposed to talk to her this morning, but I couldn't get with her because she had a client that she had a call from. So we're still planning that. But I'd like for her to come up and answer some questions for us, and that way you guys can ask some questions, and just kind of pick her brain a little bit. And I think it would be a good show. So I'm planning on that. Um, yeah, so I'm excited about that. I think it'll be a good thing for, and anybody can come in and ask questions. Um, as long as they're, you're not going to be mean to her or anything, right, or rude. But yeah, and I think it would be good to get a deeper understanding of the litigation, because, again, that's not something that I'm super versed in myself. Now, there's some excuse me, there's some different cases that were cited in that paperwork, and I'd like to also, look those up and kind of be familiar with them, and maybe she can help us understand, why that would pertain to the filing, right? Why they chose that case or something like that. So I think that would be fun. We're definitely going to be planning it, but that's why I wanted to speak with her. So, um, oh, Laura, that song is just so beautiful. I can't listen to it without crying, without shedding a tear. But I also know, like, Smiley has a great song for Sebastian that she wrote. Jen has the Sebastian Army Anthem. Sebastian's Army Anthem. I love that one. I know the words. Like I'll be sitting there listening to it, singing with it, you know. I'm like, we march on, you know, and I'm over there and I'm not a good singer, right? But I love it. I love those songs that are made for Sebastian, because I think that if he was out there somewhere and could hear that love, then he knows we're still looking for him, right? And then when he comes back, he's going to know how much he was loved, right, while he was gone. And I think that's the biggest takeaway, because it breaks my heart. I don't know, guys. I see in every different, you know, camera footage that I've seen of Sebastian, I've seen him dancing, you know, and I think they were at Disney or something, and they were out there. He was having a ball. He just looks like a sweet kid, not a care in the world, when he's over there at his Christmas pageant and he's helping the girl with her scarf. I'm like, what a sweetheart, right? When he's playing tag with the other kids, he plays nice. He tags nice. You know, he's not over there like, you know, some kids are, you know, some boys are like, you know, roughhousing and stuff. And he just knew to be gentle, kind, and play nice. And I saw him interacting with the wait staff at the Texas Roadhouse. I saw him interacting with his mom. I saw him get up and use the bathroom just fine. You know, things like that. Again, you would expect, you know, a child that has a lot of things going on, that maybe he wouldn't be that well behaved, and he was. We got to remember, Sebastian wanted to go bowling that day. That was on the agenda. That was the plan, and he didn't get to go. But he wasn't in a, you know, he didn't have any attitude or anything. He wasn't huffing and puffing. You know, he seemed like he got over that, or it was all good, and he moved on. And, you know, I don't know. I just see a very well-behaved, sweet kid, and I just think he needs to be found, brought home to his family, his father who's looking for him. So, exactly, Patty. And we're not going to. I mean, look, we're gonna keep going. Seth deserves to have people behind him, you know, and I would be right there behind anybody that's searching for Sebastian. It doesn't even matter if I have the same opinion, you know, as them. Oh, Busy Mama, you sent me the goat. Oh my gosh, how cool is that? I love goats. I don't know why. Probably a Wrigley Field thing. Oh, that is so cool. Oh, well, you're the greatest of all time as well. That is so cute. Well, I have to get ready for work. Have a great day. Bye, Patty. Thank you for being here. Little Miss Sharon, she says it's only 7:36 p.m. here. Yes, Little Miss Sharon. See, now, if I do a day show, Little Miss Sharon, that's like your nighttime, huh? Like if I was to do probably like a 3 o'clock here, you're probably sleeping at that time. So, yes. Oh, good. Yeah. Yes, you do. You need to have time, always time for ourselves. But I know what you mean, Busy Mama. Before I'm like, oh my gosh. Sometimes I'm like, did I eat today? it's like 10 o'clock. I'm like, I'm about to go live. I don't even think I ate something. But that's right, Detroit. And it's just because we care so much, right? I mean, and again, I would like to see people coming together, and let's all like put our brains together, right? And put the pieces together. So I definitely need to get together with Mandy so we could do a live. That would be so fun. Too. So you have a great day too, Laura. And thank you all so much for being here. Also, our new people or people that were in the bushes tonight, I appreciate you guys being here and listening, hearing me out. Again, you know, we need to put our heads together. And I always say, you know, somebody in the bushes could have the answer, right? And, you know, they're not saying it, or they might be afraid, like, oh, I don't know if Lady's going to, you know, agree with this. Just, you know, take a chance, because look, we all have brains that God gave us, and, you know, we can all look at these things. And sometimes when we're always looking at it and analyzing things, we'll miss something. You know, if we take a step away from it and then come back to it with a fresh set of eyes, so to speak, you know, a fresh perspective, could always work too, just like a fresh set of eyes. So, but I love you guys all so very, very much. Let's keep praying for Sebastian. Let's keep marching on, and let's find him. Let's bring him home. So, all right, guys. I will see you all